Futures holding on to positive territory here, trying to at least as we head towards the first of the mega cap tech earnings coming after the close tonight. We'll get Alphabet and Microsoft to kick things off. A bunch of earnings reports out in the pre-market this morning. We get GE, we get GM to talk about, we get Spotify to talk about as well. Spotify downside this morning, some of the numbers not great, but subscribers better than expected for SPOT. So a bit of a mixed report. Downside price action, as I mentioned. Chinese ADRs back to the upside in a big way, right across the board, coming off a huge move on Monday. Again, officials and regulators in that country going to look at opening the gates, essentially, for more funding, making more funding available to tech companies specifically. So more positivity this morning around EV stocks as well. We'll talk Tesla, obviously, coming up. Going to be an interesting day. It's the first of two for the Fed. Obviously, we'll get this quarter point hike coming up tomorrow afternoon, but the first of two-day meeting for the Fed starting today. It's Tuesday, July 25th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, pretty flat to kick things off this morning. NASDAQ trying to lead us higher, however, as we head, as I mentioned, toward the first of the mega cap tech earnings coming after the close tonight. The Dow, pretty impressive run we've been on here. 0.02 still in positive territory this morning along with the S&P. Crude oil dead flat, was up yesterday. All the oil stocks across the board higher as a result. So we'll keep an eye on those today. Pretty quiet to start as well for Bitcoin and Ethereum as we get going on a Tuesday morning. Should be an interesting one here. Sharif with me as always, going to be all about what is to come, I think, later in the day, maybe with the first of the big tech stocks to report tonight. Yeah, Microsoft and Google on deck tonight. Definitely be watching there very closely. Cloud supposed to be making a comeback after a year hiatus, with companies cutting spending in anticipation for a recession that hasn't materialized. So I'll definitely be looking, Brendo, to see how they do aftermarket. Yeah, a ton to get to this morning as well. As I mentioned, there's a little Toronto-based stock, actually, ELBM, battery maker, up on a deal with LG to supply batteries to LG. So ELBM, anyone wondering about that, we'll touch on that as well. But GM out this morning. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about GE. We'll talk about a ton of these things moving around, including AMC back on watch this morning after that crazy start to the week. Big move up, guys, after the close yesterday even for AMC. It didn't seem to be on any significant news in addition to what we learned coming out of Sunday into Monday, but pretty volatile to start the week for AMC.
Yeah, to say the least. Yeah, a little bit of movement with AMC. Look, we talked about this, and we'll get to that one in a little bit. It's like, this mic won't stay straight. There you go. Yeah, they refile, so it might still happen that that little deal with APE, and I think you're going to have this not be done. I'm hoping there's good volatility for the rest of this week, and it's not just a two-day thing for AMC. I think that's going to be the case. We got a lot of earnings to deal with today. Spotify's down. Spotify was down over 10% at one point in the pre-market. It's already come back on pretty light volume. Still losing money over there, but this should be an interesting one in terms of volatility. Hopefully liquidity can hold up. GE, we'll see. Like, that's not always the most tradable name out there, but I'm kind of looking for a bit of a dip buy. And let's not forget about the Chinese ADRs. They were all absolutely ridiculous yesterday. NIO had a 10% move in yesterday's trade. Alibaba was completely insane. NIO up another 4%, was testing 5%. Early in the pre-market. So across the board, these are all names that we should look to trade. I'm looking for a dip buy in here on NIO if you're getting anywhere near yesterday's close price and yesterday's highs. Just one of those continuation setups, kind of hold the consolidation and go. Alibaba, very similar. And of course, Coinbase, somehow, after being a good short off 100 twice, it's still near that $100 mark. So watch that for a second day in a row.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Yeah, basically, you just went over my sticky note pretty much. I want to look at Coinbase at that $100 mark. And then, yeah, Bob, we ignored it yesterday to some extent, some of these Chinese names. We weren't really aggressively into them, but I mean, there you go, up to the upside. Now some foreign minister replaced or something today. So it's all getting better, I feel like, maybe for these Chinese names as you start to get some better valuations right there. We do not want to miss something like this again. Neil talked about NIO going that 10%, something similar yesterday for Alibaba. So I think we'll look at this name as big tech is in everybody's mind. This is the biggest of the tech. Well, there's Tencent and some other names. Tencent, of course, on the pink sheets. But Alibaba, huge move up there. We'll look to see if it can support 96 again. We talked about that retracement yesterday when we bounced off of VWAP at 95.50. But, right now you're well up. You're up 1.5%. We want to keep the momentum going to the upside, so we'll be looking for some dip buys. I wrote down 98.50. Either we break that top and then we go with it off the open, or we let the market fall down, which, it's been doing. Like, even though yesterday you have this huge move up, that didn't start till about 10 o'clock. So Alibaba yesterday opened at 92.50 and fell to 91.30 before ripping up $8 or whatever, so it was $6. So that was a huge move that didn't happen immediately. So could we get another drop down today? I believe that's possible, and I think that we lost too much money early yesterday and made it back late. You saw those trades that we had on shorting AMD and shorting Google into the close. We'll look to do something similar today into close as well. I want to be short heading into the closes today. We have Microsoft and we have Google
Alphabet,
tonight. Yeah, Alphabet. So I feel like Sharif already mentioned, or maybe it was Brendan mentioned, that all about the cloud, right? So you're going to have Azure, you're going to have Google Cloud to come through. We've already seen, hopefully AWS can support some of these numbers as well. But the valuations are super high. We're basically at all-time highs for some of the PE here. And the top 7 to 10 stocks are still ruling the roost. Will that continue today? I think Microsoft's the best example of if these names can hold their PEs. Microsoft is way too high. I think it was near 40 as we looked at it last time. So we'll see if it can hold that valuation. I'm not buying or selling any of these names heading into today. So I just want to sit on the hands, see what happens. If you are getting nervous, I can't blame people. But hey, maybe they just report better numbers, and maybe they do an NVIDIA type of thing. NVIDIA upsized their revenue $4 billion from $7 billion expected to $11 billion. Will Microsoft do something similar? I don't think so. They don't have maybe the gusto behind the AI, but we already know that they've already gotten that bump from ChatGPT. So let's see if they can forward look at Bing. Maybe they're going to announce some different deals. We talked about Chrome versus Bing on Samsung phones. Maybe something like that can come through. And then Google, of course. Wow, I mean, what are these YouTube numbers going to look like? What is Android sales going to look like? And then, of course, we all wait for the big number from the cloud. So, yeah, this is going to be an exciting day, and I'm going to try to stay away from the big those two big tech names, but I like the story with Apple, and I like Alibaba.
I mean, yeah, Chinese ADRs, huge day yesterday. Here's NIO as well, 4.5%, 3 million shares already for it. I mean, all these charts look exactly the same. Back towards session highs as we speak for EV makers as well. There's a few, I mean, somewhat minor AI-related headlines. There's one on this one. DocuSign higher this morning on very light volume, 1.2% so far in the pre-market on this. ID, verification solution for DocuSign on the AI side. Wayfair, another one. You can, Sharif's breaking his chair again.
I didn't even move.
It's just like, come on, man. Wayfair, you can now style your room, apparently, with an AI powered by Wayfair as well. There was one more I wanted to mention. Here it is. SoundHound, nice $400 million mixed shelf offering from SOUN.
Yeah, looking to raise money as a lot of these.
I hope you don't like fall over there.
I may. We don't know. It just may happen. No, but I really like the Wayfarer look. I was talking to Brendo off camera about a video that I saw that allows you to basically customize the outside of your house. You can change from contemporary at a garage, at a pool, and it actually looks like an image, and it virtually does it for you, right? So I like this kind of technology.
As you were mentioning this morning, it's maybe not a good thing for interior designers or exterior designers for that matter as well, but AI could be a thing today.
Yeah, well,
AI,
I mean,
what's that?
AI can be
Allen Iverson. Is he in the Hall of Fame, or what's happening here today? He's getting inducted?
is he in the Hall of Fame?
I know.
AI
I
is
couldn't think of
absolutely-
anything for AI.
Speaking of Hall of Fame, I didn't say this because no one probably cares about baseball, but congratulations to Fred McGriff, the
Yes.
crime dog, who is in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
And he went in with another Blue Jay.
Well, the problem with him is he's actually not He didn't. He went with the no hat thing.
How come the only guy that we ever had in was
Yeah.
Roberto Alomar? Now he's basically like thrown out of all of baseball.
I think we're not supposed to get into that one.
and I was just Scott Rowland did play. For
No,
the
Scott
Blue
Rowland
Jays.
played
I think he went in as a Philly.
He had a cup of tea with the
Or the
Blue Jays.
Cardinals. I don't know, did
He
go-
could have gone either way because he was.
Should
Phillies
you be
and
able to
Cardinals.
go in hatless like that?
Well,
So-
McGriff,
someone else-
McGriff had like 4 teams he played for, and 3 of them he played basically the same amount of
Wait a
time.
minute.
It was.
What about Roy Halladay? He's in the Hall of Fame, no?
Well, I don't think he went in as a J either. Now that I think about it.
How could he not go in as a J?
Does anybody go in with a Jays hat? They don't. Even
I don't.
care.
I thought it was only Alomar.
Now I'm kind of sad about that. But we were talking about AI is regards to Wayfair. Wayfair has just what you need.
It has what you need. Yeah.
If it breaks out. It's always a big if with these setups. Like if Rivian finally gets to 27, we'll probably talk about that again today. But look at the daily chart of Wayfair. I'm going to double check. I was looking at Teladoc, which they report aftermarket tonight as well. There's so many earnings that are fun. Wayfair, 32% short float. 32% short float on Wayfair. So that's going to get everybody excited a lot of times. And you look at the daily chart. Oh, look at this. Look at the mid-70s on Wayfair. 1, 2, 3 times consolidating off the top. If you're into squeeze breaks, give it $5 and Wayfair is on
working.
one. So I'm all for this. I don't know if we're going to see that anytime. I mean, probably not today. Nothing's
Yeah, no
happening in the
worries.
morning. Is the new coffee machine up? What's going on?
Well, no, I just saw Brendan just got. I thought there was rumors going around that we couldn't get this thing fixed because not
What's
fixed.
going on here?
Okay, so people don't know. So we have a brand new coffee machine. We pay. I don't know. They paid tons of money for it.
Is number 1 from the brand new machine. Rob said they're still trying to figure it out because apparently the software and the interface is completely different. So this is
Doesn't have
espresso
AI,
number 1.
or-
Can't be that.
Just
It's a
number one.
coffee machine.
It's gonna taste really chemically because there's no way those guys like rinsed it out or anything.
No, they didn't.
Brendan took that straight from the.
Plasticky, I'm
See?
not gonna lie.
Yeah,
told you.
exactly. You're supposed
I mean,
to probably clean it out first.
Like
come
you know,
on,
these
man.
guys aren't doing that. Like you think Randy's cleaning out everything first? No, he's running it, giving
Nope.
it out.
Right out of the package, right out of the plastic,
Yeah,
and then
yeah. You got some factory stuff right up in there, so hopefully
Tasty.
there's no asbestos or anything in that packaging. Right there.
Asbestos.
Long live Brendan.
That escalated rather quickly from
Yeah, yeah,
plastic
yeah.
taste to asbestos.
Yeah, I said hopefully not. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, we were
But it's a
fine.
Jura. or
I'll
a
still
Jura.
have some because I want coffee.
Anyways, yeah, so it's going to be all good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hamster one probably did not get flushed, so I don't think that it. But that's okay. When my coffee comes here, I'll just drink it and make the guys happy. I mean, they're running around.
You actually have
getting it for us.
you have
Yeah,
your
I have mine from home.
flavored
Yeah, I've got mine from home.
hazelnut that you always do.
Try to figure out one first, but all right. What were we talking about before? Oh yeah, Fred McGriff.
Where's Ohtani going to go?
AI. Oh, Wayfair. Wayfair.
Just to finish the Wayfair thought, 32% short interest, 75 breakout if it happens, but I don't think we see it today. But if you're not setting an alert, squeeze names are nice. We've seen a lot of names do this and give you fantastic runs. This is an obvious one here with Wayfair. It's just a matter of what gets it to 75.
We already thought about this. Like, are these like did you run a few through the? No, you didn't.
See? Yeah, okay, Randy.
All right.
It's very quiet.
Is it black? Okay.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
Randy, where's your coffee?
Yeah, exactly. Notice how Randy doesn't have one himself. Smells fine.
Yeah, I mean, it tastes exactly the same as the old one. I'll be happy with that.
Tastes the same to me.
Yeah, as long as it's brewing coffee, we're all good here. So yeah, we're good. No, it's fine.
Does it feel a little foamy?
A little foamy. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, that's good, man. Randy's, we're just the test dummies here.
I mean, like, does that, like, you see what I'm saying?
What do you mean? It's supposed to give some crema.
I
right?
know, but it's a little bit more normal.
Yeah, because it's actually working this time. That's the difference, right? So,
Okay.
anyways, I don't think Shohei Ohtani gets traded. I mean, I think they should trade him, but I feel like at the end of the day, it's a huge opportunity for the Angels, obviously, to keep their ticket base going for the rest of the year. I mean, I don't know if they'll renew it. And then, part of the home run derby, he's on pace to beat Judge, I think. I don't know if it's
He's
still
got a
on pace.
ridiculous chance.
Yeah, I just feel like if you're the Angels, this is an opportunity to basically have he is having the best statistical season of all time, I heard.
Probably not.
No?
So it's a decent argument to be made.
Yeah, I just heard that.
The
I don't know.
problem with comparing any is like what Barry Bonds sort of did in his prime and what Babe Ruth did in his prime is so ridiculous. And
Yeah.
it's
But
no
he's
one
on-
knows. No one knows how to properly gauge.
Right, it's different
Like
eras
his
and
double,
everything.
his double dual
like
value.
no steroids versus
Yeah,
steroids.
because he's probably not pitching as good as he can right now.
Right.
He actually could be pitching better than he is. But I just think like the package they would get for a rental would be so ridiculous franchise change. It could be like the Cowboys deal with
Yeah,
Herschel Walker if they were to
can
trade
get
him.
that.
So that's what you have to weigh it against. To me, with Mike Trout out, they should. If I own the team,
Yeah,
I would probably bite the bullet.
They're not in the.
They're like they're 4 games out. They would
Right.
get such a package for a 2-month rental that it's so ridiculously insane. It'd be hard not to leave. You're listening to offers for sure. You have to listen.
Well, I guess they're the only ones that know whether or not he will possibly resign. I mean, I think he's going to have a LA Dodgers jersey on next year.
He's not going to be on the Angels.
100% LA.
He's not going to be on the Angels. I don't think he's
Anyways,
Angels.
all right. Let's go back to these guys and we'll
Seattle
talk.
dark horse.
Seattle, yeah, Seattle.
They're a dark
He wants
horse.
to be on the West Coast.
Yeah, I think they're a real dark horse team for him.
Yeah, well, not San Diego. Their payroll is already.
Unless they can make a trade. I don't know.
Make a trade. I want to get Juan Soto. I want the Jays to do something, but they're not going to do jack.
That guy, Juan Soto, is gonna. If he leaves San Diego,
Yeah.
he's gonna be 25% better. Watch, mark my words. It's like he's gonna.
Then if he comes, it's like Toronto. Like everyone that comes here always is like with the Maple Leafs and everything like
Yeah.
that. Oral
What were we-
Hershiser, yeah, good name there.
Shout out
I
to
was
Oral
watching the
Hershiser.
Dodgers. The Jays won in 11 innings, 6-3
Damn right.
yesterday. Booyaka.
And Muncy hit a home run on Admin Fantasy, so I didn't even
Oh,
mind
that's
the
nice.
runs that they
Oh,
gave.
apparently we might be getting Cody Bellinger. You know why are we still playing Dalton Varsho? By the way,
He's the number 1 defensive
I
outfielder
know.
in the
But we
entire
have
game this
But
year.
we have Kiermaier.
He's better than Kiermaier.
No, I know, but
defensively.
Kiermaier's center field.
Varshall's a center fielder too. That's
You're right. And then so I thought that he was literally the 3rd or 4th worst offensive player, starting offensive player in Major League Baseball.
But he's still good
Yeah, he
because his
catches the
defense
ball.
is so good.
Yeah.
And he's a better hitter than this.
All right.
By
well,
the way, I told my dad about
maybe the Saudi fund will come in and buy the Blue Jays, and then we'll be able
This is
to
what I was
get
gonna say.
Ohtani.
I told my pops about the Mbappe thing.
Oh, yeah?
He just like you should have seen his eyes. They were just like, what? He didn't. He thought I was like
He's accepting that.
He thought I was joking around. He's like, he's gonna take it, right? I'm like, well, he's kind of crazy not to.
Yeah.
It's one.
The only
year.
thing is, people don't know what else is in there, right? You got to go to this Prince's birthday. You got to do that. You got to do this. Seriously, there's all that stuff in there too, right? So, but $1 billion, Brendo?
A Billy.
You know.
Sure. Sorry, I missed that. We're going to say $1 billion. Guys, there's a couple things on GM just come across. Wanted to mention real quick. The CEO just saying this. So they previously said that they were going to discontinue the Bolt, and then right now there's a next generation Bolt that was announced. So just a heads up again. I just double checked. The call for GM was at 7:30 this morning, but it looks like there's still a few things coming across here. So just be aware if you are talking about or looking at General Motors here this morning. Back to the upside right now. A few other things here as far as earnings are concerned. Verizon out this morning, increase in subs on the wireless. A decent report for VZ. 3M, nice report as well. Raised their full year profit forecast, beat top and bottom as well for MMM.
Yeah, GM is interesting for me the most out of the 3, and that's because they have a contract coming up with their union. And it's going to be a big problem if they can't get that done. They have to get done one in the States and one in Canada. So there's 2. And here's the issue. They did really well this time. So when they sit down and negotiate with the union is going to be far less accommodating because they're going to say, well, you said, you're not going to make that much money in the foreseeable futures because you're transitioning into EVs. Well, not really, because they're still making a lot of money from their ICE vehicles, and the union is not going to care about that. So this concerns me a lot. I think we're having a lot of union issues. UPS also has another union issue.
The airlines as well.
The
We were
airlines.
talking about yesterday a little bit. They gave everything back. Shares, that is, of GM, gave everything back here initially this morning up to 40.50. We're right back to where we were yesterday. So just be aware, anyone that's watching this still, some comments coming through.
Yeah, it's September 14th, I think, is that labor negotiation deadline. So there's some time, but GM has been struggling in the same range for pretty much, is it a year? It's about a year since we got down to 30, and then the top has been like this 42, 43 range. That's what would have been nice if you were a little tighter to this high, which feels like a sell zone to me. Like if it were up at 43, just think you play the short till it's not and worry about a breakout if it gets through 44. With the call ongoing, probably need to stay away from this one. Had the call broken it out about 41, maybe I would have been thinking about a long off the open 41 into that 44 where I think there's a short. Unfortunately, now it's given everything back and is flat, so GM ends up a little bit of a nothing burger trade. Today it could have set up, it didn't. What are you going to do? As a sympathy play, Ford has been making some decent moves. The big one obviously coming last week when it failed to 15. It did find a bottom off of that. So if there is a breakout, like if GM starts to go and probably take some optimism regarding labor contracts, which anything in that regard is going to be a positive for Ford as well. You had this little 1380. It's held now 14. Like it's broken 14 every single day since that quadunk. And every single day it's managed to come back and at least get back to or close above the 14 level. So at some point, if you keep doing this, you hold 14 and break out the top here, the 14 quarters. So if you see GE start to go, don't forget about Ford. It has a bit of a gap that it could try to fill in here. Not a lot of pre-market volume on this one either, but if we start to see the sector go, Ford feels like it has a little bit more room percentage-wise if these were to start breaking tops.
Oh man, I was trying to edit this.
Oh, don't do it.
I'm going to try 268.50. I just want to talk about Tesla here. Oh, it worked. Yeah, yesterday, for some stupid reason, we kept thinking about shorting Tesla through here, 263, 264, just thinking that there was going to be some resistance there, but there was absolutely none, and it just kept on going to the upside. I think we were pretty close. We had the right level. I just shouldn't say there was absolutely none. There was some there. It just didn't last for very long. Like here's 264, bounced around there, and then I thought it was going to go down, and of course, when you think that, and it is starting to go, then it pops through on like 1 or 2 candles there, up to two, like basically dollars in a row. Once it got going yesterday, someone was in here buying Tesla, and what a great move it was, man. Tesla was down to 250 yesterday. I'm already getting FOMO in my long-term account, to be honest with you. This is one name that I wanted to buy on dips because right now I'm thinking the same thing for Google. Like I really want to get heavier in that name, and I want to get more shares in Tesla as well off of 300. It dropped from 300 down to 250 right there on earnings, and the earnings weren't even that bad. Like we talked about that with Daniel Shea yesterday, and there's the dip buy opportunity right there. We hit 250, we hit 250 again, and now you have to pay the piper if you want to buy this all the way up here to 272. So let's look to see. We had some levels right there, 268. So 268 coming into play 2 days ago. It was also the top, and then yesterday that's where we were seeing some dip buying opportunities. So for me, I like Tesla down here at 268. I mean, I don't know what got that started yesterday. I think the good news in China opening back up for business. We've talked about these guys also moving into India, making a lower price car. That's got to be it, man. 1.8 million vehicles on deliver expected for this year. There's no other name producing like Tesla right now, and I just feel like it's a mistake not to be buying these dips. So I'm not going to short this anymore unless the market completely collapses. I want to look for some longs in this name, and I really like this 268. So we closed 269. You could use that as maybe to start to get long at some of those levels, but definitely Tesla today. Please, if I ever start shorting this and get obsessed with the short, I have to get off of that. There it is right now. Apple, this is not a big story here, but Apple rumored to be considering a foldable tablet. So I don't know if that's anything to do with anything, but I mean, obviously, all of these companies are going to be looking to do that. We had Samsung with that fold phone. I think the Pixel was trying to work on a fold phone as well.
I think it's coming up.
Is it coming out this cycle? It is already out. Okay.
You can't get it here.
Yeah. Oh, you can already get it here? Okay, so yeah, anyways, not moving. I just went immediately to Google. It's not, yeah, it's $2,000. So Brendan has 3 on order, he just said. But right now, 122 to the bottom. Yeah, that's right. It was 199 or something ridiculous. There is, and it's a bigger form factor. Yeah, my cousin has the Samsung one and really likes it. You spend most of your time on your phone. Like
I can see the reason.
I could see the reason for that. You interested in that foldable phone there, Brendo?
I don't know. I'm not a huge fan, to be honest, but it's apparently, as far as foldable phones go, the Pixel one is among the best. So
like let's say it was equal to like the larger version, like the iPhone Pro, like it was $1499 or $1599. Would that be more reasonable? I think maybe.
I'd probably go.
I feel like I have to have it in my hand and play with it. And see
I've had the Samsung one in my hand. And I was like, this is pretty darn cool. Yeah. A buddy of mine has it.
I get nervous about breaking the phone.
It's a different size screen. It's like more square than like a typical 1080 by whatever it is. But interesting idea anyway.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyways, that was some little bit of a tip there from Apple. So I don't know. The moat grows bigger with these companies.
It doesn't get smaller. That's the thing. Like and the best thing about it is I wasn't a huge fan.
I got my watch.
I wasn't a huge fan of Apple going into the VR before people already want it. But what they generally do is when they see people that are gravitating or at least some interest in a new product, they'll just wait for there to be interest there, and then they'll just make a better one. Right,
Yeah.
so I think that's
Put their own spin
once
on
the
it.
once the fold is a thing, they just come out and do theirs better. Like, yeah, why? Because when you have that kind of loyalty, that's the way to take advantage of it. Don't worry about, oh, we're going to predict what the next thing's going to be. Ah, screw that. Just let it become big, and then you just go out there and make the best one, and everyone in your ecosystem picks it up, and then you're good to go.
Yeah. I mean, look at these little there. Oh,
There we go. I knew we'd see a picture.
that's the Pixel one, eh? Yeah. So it's like a little wallet, kind of like you have
Yeah,
those
I can see
wallets. You
myself.
fold it open.
Bold prediction. I'm going to have that in 2 years. I
Yeah.
think I'm
that's
going to
nice.
have that in 2 years.
I have the 12 Pro, so I could upgrade as well. I would like that. If Apple threw that down,
That looks pretty cool.
I'd probably. Well, the thing is, innovation also doesn't come from the companies themselves,
No.
right? Like Google bought YouTube.
Yeah, exactly.
Apple
Apple
Facebook
does so many
bought
small deals.
Instagram. Right. So Apple could be buying someone small, thinner screens, technology, things
They're
like
smart.
that.
Apple's smart like that. They don't have problems with the FTC because they buy small companies all the time instead of
is
doing
this?
big deals.
Pixel Fold phone. We were just Googling.
And then they
there.
pull away from it as we're trying to see what Brendan's
Oh,
doing.
that's good. Brendan's trying to. There's a Samsung one.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is the one my cousin has. This one and really
Yeah,
likes.
J-Mart's got this.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of them though. There's the Galaxy Z there. We better not Google too many things before some random stuff comes up. Don't do that on Sharif's phone, Brendo.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Oh,
We'll go.
There we go. Last thing I need is a bigger screen to provide more of a distraction throughout the day with more things to look at. But anyway, here are a few analyst moves for you. To kick things off this morning, Meta, Walmart, Zscaler to the upside, Take-Two as well. Disney, Goldman, Nike, Lulu, all downside today.
six?
What is Disney's price even right now? I haven't bought any of this in a
85.
minute.
Atlantic Equities.
Atlantic Equities can go to hell. Nike, Lululemon. Yeah, that was probably a bit rough. I don't.
You
I
don't
know
even, we don't
nothing-
even know who they are.
Yeah, don't worry. Maybe I do, Neil.
we,
Wow, but
though?
it is collapsed. I mean, I think this is just a play on, the price action here of Disney. Disney right now. Wow, this is probably this is maybe a short rate here today. Breaking this 85 level right now down to 85.50. You're at that. I mean, good job, Atlantic Equities. After all, that $84 looks like it is going to break. There's not great news around Disney right now, man. The writers' strike, the Actors Guild, all this kind of stuff is just continuously hitting the name every single day. It seems like there's just some downside pressure here from Disney. I mean, just 2 days ago, or that was yesterday, $88, and then, just a huge move down today, break, not even huge, just 1%, but that's a gap there that we just went right through $86, like it didn't even matter, and now you're gonna have to look at 85. I think this is a short if we can get back up to $86. We'll look at Disney there, but yeah, this is a name that I initially bought like 97, 98, and then bought more at just at 88. I believe. I'm gonna have to find out what my average price is now. But these are COVID bottoms, man. You can
COVID
zoom
level.
all the way back. I was lucky enough to get out up here at 185. This was before this epic drop right there. I mean, I remember doing this, and it was like, wow, I can't believe we're able to get out. And maybe it was 165 breakdown. Yeah, so into here, 170, 175, broke down through those earnings, and then right now, just try to put some more money to work in this name. You get some Bob Iger bumps, but yeah, Disney right now, they say go woke, go broke, and not to talk politics, but it's hitting it, man. Ron DeSantis there, some of the politics behind Disney not working out well for them. Plus you get the stream, then you get the delay of Marvel, the delay of Star Wars. Some of this live action stuff I don't think is going out as well as maybe they thought it would there. So we're gonna have to wait to see. And
You think?
yeah, you can't do live action stuff if you don't have actors, so that's one other play, and you can't get writing on new things if they're all on strike.
You're basically telling everybody that you have no new ideas when you're just doing bad reboots of animated films in live action form. Like
Yeah.
they're doing, like they're capitalizing
I mean,
on the
Mattel
fact
did
that
Barbie,
that The Rock is big by doing the Moana one, right? Because that's all it is. And then the Little Mermaid, it's like that. I don't know, like you look at the Aladdin that they tried to pull off, like they're not doing anything fresh right now, which is not good. But one of those names on that list, Walmart was just on that board. Walmart about to, I don't want to say about to because then it doesn't happen. About to look for a close above the 52-week high. I think it's all-time high actually. So this is a strong one, and if it gets above 62, it's just an incredible break. Here it is on the weekly chart. You can see there has been resistance up here several times once it gets above 155, but there's 160. We're above 160 right now on Walmart. It's an absolute churner. So, yeah, people talk about certain names that are recession-proof. We guess we didn't really even have one, but this, like everything else in the market, most of the other things in the market, is pressing into some big levels. If it closes above 160 today, I think that would be a big, big sign for the stock. Maybe look for a breakout. It's not quite punched through just yet, but it is making an effort.
Per cash. Just seeing a note on IRBT. So Amazon and iRobot have amended their merger agreement. So 51.75 is the new cash price here. So IRBT downside, pretty big way right now on that. Again, here, let me bring this over. Hold on. 2 seconds. Here we go. So 51.75 here. Amazon going to pay for IRBT on an amended buyout agreement here between the two sides. Remember, there was all kinds of scrutiny on this deal from the government trying to block it. I guess maybe Neil, you can confirm that 61 was the old price.
Yeah, $61.
So 51.75 now. It looks like the amended price for anyone on IRBT. I mean, I don't think it was the price that was the issue between those two, but the FTC was trying to block that since day one. Yeah,
Lena Khan is not having any of it. She's been quite activist in blocking a lot of these. The reason for the reduction in price is iRobot entered into a $200 million financing facility to fund its ongoing operations. So if the deal is going to go through, that $200 million added debt has to be reflected in the price per share, and that's why there's an adjustment.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know here. It's 9 o'clock as we head towards the open. Sharif's going to check out the futures here for us.
Oh, okay.
Not to put you on the spot or anything, but.
Okay, here we go. All right, yesterday's range was quite tight. We got up to 45.90, but that's as best as we could do. We're still within that range. Yesterday's close was at 45.83. We're below that at the moment. I find a good bottom here that we've touched a couple of times at 45.60. If we get down there, I'll be looking to see how we trade for a possible long. However, to the long side, you're always looking for that 4,600. That 4,600 has been staring us in the face for a while. If we can take that and remain above it, it's a long.
Good save. Let's go. If you haven't done so, guys, grab that. Use the QR code. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address. Comes right to your inbox every day for free. The morning watch list. Just keeping my eye on Amazon here. No response here whatsoever to that IRBT news. Top of the list today, however, this one, Spotify downside. Monthly active users and subs, not bad. Everything else kind of questionable as far as the actual earnings numbers go for Spotify.
They can't seem to make money though, Brendo, and they've been doing this a while. Here's the issue. We've heard a lot about them wanting to actually increase their margins, and the way they're going to do that is by introducing new products, premium products, allowing you to get music in higher fidelity formats, etc. They've been exploring these options. We're yet to see them. Let's see how they do in the next year.
Just on this chart that I was showing there, if we can go back to that, we're actually down here. So this was yesterday. Obviously, we're actually down here this morning, guys.
Yeah, I don't know either.
My coffee tastes a bit rough.
I'm gonna try one more round. And
I think.
I still got my good here.
What happened?
I know you definitely won because you have yours. I might even throw this out and get another one. But Spotify, not a lot of pre-market volume, but it's actually pretty decent compared to normal days. So 500,000 shares is pretty solid for this particular stock. As Sharif said, they're not really making money. You throw in the fact that I think it was announced today or after market yesterday, in the evening yesterday, TikTok is further expanding into streaming in a couple of their big markets. Brazil is one of them as well. So add some competition in there, and that 31% market share that they've got in streaming, Apple's in the low teens, that could be under pressure. And if if you have the dominant position and you're not making money, well, competition isn't necessarily going to be a good thing, because if you're trying to more effectively monetize and drive your costs down, competition's not going to necessarily help you in that regard, because you're going to try and grow market share. So let's see what happens today. I want to see it open up. Whoops, I wanted to go back and just quickly point out the 50 period that potentially is broken down at the open would be about 156 on the daily chart there. Not a lot of obvious support on this chart. So I'm kind of looking at the last bottom where we made the big run. That's 155, 50 period sits at 56. That's kind of the over-under level to work off of. Flush down to like 144 and bounce pretty much right into that level. That's where we're settling at the into the open. If we get above there, you could be a relief rally above that 155, but I don't want to sit there and guess. I want to see the opening range, maybe the first 10, 15 minutes, and if there's buying above the 50 period on the daily, I think maybe look for that little dead cat bounce long kind of idea. Other than that, I want clear direction to the downside for me to chase this one. It was down so heavily. Too many earnings names have gapped down, and when they do this in the pre-market, it's generally signaled a long. So I don't want to jump in a long now, but if I see it above 155, 156, I know I'm not going to be thinking short if it holds that price at the open. That's the only idea I have for Spotify, really. There's so many other names for us to be able to trade here. And if it gets to an SSR bounce, 10% to the downside, remember it has to get there in the open market, that will be about 147 or so. So that's another play that could be in. If it happens to get to 147, you could see a SSR bounce.
Yeah, I wanted to see, like you said, not making money. I didn't know if there was a PE ratio here or not for Spotify. More than doubled this year again. So I mean, the numbers aren't bad. I mean, obviously they didn't make as much money, 3.18 billion versus 3.51. No, sorry, 3.18 billion euros versus 3.21 billion. I mean, I can't believe we're talking about billions of euros here. Nice 20% surge, 27% surge in monthly users. That's great. Gross margin increased by 25.5%. So I'm really surprised at how beat down maybe it was earlier on today, but that doesn't mean that you can't break that 150 again. Neil just went over some levels there. I think you might want to try the long down here in case it does spit, but 6% could go a lot lower. We saw Tesla get hit on what was a pretty decent quarter. We saw Netflix the same kind of way around, and it didn't recover until a couple days, right? And so, I wouldn't be surprised if Spotify does make that move back down to the downside here. It is just a valuation call, in my opinion, from 180 down to 150 right now. That's that's 20% or so in about a week to the downside. But if you think about where we are, we're just back to June 30th. This is a 1 day. So you're just back into here. I know we're down here to 150, but 154 is right back about a month ago, or actually July 7th, not even a month ago. What am I talking about? We were right here. So what went up now just came down. This is kind of the expectation for me about a lot of these major tech names. They're just so highly valued that if they swing and miss a little bit, which they only missed on the revenue number, right? And so, that's going to be a concern. So I feel like there is some consolidation down here, maybe around 140. So I don't like Spotify because I feel like Apple Music. I used to be a Spotify. I went over to Apple. They have all the stuff there as well, plus that high def music free and all that stuff. So 140, 141 down there. I feel like that's a good buying opportunity, maybe into the 130s as well, but you're breaking below the 50 period, 200 period next at 120. That would be a gift down there, I would think. But again, I think they're just a valuation trap here. $72 all the way to 180. Yeah, it's got to give some back. So we'll see what Spotify can do. I don't love trading earnings on the day that they report, so we probably leave this one alone. But Spotify, again, should get going, 600,000 shares. Oh, it's a New York name, so let's just check to see if there is anything on the imbalance here early. NIO will probably get to Chinese ADRs next. Not probably, it's on the board. So that's going to be in there. AMC as well. I don't see Spotify. I see you at Disney. I don't see Spotify on here. There's Alibaba with a bid as well. So on that note, here goes Alibaba right now trying to bump even higher. So let's go over to Brendan and find out why a lot of these names are going today.
Yeah, it was a huge day on Monday. If you missed it, some regulators in China and heads of state, I guess is a good way to put it, coming out saying that they're going to loosen things for more investment coming into the country, more funding, obviously, specifically for tech shares. So, I mean, we'll focus on Alibaba here. They also came out yesterday and said they're not going to participate in the Ant Group IPO or share repurchase, depending on how you look at it, when it does happen. So that also benefited BOBA to the upside. But as we saw there, top of the imbalance locator, NIO even with a big move today.
Yeah, NIO has been strong. XBEV was strong yesterday as well. Lee even eked out some gains, definitely not the same gains as XBEV and NIO. But to look at the bigger picture here about the Chinese economy, it's not growing in the same way that it was growing before. These are two different articles here. Chinese stocks pop as Beijing vows more measures to boost weak economy. And then the next one, what new norm of slower Chinese growth could mean for the global economy? And we just had a release from the IMF right now that predicted global growth for the economy despite Chinese weakness. So what I expect first as a manifestation of this is weakness in commodities, usually oil, gas, the things that drive the economy from a fundamental basis. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I was just reading through that. The Goldman Sachs actually is well out with a new adjusted target for global growth this year as well. But here's NIO getting into significant levels if you go out to the daily time frame. But just no downtick here basically whatsoever pre-market again after what happened yesterday.
Yeah,
maybe just buy that $12 level.
It was. I'm kind of hoping there's a couple of dip buys in this stock today, and you just get another trend. The daily, when you break out like this, I just kind of think, okay, let's see if it fills in the gap. The highest close 1265, maybe room to 13. There's a lot of room from 1220, which we're sitting now, to either one of those levels on a percentage basis. So I just want to look long first and worry about the rest later. I usually think about when you break out like this, let's go back in and dip buy at the previous high. Well, forget about that because yesterday was so ridiculous. So that gives you the close and then early morning support. If it gets really hairy, that's where I would probably go line in the sand, 1165 into 1173, which is where they close. So somewhere in that area would be the dip. And then you had the previous high. So anytime you break out, previous high was just above 12. It did break $12. I was short 99s, but it actually got to 04s yesterday, 04, 05. So I think down in there is where you go for the first dip buy. If you can't hold on to 12, look for another one in that range. So I'm looking for 2 dip buy longs. If it just trends on the way up, I'm hoping it's a little bit more calm than yesterday's, which to join it, if you look on a 15-minute chart, there weren't a lot of great opportunities to join it there. So NIO's the one that I want to be all over. It's it's kind of a hybrid play. Yes, I know it's an EV name, but it's really more about what the Chinese ADRs were to do. And just because I don't think we're going to talk that much about EVs, I'm going to very quickly remind everybody that if Rivian gets to 27, we like Rivian 27.
Like the short or taking the long?
I want the break. I feel like on levels like that, I feel like you just want to pick one direction instead of trying to play it both ways. So I didn't short it last time because I just want the breakout through that level. So I'm just looking for the break. It's just so strong, this chart, that I want that breakout. When it happens, I feel like if I short it, then I'll find a way to mess up the long. So.
Yeah, probably. You don't want to keep it simple. That's why I asked about that. So sometimes being patient, just waiting for the best trade, and we talked about that yesterday. You don't have to get too involved in things if they're kind of in the middle. But I think Alibaba is a no-brainer today to get involved with. I mean, yesterday's rip was pretty impressive right there as it just got going, and you could see where the volume really picked up was near these tops, right? So once we finally broke through 96, that's kind of where it started to get going, and then that's, I'm just looking at where this volume was, and then right back into here at the close. Obviously, we're at these same levels of 96.25, 96.50. In and around here is where we got some support yesterday. During the move up, it did have, and this is what I was talking about early, it did dump down about $1.50 early off, and then at about 10 o'clock, I don't know, man. I guess what do we have? We had a number yesterday. Was it? No, there was a number yesterday, I believe, at 10 o'clock. Was consumer confidence? No, that's today. Anyways, we'll figure it out. But that didn't spark this kind of a rally. But either way, it didn't get going until about 10 o'clock. So if there is a dip down in Alibaba, just like Neil said, I haven't traded NIO in a while. So I'll probably just stay with Alibaba here, looking to get something in where we created some volume there. If we had volume at price, you'd see what I'm talking about right here. But I'm just looking from yesterday where the volume came in at the close. Obviously, obviously on mock orders. And then right into here when we ripped up into this area, some big supply and demand, and then we didn't really retest 97 once we already made these highs. So I feel like this is going to be a buy zone. I have a buy right now at 96 quarters. That's going to be too low. I understand that. But if it does come in, we'd like to see it. And then I'm going to watch Alibaba. It's up on my wall.
Don't say it's too low.
No, that's what I mean. I don't know where it's too low. I've been run over by Alibaba before.
We've seen the dip buys in Alibaba are sometimes
Yeah.
like dip buy.
Yeah.
Like, so if you have a level deep down, it's probably just fine.
It's like a honey dip donut, which did you get Greg to get
Don't
you an
even-
apple fritter or?
Oh yeah, we're Greg's kind enough to make a run to Tim's for us because the coffee. For now,
not-
they
you're not
probably have
feeling-
to run the machine a little bit.
I was
but
wondering why I have this like twitch in my eye right now. But
I haven't had a full cup yet, so I'm not getting a fritter. No, he's I'm gonna stay away from that.
400K gets you a 2-bedroom condo in Los Angeles.
That's random.
Gets you a cardboard box in Toronto. It seems like these days.
Yeah, you get a room.
400K. You can't even go on our
2-bedroom
You
condo,
can't
that's
even
great.
go on MLS here, which is the real estate website or whatever, and find anything. I think for under 600, I would say. I'm including like 1-bedroom.
Yeah, you're talking about bachelors for.
Maybe
Yeah.
not even. I don't know.
Oh, I mean, you're probably paying more than that for a bachelor now.
Yeah. Well, I think that seems low for LA. but maybe-
400 for LA for a 2-bedroom condo. That sounds like a great price here. I mean,
I don't know the situation in LA. There's probably is some rough spots. There also is in Toronto. I guess I shouldn't say that it's impossible to buy that, but real estate still remains pretty strong, and they just raised rates here
Yeah, exactly.
as well. So I don't know. Hopefully they're done raising rates. But
Something else is up.
I know Sharif knows all about real estate. I see him shaking his head over there. It's insane in this city, eh, Sharif?
We were just saying though, your neighborhood, it's not that bad.
No, 1 bed, 1 bath. You can get it for $499, like $500,000, but it's going to be a shoebox.
Anywhere else, yeah, it's a hotel room. Anywhere else in the city, it's $400,000 as a down payment on a mortgage. So, if that. Let's go on. GE, another one kind of. This needs to populate, but we're way up here this morning on GE. Nice report right across the board here. They also raised the rest of the year on guidance. So nice beat for GE.
Yeah, it was really good. Here's the thing. They are benefiting from the surge in travel demand. So airlines are ordering new planes, and they're also servicing old planes because they can't make the new planes quick enough. So airlines are having to use old planes, meaning that they're having to have them serviced and have spare parts replaced. In fact, their revenue last year, I'm talking about GE, their services accounted for 70% of the unit's revenue last year. I'm talking about the aviation sector of GE. So hell of a look.
Yeah, and they pointed to the travel industry for part of the reason they were increasing their full year forecast there as well. So 4%. Nice look here, guys, for GE.
Yeah, GE strong move. I was looking at GE Healthcare
the
as
myth,
well.
the legend
As
is
Randy's here, he's now had the coffee. He's like,
He's saying it's okay.
He said it's
a
okay,
brand new
but-
touchscreen. He just told us it was $12,000 for the machine. So we'll see what happens with that.
yeah, it's like don't drink the first cup, but yeah,
Randy
so-
looking pretty good there, man. Looking slim.
He's got the. You can't tell, but he's
Losing
got the.
weight or what?
He's got the jean shorts on the jorts.
What's the secret there? I need to learn. Oh,
He's not giving
he's not
up the
telling- He's
secret.
not telling anybody. Probably just eat less. I probably would think would be.
Look
the
what
secret.
Dan wrote.
Generally speaking, that is the secret. Is just eat a little bit less. So GE, a couple of things. Not always a stock that we trade, but the trend is your friend. Just broke out to $112 on the high. A lot of times you will see like a gap up like this and maybe even a retest. Anything above 112 gets a little bit obvious. If it consolidate breaks, maybe just look for a trend to the upside. I thought there'd be a little bit more action on GEHC, but this is really not moving. I've been thinking this one was set to break back out above 83, but unfortunately that's going to have to wait for another day. So GE 112, it's about the only level I'm looking for on that particular stock. It's not usually a name that you go out and even think about day trading unless it's going to be an earnings day. So maybe we get enough of a dip here after the call settled down and all that good stuff at the open.
Yeah, I'm not really going to be trading too many earnings names, but I do like GE. GE's a double from this year. It continues to climb up. It's a great report, and then they are, like we just mentioned, it's a good stock to trade today because it's breaking above its level right there of 113.50. So we're now above it. It's a great breakout. I mean, This is a long. I mean, I don't see the report didn't have anything other than long in it. So 1250 right there is a good support level. So if you want to go long now, holding $2 against you, I think that's reasonable. You got to go all the way back here to November before you saw that last double top that we just made. So there's the top there. There's the double top, and now the break. So this stock is on one, man. I've been buying GE from forever. I believe there was a reverse split. Like my long was I remember buying this name at 580 was like the first time.
And then there was the
back
deal.
When, yeah,
the
when Warren
deal.
Buffett was. Oh yeah, well GEHC.
GEHC.
Yeah, and then yeah, I remember that was when Warren Buffett was buying this name and BAC and everything like that back when this was super depressed. I remember buying this name in like 2008. It hasn't performed like any of the tech. You could buy anything else since 2008, and you're probably doing better than GE. But still a nice move. Maybe not anything. Maybe not Ford or Intel or anything. But you buy this all the way to the upside, 1550 right there on that break. That could be the trade. And then you just use these bottoms of 114. So this 115.50 is a great long. I feel like you're busted above the daily. I really like it. Probably should have added this to the sticky note. I was a little bit nervous about the volume and what the spread might look like because I haven't traded GE in forever. So we'll have to look at this as we're getting on in time right now. But this is going to be a good name here, 115.50 for GE. Feel like we're going to look back and maybe think that was a miss. Before I throw it back, I just want to see, is there GE on here? There it is for a small little buy there. So yeah, a little bit of a buy heading into the open there. Again, any dips, I think you want to be all over GE. I'd look for a 113.50 or so dip buy.
Trouble. Let's go on to GM here. Just noting we're not only at day lows, but looking like it might want to make more lows. Sitting at this support level right now. Could be in trouble if it does get through that. But I mean, better than expected Q2 results. They increased their production targets across the board for EVs. They also came out, as we said moments ago, with that new Bolt. A brand new generation of the Bolt model to come from GM.
Yeah, and the numbers could actually have looked better, Brendo, because they took a $700 million charge with LG for the recall on the Volt, not the Bolt. LG is going to pay half of that $700 million, I believe. GM on the hook for the other half. So that's a one-off charge. So the EPS would have come better if it hadn't been for that. Second thing, from the negative side, I don't know about this company. Again, I talked about it in the beginning with respect to unions. They're going to have a bit of an issue. Let's see how the rest of the day pans out.
Downside, anyway, at this point, guys, for General Motors.
Thank you very much, Gregory.
Shout out to
Cheers.
third best manager of all time of this
There
office.
you go.
So shout out to Gregory.
Oh,
Thank you so
moving
much.
him to number 2. He can.
So I got number 1.
You
He's
can
got 2.
You can have it. This coffee was necessary.
I'll move myself to 4 because I think eventually Branko's,
Brankles is growing into a bit of a legend. in his own
Branko's
right.
is a living legend.
He's right. That you can just barely always see his head in this shot. There he is. Give away, Brankles.
What's up? Where's Branko's?
He's on the bridge.
Hey, there's Branko's. He's right there. What's up, Branko's?
Every time I try to point, I get it wrong, but I'm looking at the camera. I get it right this time.
Branko's is also a hype man. The guy's getting
great.
going. This guy's getting going.
Anytime the market's dumping, you hear him say "dump it" or tanking. He's like "pump it." It just kind of fires everybody up.
Yes.
GM was looking like a breakout. The conference call happened. The numbers were good, but they have those concerns, obviously, with regards to the unions, and that'll come to fruition in September. We already talked about this. Suddenly, there's a bit of a flat bottom break setting up here through 38 and a quarter. And there's room to the downside. This is not the setup when I sat down this morning that I thought was going to be there for GM. First things first, it's not an all bad quarter, so there's always a chance that it kind of fakes the bottom break, holds 38, and gets back to the upside. That would be kind of a bullish failed breakdown as long as 38 holds, and then you're looking for a push back into 39, 39.20, risk like 20, 30 cents, maybe even 40 cent worth risk there if 38 holds for a long that tries to make $1. So that's one setup here at the open. I don't think I'm not punching short on this break. Just given the fact that I thought the quarter was pretty good, and I don't really want to be punching a break down through the low of the day that much when I thought it was a decent quarter. So if it's trending down underneath 38, maybe we'll find a way to join it. As I said, I do like NIO today. That's going to be a play, and we've kind of already gone over Tesla a couple of times, but just to reiterate, Tesla was pretty strong. We had a 260 long yesterday. We had a 268 breakout late in the day, and then 268 sets up. That area sets up as your support. The 68 move into 70, So looking for that area to hold up here. It actually got back in at 267.5. I look to there for a chance at a dip buy and then see what Tesla can do. There might be some resistance on this name at 274. We've only seen it really trade that price the one time, kind of like on Thursday, it kind of bounced there and then absolutely flushed from 74. So it could be a good level, but I think it's too early to call it. I'd be sitting breakout. If I thought 74 was a big deal, I'd be sitting 74 breakout. But given 75 is right there, and we haven't done a lot of trading around it, I'll back off that and hope for a dip buy.
Yeah, we've already sort of done the work here on Tesla earlier. I'm not even going to look at GM. I mean, with that kind of a move, where's NQ? There it is. With that kind of a move, while the call is going on and everything like that, let's just wait for it to settle down. We talked about Tesla yesterday and where we liked it into this 266 area here. So maybe if we get a dip down, actually, sorry, 268. It's this 268 area. Dip buy opportunities again for Tesla. We saw that same thing happened yesterday, where Dan Emmons talks about this always, the opening ranges, opening high range, opening low range. Tesla definitely right there yesterday put in this low and then just got going, and it actually tested it again a couple times. So this is another name that I feel like we'll be trading today. Yesterday I lost too much money going short. Didn't believe it. And the thing is, I was fine going short. We went short here at 263, just didn't work and broke. Then we went short here at 264, sorry, didn't go and broke. And it just broke with vigor every time. So we did have some good pullbacks at some opportunities there. I feel like there is going to be opportunity to trade Tesla today. And I like it down here near this 268 mark. So we'll see what happens right now with imbalances coming out. We have one more topic to talk about AMC, but here are the imbalances right now. NIO trying to climb upside a little bit right now. AMC downside on the sell and balance. It's not going down. It's kind of making a little bit of a move up, as we'll talk about that in a minute. Alibaba, there's Tesla. Okay, so that's what I was looking for. Tesla on a little bit of a sell, but it's not. That's a sell imbalance. So, all right, so now we've seen it go to the upside, kind of ignore that. Oh, sorry, my bad. Tesla's a buy imbalance. So there it is. Nice upside move. So that makes sense. I was going to say ignoring the sell imbalance, but let's see if we can get this on a dip buy opportunity. I think that's the play there.
All right, nothing new as far as AMC is concerned this morning on the news side of things. Crazy price action again after the close yesterday. Huge pop up through 8. Back downside this morning, though. We give all that back and then some, sitting at 550 here. Yeah, it's getting a little toasty in here once again. John just adjusting the heat. It's 30 degrees outside, 30 degrees inside.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why that thing keeps readjusting itself. But, Brendo, I think that they are going to refile their application.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
Yeah.
No, they refiled their application for to generate money. I think they're looking for $200 million, I believe, or thereabouts to keep the lights on. So we'll see how that goes after the court rejected.
Yeah, an amended refiling for AMC, guys. Is there a trade here today?
I mean, usually you can find a trade. It's volatile enough that you can find multiple trades. At bottom yesterday, it did hold up 5. It did break it and got to 485 or 46. I don't know, somewhere in the high 480s, let's just call it. But that $5 level into that looks like a bit of a bottom. It's going to be short sell restricted SSR. A lot of times you go that 10% down SSR, you can get some nice relief rallies. So that already happened yesterday. I just look for that same thing again today. That 625, this level there, we're only 2 minutes to go. Oops, I want to go to the other direction to the daily chart. That 625, I think this is still a decent breakout price. The only time it's been above this level from May is in the post-market and in the pre-market. So it hasn't actually broken that out in the open market yet. And you saw that reflected in the high in the afternoon, like right there. It got to 620, it could not break out that level on the daily. So there's a chance that this is a squeeze above that price. Otherwise, you kind of look for that $5 under over, like try to hold on to that $5 if it breaks again. And SSR balance is kind of implicit because it's already going to be SSR for the greater part of today.
All right, I just want to talk quickly about Coinbase, another name that we sort of just glanced over a little bit there. We like this. Me and Neil both traded this yesterday. We like it around this $100 area right there for Coinbase. So I want to see 102. So I'm actually now that I see it's about 102.50, 103. I'm sitting in here at $100.50 and at 101.50. So let's see if we can get some short opportunities here for Coinbase to come into play. It's not there right now, but that's what we're going to look for early. And then I do have an Alibaba on my mind as this continues to go upside. I'm going to get FOMO on this because it's right at the breaking spot that I like. Probably should go long now there's a nice little breeze coming through here. There's a 98.50 level that's going to get breached straight off the open there. So yeah, that's a level to look at. It looks like it's going to come back at some point. Here are the imbalances, people asking for them on the show there, on the chat. There isn't much here, guys, as far as the imbalances. Neo obviously with that nice bid, and that's taking out 12.50, it looks like, straight off the way here, off the open. Just to check back in on the biggest and the baddest. Apple, ooh, bad wicks there, so I apologize for that. Let's zoom in. This is making moves lower as well. We'll see if we can catch a bid like we did yesterday. Apple, the same story yesterday. Here's the dip. Is this yesterday? Anyways, the dip down. I don't know. Anyways, I'm going to have to figure this out because our charts with this wick is not looking very nice. But here we go, Neil. We are almost ready to be open. I'm going to watch Alibaba off the open. It's AJ. He's here with only 5 seconds to go. What's up, AJ? 2 and...
Oh, that's a great cool breeze. It just came in right in time for the open. As you said, Baba was breaking out. Neo broke the high of the day as well. So good thing we're going for the dip buy because we'd already be in. If we were taking the top break, we'd be in this one. So I'm looking for this any pullback that can get us into the 12 level. Oh, I should mention there was one other thing at the open. I knew I forgot to talk about something. CEI, double bottom. Yesterday's trade broke a dollar a couple of times, held 96. I was short it. There was big size on the bid. I'm looking to actually go long off this if it holds that 96 level. Tesla, we wanted to dip by as well. Neil's still at the high. Tesla kind of dancing around here. Dollar range, not really threatening that 268 level. NVIDIA is trying to break out. GE is, wow, that's, I don't think we're going to get anything down around that 112. It's already breaking and potentially taking out that high. GE is just super strong.
Yeah, we kind of knew that though, man.
Wow, that stock.
Yeah, we knew GE was going to be on one today, man. Breaking through that 112.50 and then just continuing to go. GE continuing to make dreams work right now. Okay. All right, so we're going to wait here. Alibaba is trying to base out here at 98 flat or so. It hasn't really moved off this 98 1/4 area since we opened up. So I'm going to try to see the long here. Let's see if Alibaba wants to print it to the long side here, and then if it does, then we should be all good on that trade. Let's just wait. I'm going to take it, so I am here to take that trade, breaking above 98.50. It's not looking super great right this second, but I do think that there is that potential to come through here for Alibaba. But hey, a dip buy opportunity coming through would also not be horrible. That's 97.80. Again, I'd rather at this point play the move up on Alibaba, just hoping that
Neil's going
up?
Yes.
Okay, so
this is ridiculous.
Okay, so
it
that
just
should spark
50s.
Alibaba maybe?
So 1265 was the big level on the daily on the, like the highest close. So it looks like that one is going to get taken out. I was just trying to grab a pullback into 1250. You can pretty much forget about it. This is now gone. It's into on a daily, it's into a resistance level on the daily. So I got to think about a pullback here. If Baba hasn't gone, that could be sympathy. I never got that CEI play off the dollars. I'm just going to try and get some ones there. That was one I hate to have missed. And AMC was the other name we were looking at the open. It's not doing a heck of a lot. We talked about $5. It's at $5.30. If you want to go long on that, I don't think you're chasing it. You're not starting a $5 long at $5.30. I think it's risking way too much. NVIDIA and AMD are absolutely flying if you happen to be looking at those. See, the day we're not looking at the chip names, the chip names are leading the way here. And I even had my little 450 line drawn that we decided to look in other places. Thank you, Chinese ADRs, for not giving me the dip buy.
Yeah, I'll try a little bit of, just because it's starting to go now. I'm going to try a little bit here of Baba. We did get a nice little low print there. We'll see if it can wind up holding that level. You know, again, hopefully it does, and we will see. But there it is right now. So a new position alert here for me on Alibaba. So we'll just see if it continues to go up. And we did get a starter position on coin. The thing is, man, I wrote down coin on our sheet here that we wanted 102 for a short sell. So we are into this very, very lightly to start the day here. And here comes Alibaba. Nice trade for me here, hopefully. There we go. We're going to go 1 for 1 to start the day. We said we'd be as patient as we possibly could be here. And there it is right now for Alibaba, trying to break back above. We have a 98.15 fill there. Let's just take some out in these 40s. Might as well. I mean, we're going to take a break anyways if it does go back up to the upside. So if this is a resistance spot for Alibaba, then let's take it out, right? There it is. We took one piece out at 47s there. We'll see if we can get another one. But for right now, just kind of resting on this and then waiting for Coinbase to see if it can make a move up. It's a huge move. We just got a dollar move upside on Coinbase. Let's see if it can retrace just a little bit.
So should have taken that breakdown on GM. GM does break that 38.30 double, triple bottom, and through 38 with all kinds of gusto here.
Whoa.
Next
Alibaba.
available pop, I'm going to look for a bit of a pullback here and try and short this. Didn't want to do it right at the open because it was an earnings play we don't trade all the time. What's wrong with Alibaba?
I don't know. I don't know if there's news about this. It just tanked pretty good,
okay,
man.
I'm on the bid of Neo here.
It just tanked pretty good. I'm going to try this. What levels do we like? So I'm not... Again, remember I said it's a starter position. We didn't break 98.50, so this is going to the downside. Obviously, we're in an L right now. Let's just see. I don't think it's news specific here, but it is starting to go to the downside. That's 97.50. Yesterday's closed 96.50. So this is really where we want to get involved with it. So 95.50, 96. It is making the move down right now. I don't know what that's about. Someone probably just cracked it a little bit. Let's try. I'm just averaging into this position. Obviously, it's not going great right now, but let's just see.
All China just tanked the same moment.
All China just tanked? Okay.
So Neo had broken through that resistance on the daily, that 1265. It got up to 1280, and I was looking for that entry. You have to pull up the daily chart to see why 1265 even matters. But if it can't hold on to the 50, that's a violent move across the board, and every single Chinese name fell there. So I think I just give it up underneath and try not to fight that reversal, which was completely insane. You mentioned Coinbase, but I got to get over to Tesla because Tesla just reversed. It broke 270, so I think you're on the way to that 268 level. So we're waiting patiently for this level here at 268 on Tesla. I think we have a decent chance to get our dip buy in at least that name. So I'm in and out quickly on Neo, and we'll look for another opportunity there. Coin's getting close to that top.
Oh my God.
GE
is like, we even called that top.
It is what it is on GE. It's frustrating because I'm never taking a breakout on something I have no idea what it's going to look like liquidity-wise at 9:30. Dip buys are one thing because it's a solid company. But yeah, it's all in one. I think when you're looking to join the trend, typically I want a consolidation, just show me a dip at a previous key level. That would now be 116 on General Electric. I'm not in Neo anymore. I covered that position, so I suppose that should update at some point.
Yeah, I mean, we're still in this Alibaba trying to make some sense of this thing here. It's still going down, guys. So yeah, we're not making too much dollars or cents on this right now. Looking at a 96.50 or so area there to buy it up. But I feel like the best thing for me to do right now is hold and just wait to see what happens because, again, we're not into too many shares, but we will put another 96.50 bid, see if it can get down into that level, and then we'll just work on it from there. But it's falling down, and we wanted to be involved in this name. Could have we just double topped it there at 98.50? That is also a possibility. So I can't hate on the idea of just getting out of this name and then working with something else. So, but we're going to wait to see. We want to give it that shot just in case it comes through. We'll be there for that. So right now, Alibaba, right there, looking like it's a little sick on that front. So, all right, next play on this is Coinbase. We just got finally the fill that we kind of wanted to get. Okay, there's Alibaba, just filled up right there at 96.55. Obviously, if we can get a little bit of a bump back up, that'd be all right right now, but here it comes back in. We actually wrote down this level of 96 long, so I don't know. I guess we should have been a little more patient waiting for this to happen. Coinbase starting to go back up. Checks on Bitcoin, 29.2 right now.
It's still under 30,000, so as long as...
Yeah, so this is really the fill that we wanted.
Though.
So we're at 101.35 right now. Yeah, Coinbase.
I'm going to show that. Just come to my chart for a second.
That's
so if you get up here, like 292.80, this high, like anywhere in the next $30 here in Bitcoin is I kind of think where you're looking for the reversal. We like these early pops on Coinbase. I just feel like usually when it does this, it's at resistance now. Okay, that's the front end. That's the 102 area. I think that and 105 are obvious. So now it's made the wick. I'm just showing you the chart. You always want to make sure that you're not on the wrong side of the chart there on Bitcoin. So it is making a lower high. It's attempting to now. So I'm trying to catch it on the back end. I am in the GM short. Underneath that $38 level, didn't take the break. It would have been a fantastic break if you just jammed 58 short. Fantastic, but that's not a name that we usually trade. So I wasn't taking a breakout or a breakdown on something like that. Tesla might have missed the opportunity for that dip buy. Never got to 268 on Tesla. Looks like it decided to be even stronger than that, Brendo.
Big mover, guys. ELBM, mentioned briefly in the pre-market here, on the watch list as well. Toronto-based battery maker up 105% on a deal with LG. Just took out 250 there for ELBM.
All right, we
250.
Yeah, we were just in the money there on Coinbase. We were able to get something out at 101 there. So again, just to be a little more patient with our fills there, we talked about trying to wait out for that trade. And yeah, it came in and we took advantage of that. We actually got 2 fills there at 101.10 or so. I think our best fill was 101.07. 101. Okay, so I guess we put 2 orders out there, one at 9, one at 11. I didn't know that we had 2 there, but we got double filled down there at the bottom, which appears to be a good thing. I thought I had like a 120 and a 110, but we got both of them at 110. So one at 109, one at 111, giving us 101.10 as our average price rate there. And guess what came back up? BABA did. So we got some out there at 80s and then some out at 97 flat. Still for a loser. You can see our average price rate here, so we still need to work on that a little bit, see if it can get back to the upside. But we might have just been able to withstand that move, and maybe we did catch a little bit of a bottom, but that's why we're getting something out. We do want to be able to hold in case that move happens. Remember, it didn't happen till 10 o'clock there yesterday. That GE
The
break,
program kicked in.
yeah, whatever
at
that
about
program
time.
was. I mean,
We'll see.
Chinese state buying program, you mean. 129.12 right now, like the plunge protection team right there.
PPT.
PPT, yeah, CPT, Chinese protection team there comes in. All right, we talked about wanting to short Amazon. Amazon's been pretty bad the last couple of days, and it is again today, man. It's way worse than the market. Going red just right now, and it doesn't look like it wants to hold this 129 area. So, yeah, this could be the short that we want here on Amazon. Let's just try it against 129 right here. If it does make, the starter position, we talked about that. Yeah, 129.20 looks like a good area right into there that we'd be short against that. So if we're going to start this trade right now at 128.80, we need to get at least down to 128.50 or so. So let's put another offer near that 129 and see if that continues to work. Alibaba, let's get another piece out here in the 80s. There it is. Just because if this dips down, we do not need a day maker, wrecker, or anything like that here on that name. 101, let's put another bid here for Coinbase.
So GM just took out 38.10, so that's my out, just above that 38 level. We had the consolidation short, didn't really retest the low. And I'll show you guys a 15-minute chart. This is where we're going off of. If you want to see why we're in the name, it was just a simple breakdown of that local bottom, resolve underneath, and look for the short. I don't think it's necessarily dead yet, but once you reclaim above 38.35, you kind of want to give it up. Okay, coin's still off that 101. It's pulling back, but it's not really flushing at this point. So if you look at it on the 15-minute chart, like you want it back into this 100 on a dip. So I'm sitting in front of 101, then like 150, and then 100 would be the outs down there. NEO might be settling down. There we go. We just got a fill on coin. We're ring register there. But NEO might be settling down a little bit. So in that crazy move, thank goodness, Sean was trading BABA and was yelling about BABA going down. So I just took the tight stop out on NEO, but it feels a little bit stronger. It bounces off of the breakout 1230 level, so that's sign one that it could be okay. It's still a nasty wick top, man. That's a really, really nasty wick high. So you usually want to see it either breaking back out or giving you the dip instead of trying to buy too high and too far away from it. I keep seeing Lucid in the chat, but I made the mistake of pulling that up and not seeing a heck of a lot happening. So we'll get to that in just a little bit. I wanted to mention AMC here. Have not taken a trade yet. It did not get to $5. But it does feel like it doesn't even want to get there. The bottom 525 here ends up being the aftermarket low. When that refile news had the stock going absolutely nuts, but it made some support down at the 520 level. If it doesn't get to 5, it taps that again and holds and starts going higher low. I think you start looking for the long off this instead of the 5 level.
Finally. Alibaba right now, good hold, I guess, as it's just coming back up. We're emptying some of this clip here at 97.30. So here it comes right back up to the upside. That was a good buy down there. These were bad buys early, right? And we talked about that. And I made a joke, and he was like, yeah, don't worry, Alibaba. We both said it, like, we don't know how far Alibaba could fall today. We never know the prices. The price is right now on Alibaba down there at 96.50. And this is why you watch the show, and this is why we try to act like we know what we're talking about, because it just came into that 96.50 area. We talked about this. Look at the volume down here, right? Look where it was, at 96 was really when it started to get, like on this way up, there was good volume, but then it was right around here, right? 96 flat, 96.50 where these volumes really came in, and then we protected that 96 area yesterday. So today, there it is. There's the dip buy, here's the rip buy, as we continue to go to the upside. And guess what's also happening with Coinbase? Right now as well. We took some good outs on Coinbase as right now we're short 102 as that is falling down. We have a bid 65 right now on coin. So hopefully that will make the magic happen here as we're taking, there it is. It's your first clean Dollar Club winner right now on Coinbase. We got to get the fill first. So 101.85 is where we're short on the reloaded. So on an average price, I guess it's not a Dollar Club yet. So we'll have to wait to see us coming down. But hey, any day that you're in the green side of things, it is a good day. Here comes Alibaba. Let's take one more piece out. We also do have the break higher, right? So if this does break through 98.50 at this point, I think I'll take it. I think I like it. So if that comes through, that'll be all good. And then watching Coinbase, we just got that fill. So we can party on Wayne and party on Garth.
We're definitely hoping it's still a party on GE as it starts to come back in. We're looking for a dip buy off the breakout. Now the breakout was probably clean, a pre-market high at 116, so that's generally where I look for a bit of a bounce play. It just wicked down there to 116.30 and started pumping back up. So grab the long here at 70s. That's just where liquidity happens to be. We'll give it to 16. I think an out in front of the high of the day makes a lot of sense. The daily chart's gorgeous on that bad boy. But my goodness, NVIDIA, it's all about these chip names. They're flying. Just want to point out, here we go. Before we get to NVIDIA, bit of a curl happening right here, right now. Finally, Bitcoin is turning around. So I think that second leg to the downside can finally happen in Coinbase. But NVIDIA is flying. Absolutely flying. It's up 2.5% already. I'm going to check AMD in a second because that 113, 115 is going to be big. As far as levels go, round number 460, and then dip buys 455, 450. When NVIDIA starts going, just think about every single $5 level as being key. I was talking about AMD because of the 50 period on the daily. It's at resistance.
What was that?
I thought 113 was going to be at 113 to 115 into the 50 period on the daily as you see some strength over here in the chip names. Well, I mean the market in general, but the chip names as well.
Yeah, I mean, good call. Someone said to me, yeah, Amazon's probably not a short there, and you are right. We lost on that one. We're trying against 129.50, and that will be the end of this one. Huge move up now. I mean, the market just rallied. There goes Amazon. It's okay. We've lost on this too many times, shorting this into oblivion. We're not, I repeat, NOT doing that again, as we'll wait. Now it pulls back, so now I'm thinking like, yeah, YES to more shorts, but no, I'm not going to do it. Right now, okay, we are now, obviously, we got that fill on Coinbase. I'm going to, I don't want to be that revenge guy, but there's Amazon. Now it's trying to drop back in a little bit. We like that. Let me just make sure that we like that 129.50 here on that. Yeah, so the high there is 129.75. All right. Oh, damn it, Sean. I just said NOT, and then it's going to turn into a YES real quick. All right, let's take it again at 50 up to that 75 area. Just you know, it's on the sticky note. I've done it there. If it's wrong, it's going to be wrong. We just saw that 75 fill, so let's just be as specific with this as we can. If it rips back up and gives us that short, good on us. If not, let's leave it alone and just go from there. I like when you talk about NVIDIA because that means my guy over here, AMD, is probably moving as well. I mean, 1.25% up for AMD and just ticking out to that 112.50 area there. So yeah, standing in the front of these things when we're up on VWAP right now is very, very dangerous. So Baba just fell back in. I think this is something that we'd rather reload.
NEO's also coming right back in here as well. So we did have a quick in and out. Now it's going to try to hold on to that original breakout price of pre-market highs at 1230. It bounced there once. If it can do it again, that'd be a strong feat because that's a single 3-minute candle, which is absolutely nasty. $12 was the other dip buy level, which has not come into play. Tesla's still making some moves. I still haven't seen the price I want. That was at 68. This is trending down on Tesla. It's lower highs. It probably breaks that 270. 270's been a decent hold level, but it's been underneath by almost $1. So I'm not going to fight that one. We just got that GM. DraftKings is breaking highs of the day. Okay, that could be worth a watch. But Tesla's breaking right now. So that's 68 area that I wanted off yesterday's high. Yesterday's support levels, that could be good. 267.50 into 268 as well, as looking for a dip buy in Tesla, and that could be coming in rather quickly. I still haven't gotten my fill in CI. I'll let you know when it does come in. We have GE, but I'm looking for a place to add on a bounce. I kind of got it on the front end here. I want to see it bounce, hold VWAP, show some green, hopefully go sideways a bit, calm down, and then continue to move to the upside, and then we'll get that into the high of the day. AMC as well.
I like that GE trade. I like that GE trade
Well,
a lot.
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. No, I mean, I don't
AMC
know. What do you
breaking
have
the low.
now? Oh, 116. Yeah. So, I mean, we know we liked it at certain spots right there. Okay, so Alibaba there will flush down that last little piece. It just broke 96.50. We did try it again on the back for that, but, that didn't want to work out for us. So we'll flush down that last little piece there. We tried it again at 96.50. It broke, so we got out. That was right where we got in. So we're still holding a little piece because I do want to try to get a little bit more long down here at 96 flat. And then that will be that, man. And, yeah. We'll see. I'm just going to put the order in right now, 96.15 or so, and then breaking back below 96. That was going to be the end of that trade. So we'll put in our stop order, and hopefully that does not get executed. All right, so
Tesla
we literally took 10% of our piece here on Amazon at 30 just because. Now let's wait to see if we can have something a little bit higher than that. But yeah, we already got stopped out. That's too bad because our last shot there was at 50 and then it went back up to the upside. We could have made it back, but let's just wait now and be as patient as we can as this market is back upside. Let's do a little bit of a broader look here on the market.
Tesla's really holding 270.
I like 268 on Tesla.
That's what I like too, but I'm looking at a different
market
bottom
could
than the
break
one I want.
right now.
And it's a frustrating thing because it's basically telling me that the over-under is this
Coin is
270 and
huge.
it's bouncing like 269.50. That just means I should be trying to get something under 270, give it to 269, and then maybe it's 2 trades on a dip buy to the long side if we can even catch that. So we'll go with that because that's what the market's telling me. If you're looking for a dip buy, the opening range is 20 minutes in, and it's showing me a bottom with the market breaking out. So this is what we're going to have to go for. You can't even, there we go. Just got to fill there at 70. Should never put those at round numbers because it's a round number. It's like, see, I wasn't getting the fill there. It's because I was sitting literally at the round number. You put 71, you get the fill. You put 70, you wait for it. So I'm going to give the low of the day, and then I'll work with 268 if it does come into that price. So going to have a stop at the low anytime I do this setup, probably round it to underneath 269 because 06 is the current bottom. I'll add if it shows me some green, but only if I see a little bit more strength there. GE starting to come back in. Coin, a little bit of a bounce in Bitcoin, so I might have to watch that one a little more closely. But if Tesla bounces from here, I think you can get to VWAP, which is 71s. Just has to happen. Now that I've talked myself into this level instead of 68.
Yeah, I said, you don't want to talk yourselves into too many things, but Coinbase right now, that's going to be a nice winner there as it just dropped into the $100 flat there and then bumped off of that. So we're going to have to wait. We didn't take any out. I still think Coinbase can be the winner for us. What I was going to talk about there when we was just going to go there was 15,650 right here. We're bouncing off against that. If you're going to have a short right now, you want to watch out for that to break. 15,650 there on the NASDAQ. So that was just where we touched out at again there.
Tesla
so
broke.
Hopefully Coinbase can go to the downside. Tesla just broke 768.
Yeah, I talked myself into going off the current low, and then it broke it. It just wicked it, so I might give it one more try here. That's a wick bottom. So if I see strength right back above previous support, I can try the long again at a better price, but that's what happens. You're going to have a tight stop. It was at that low of the day. We're going to Brendan, apparently.
A little penny stock going crazy right now. INPX just breaking up through to 30 cents. They've merged with this VLCA, which is a vertical lift crossover airplane maker. This is an AI company, so just a heads up. Again, INPX merging with this vertical lift crossover airplane maker. So a huge move for those shares.
All right, give me a second here, Fabian. Right there, Amazon. So we did just have that. We'll go awesome on the hold back in, not awesome on the initial out. Give it a little more room, my guy. But every time I do that, it doesn't seem to work out. But there's Amazon right now to the downside. Sucks when all these shorts wind up in an L only to get filled basically near the bottom of the day in a couple minutes right now. G's breaking support as well. So I like what I want to do, and I know you just had that Tesla trade, but
I'm back in already.
You're back in already. Okay, that was what I was going to say, because we could probably float back up here to VWAP at 271, especially if we do look at that 15.6 again, then this is going to be You're back in long, right? Okay, good. Okay, good. That 271 area right there, maybe a short once it gets to that, but you still have $2 to get before we're anywhere near there. So I think we'll probably try the short, but look at this market, man. You're above VWAP. This has not been a recipe for success for me, shorting things into VWAP. As long as we're above VWAP, that hasn't been great. But Tesla today, again, basically as the market goes, and Neil's in it, so we'll let that go. He'll probably discuss it as we get back. But that's a good level to look out for there, 271 on Tesla.
Yeah, it just finally got back above 270. Sorry, I was just going to check 3M and maybe come back with that, but I just got the fill over 270. We did take the initial swing at it, ran the stops at the low of the day. Anytime that happens, I'm looking for the wick top, reestablish the previous low, and then just jump right back in. So it gives me that first 70 pennies. Again, that's just what the range was. It's not like just picking a round number. It happens to be 75 cents. If we get a break of VWAP, I want to hold above 71 into this 71, 30, 40 area, then look for the high of the day. I was just about to mention 3M. This is up 5%. They're another reporting name that is making a breakout. Just watch out. The 200 period moving average is in $1. This is a strong trend. This is what I was hoping GM would be doing. Not GM. Check that. GE would be doing, which is continuing its move up. GE just broke back down underneath VWAP, so I tried the dip buy. Looked like it was going to hold on. I was very close to adding. Thank goodness I did. I was very close to adding if it could have gotten right back above 116.5. It then did a wick and flushed me out. I'm not sure it's completely done just yet. I want to give this one a chance to get back above VWAP and continue that trend. But I need to see some more strength come into General Electric. Kind of a disappointing dip buy there. We just got to 71 in VWAP on Tesla and it's starting to slow down a little bit. I do like this, but you're still working with lower highs on Tesla. So until it breaks out, I'm not completely confident that we're not lower highs and then wedging into a bottom, and you want to make sure you're taking the profit. You ring and register when you can, especially when you're going against what is a short-term trend. I mean, the long-term trend's a very different thing, but the short-term trend here this morning has been lower highs on Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, I'm short Tesla here. We did exactly that, man. We scalped out for 40 cents. We'll see if we can get another scalp. I'm looking at that 271 the same way we all are. There it is. We'll take another one out. These are just quick scalps. We learned our lesson from yesterday, right? Holding on to something against key levels. Good until they break. So that's what we're doing right now against 271. Just a couple scalps out right there. We'll wait to see now if it falls back into 270. But yeah, it's strong right now. There it is. So there it is. So that's, hey, look, man, that's a cup of coffee. Good trade on the reload for that. But we'll have to wait now to see as there it goes, man. Taking out that 1560. I still like the short up in this area if we can get it. But there goes Alibaba back upside as well. Wow, we missed. What was I bidding down there on Baba? 96.16. It went to 96.18, or we would have been monstrous on this Alibaba hold. But that's okay. We don't have it. There it goes. Things starting to blast up. Tesla 271, we got out there. Amazon, good out. Now it's coming back in. We need to start to reload something right now at some point. So that's what we're going to wait for, see if there's something that can come in for us. But yeah, I still like that Amazon up to the top side. Quick look on AMD again. And if there's any other names you guys want us to cover, please shout them out. AMD, that's too much consolidation for me here on Advanced Micro here on a 1 minute. You know, you're looking at that's the 1 day, 3 minute up here. You know, it needs to get to that 122.20. We already know about that level. If it can get to that, fine. But there's the break higher through that 1560. So yeah, longs activated, longs unite. Look at Alibaba right now back in the money, 25 cents. Let's see if it eventually takes out that 97. Well, we have to get all the way up here to 98.50, but coming back up into 97. I think these are good outs up here. 97.30, 97.50, probably some good outs.
So I'm looking at a coin reload because Bitcoin's trying to make a lower high, but I'm trying to let it get a little bit tighter to that top at 102. Lucid, in the chat, a couple people mentioning Lucid, 730. That looks pretty juicy for a break. It's not doing anything right now, but this consolidation is just, when it coils like this, you like breakout trades in that kind of a setup. So let's see that happen first. And why not trading TSLA? I know it's, oh yeah, you want the, so, look, there's nothing against trading those like leverage like ETFs for things, but typically we just trade the straight equity. Most times we'll trade the straight equity because we don't have issues with any liquidity and buying power or any of those things. So we just find trading the straight ones easier for me. I have looked at it. I've never really, if it doesn't make sense to me when I'm looking at level 2 in the tape, I try not to have to relearn something when you can just trade Tesla. So I'm lucid. I do like it. Coinbase, I think, is coming in here. I want to be patient with this move back up. It's still a lower high on Bitcoin, which I like. And it's not really made a bit of a wick yet, so I want to see like pump up, maybe don't break 1175 would be ideal, and then try and reload it here for a lower high as I'm seeing happen in Bitcoin. I haven't put the trigger yet, but I'm getting very close to doing so. I have not pulled the trigger on any AMC longs. I thought it'd be $5, and it just, now it looks like it's just going to be this might just be the low. This 515 could have been the bottom there. I am in CEI long. I think I mentioned this. Double bottom off of $1 yesterday. Well, okay, 96 cents yesterday, holding on to the buck. There was a big buyer at 98 cents. I was actually shorting underneath $1, then saw the big buyer. Now I'm flipping to long off this level. So I got 102s. I'll give it to the even dollar. And if I take another long, it would be at 97 or 98 in front of 96. So I'm in CEI here. Camber Energy. I don't remember if it's SSR, but actually could be SSR.
All right, so for some reason we got right back into Tesla now, and now we're in the money again, another 40 cents. But you know, that's the thing, man. We already got taken out right there at 271 for a little bit of a bath. Not a bath. What am I talking about? A little bit of a hit on that one. Hopefully they can fall back down. I'm gonna wait for a 270 break right now to get back down into the downside. Now, I just put a bid on Tesla at 269.80. So we'll see if that comes through. And if not, we'll see if we get some more short up there near that 271, 270. Maybe we have to wait against that 271.50 or so. But right now, that's what I'm working with here. And we're also working with Brenda, who's got happening now.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Just getting July consumer confidence data here for this month. 117 versus 112 expected there. So higher on that number. Again, the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index for July, 117 versus 112. Richmond Fed Composite Index just out as well, a little bit better off, -9 versus -10 on that number expected. Overall, we're still awaiting what is to come tomorrow from the Fed. Obviously, 99% still pointing towards a quarter-point hike to come from Fed Chair Powell. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m., we'll bring you the news conference, is what I'm trying to say, after the fact as well. It'll be more interesting and more attention possibly paid to what Fed Chair Powell has to say as far as what is to come the remainder of the year. Shout out to Ben Zinga, providing you all the news content that you need heading through the morning. Couple things if you were joining us in the pre-market this morning that we were discussing Spotify. Yeah, not great on the numbers, but subs, a huge beat on the growth side of things. Alibaba, day 2 for all Chinese ADRs to the upside, as we've seen so far this morning. GE, nice beat and a raise of their full year forecast. Keeping an eye on this, just be aware, the wheat ETF on the NYSE ARC exchange popped up on volume there. Some Russia-Ukraine headlines moving that one around this morning. NIO in New York, another Chinese ADR, also with a huge day so far. The folks at Benzinga are such big fans of the show that they're offering Trader TV viewers 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Benzinga Pro for a limited time and only for the first 100 who register. The coupon is automatically applied when you use our link to go to their checkout.
Fix that one. Sorry about getting over top of that. Yeah, that has to go in our ear. I thought Brendan was done and came back to us. Okay, so right now Tesla coming through right now. We'll short a little bit more here. We're short at 80s, so I'm just gonna keep taking, like if we can get 30 cents, obviously we want to get a little bit more than that on Tesla, but we just shorted it into 270.65 there. I was just waving to someone who Kat was talking with there in the background, but we'll wait to see here what's going on now. There comes Tesla, let's go. A little bit of a good pull. Nice pullback here on Tesla, coming back in right now. So here we go, man. 270, break yourself. Hopefully to the downside right now as we'll continue to go. There's the short off VWAP. And again, we're positive on Tesla today, so nothing to cry about. But let's just make sure we take something out right there. Give me those 25s. There it is right now. So nice little take there on Tesla. No more bids. Let's see if this thing wants to fall down. We're net positive on this name, so that's all good. We also got a coin reload right now as that's dropping down. But look at the spread here on coin. You got to make sure you got some bids out because otherwise you're not going to be able to close the gap. Well, we just did right there. But it's tough to do that on this name. Yes, sir. We're bringing us back to life right now. Spin it. Let's go Coinbase. Good short up there. You were looking for that short, too.
I got to reload as well on
yeah,
on coin.
102 right now, short on Coinbase.
It just wicked above that 102.18 high. I'm gonna move my stop up on Tesla. It did run all the way, like it was about $1.70 in the money. We did take a couple scalps out in front of VWAP there. So if it holds on to the higher low, kind of tough to see with all these silly wicks, but if it holds on to the higher low, it's still a winning trade. If it breaks this stop, and I'll look for another re-entry if it wants to continue the trend, but I do not want this after having rejected VWAP there. I don't want it all the way back at the low of the day. Don't want to turn a winning trade into like a regrettable loss. Like scalp it on the way up and make sure you take your outs there. NVIDIA, while this was all happening, well, I mean, NVIDIA's been going up the whole time. NVIDIA broke 460 and is still trying to go here. It's run into some trouble at the same time as the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is making a bit of a high here, so 460 I don't think is the best place to re-enter. Maybe a dip buy is going to be the way to go. And I keep thinking about, like, where am I getting into AMC? Are we going to get this play? Lower high for AMC. If it retests the bottom, I think this is going to be the chance to get into this one. Higher lows, generally speaking, or $5. I think $5.25 looks pretty good on said name. Coins right back up to that 102. And wow, you're right. If you're looking at the chip names, they are leading the way as far as I can tell. Yeah. TSM does not have a red candle in the last, like, however long. Tesla trailed me out there.
Yeah.
But I see it's at 70. Is that legitimate?
So I got a fill at 269.
Oh, that's real. Yeah, that's real.
269.75 there. We just took, 269.75. Oh, well, we're in right now. Let's just do it because we all love this right now. And that's me and Neil, the same ideas on Tesla, man. Scalp in when you're right, scalp out when you're wrong. That's just the tale of Tesla today. Like, look, there it is, right back to 270 again. So I'm going to go a little bit weak. That's why we pulled this chart up on the NASDAQ. I do want to now try to hold this. We're out of the majority of this, but there it is right there. It's this NASDAQ level. We just thought that maybe we would stay underneath this 200 period. We talked about 15,600. So let's see now if that is exactly the case here for Tesla as we just... What happened to Coin?
Came out.
Coin, okay, so Coin just came out. So not a great finish to that trade there on Coinbase. Alibaba, well, whatever, we're still fine on it. We're still holding a little piece of it just to see where it goes. But Alibaba just came in, man. So we just got 20s on Alibaba against 96. So, okay, here we go. See if we can get, okay, nice little upside move here on Alibaba, getting some money back on this name. Let's see what happens here on a move back up. We just took 20 cents. What do we get? 32s there off of a 17. Now it's come right back in. Wow, these names are pretty volatile here today, especially like why Alibaba's at the bottom and actually red today. So we got to scrap this whole buy these Chinese dip or these Chinese names right now because quite frankly, the dips haven't been great. That one was good, back up to 97. Let's see if it holds now. Obviously, we're going to quick scalp out. If we can get something in the 50s or 40s, that would be a good trade for me. But other than that, man, I think we just have to wait. We do have an out if we break 96. This one will be pretty simple for us to do that. There comes AMD as well, cracking back through. So, yeah, man, lots of stuff on my mind right now. We got to get an AMD stop out here in case it takes 112.
So, and NEO is getting really close to that 12 level. We talked about kind of waiting for a dip buy in NEO. I never actually got it. Ended up taking a breakout on the daily at 1265. You can see what happened to that. Very, very quick reversal on that breakout. That was a nasty wick. At the same time, Bob and all the other names started coming in. If you bounce off 12, this is the level we wanted. We're at 1 in Cambridge. I'm probably going to add there, but this is... I think I start in, if it shows me strength at 10, I'll probably start in there, but there hasn't even been a green candle just yet. NVIDIA just reversed off that 460. I want that dip buy to be sure. And guess what? I mean, it'll
be soon.
There's a squeeze everywhere. You just have to be able to find it. Congratulations! I'm looking at a lot of other names here that could be like squeeze plays. I'm like, yeah, maybe AMC's going to go today. Well, it's Upstart. Upstart's up 10%. Upstart's making a run at that $60 level again. So I don't have to tell you guys, This has been a squeeze. It rejected 60 the last time, got to 61.40. This is a little bit late to the party, not to be thinking dip buy. I'm not really thinking about the breakout. It's just too far gone here. But I am all for looking to buy the first dip and show me a consolidation and try to join the trend. Super, super strong move. So thank you guys for pointing that one out. Have not been able to. Sometimes you look at the right names, and other times you're on the wrong ones. Now Tesla, as I said, trending to the downside. I did get that trail out. We were long at 50, so a trail out at 80 is not the end of the world there, but it did run my stop. I'll look to re-enter this one if it shows me more signs of strength. They have one higher low, show me a higher high, breaking out 71, and then curling somewhere up here, and I'd like it a little bit better. NEO, as I mentioned, that $12 level, it feels like that's going to be it. It's trying to make a bounce off 10 here. I said if it bounced off 10, I'd give it a shot. So second entry in a NEO could be upcoming.
Okay, we're so Alibaba fell down, but look, man, we sniffed that one out early. We got long there, we got out, we got some more out for flat. Then finally when it breaks, we just said see you later on that one and got the heck out, away from that stock. We're just gonna watch out. We still have AMD up here. We've been getting some out because again, this market looks like it wants to break. So a breakthrough of 112 and we gone. If you think this is exciting, what about this, man? We did this read yesterday. We'll keep on doing it. I think we got a lot of viewers right now. If there is any interest at all, it's called Day Trade the World Campus. You can go to campus.daytradetheworld.com. And this is the thing, it's just a class. So if you have between 16 to 20 hours a week to sort of learn how to trade, why not do it through Day Trade the World? Unfortunately, it's only open for Canadian citizens right now. But if you are in any other country, please hit apply now so we can figure out the demand. And then what you get is just go to the website, man. It's all right here. Phase 1, learn the basics, learn the software, learn demo trading, then go live trading. And that's what it's all about, right? Start with small amounts of loss limits and then see if you can work your way back up, right? Performance objectives, it's all right here. This is an absolutely free 99 right now from campus.daytradetheworld. And of course, it's not just for right now. This is the plan. Get in here, hit apply, figure everything out. Go to the website, campus.daytradetheworld.com. They are the #1 day trading prop firm in the world. So why not sign up with the best name around? That is daytradetheworld.com. So hit up that website. I think it's a great idea. Hit that QR code below and get your journey started. ASAP Rocky. So, all right, now let's just keep on going. Let's watch out here. AMD looks like it does want to break this 112 area. I'm not even going to average into it. If it continues to go upside, great. And if it falls back down between 112 here, then we all know that's where the players dwell.
Always.
So we will get out of that and then head to the after party and figure out what's going on. But for right now, we're into that play. We've also got Tesla, which keeps on bouncing off this 269.50 area. I was actually waiting at 269.20. It went as low as 269.35. So let's put a bid right here at 269.50. I don't think we're going to get it now. Here goes Tesla right back up to the upside, which is all good as long as it brings AMD with it. We've got 4 times the shares on AMD. But they could both wind up losing at some point.
Palantir is making a big power move. I am into NEO here at 18, so I got the reload there, but just want to get to another mover. PLTR up 3%, made a nice bottom off 16, 15, I want to say yesterday. I think that's right. Higher low again. Look at this local breakout high at 1680. That's 1680. That's pretty juicy. I got my line drawn at 17, like 20. That was a good level before. So there's a lot of room here if you want to sustain this breakout. Okay, let's see it go sideways, but I'm not chasing the move because it's still a pretty extended candle. As I mentioned, NEO, we do have the long on the dip. It's not at 12. It ends up being off 12.10, but as long as we're above the 12 level, I'll take a couple of shots for this to get back up to the high. You will see me in ATBI short. It's actually moving to the upside. So this short's not off 93. There's some dude sitting for 150,000 shares at 77. That's the literal reason I'm short 76. Nothing other than that, not getting too complicated with it. So if it breaks 80, I'm probably out for a 5-cent hit. There is a bit of a wick top on NVIDIA. Looks like it's rejecting 460. That could be spicy. I was mentioning TSM was strong.
Yeah.
But if this gives you a pullback, I like that 455 level. If either you get that or you just look for a breakout back above that 460 top. So NEO starting to work into the upside. Had to be patient. Should have waited for the dip buy all along. Instead, I end up taking this break when the plan was to go dip buy. Now we've got it to the dip. Upstart is still absurd. That stock is, it's on one, man. It doesn't seem like it wants to give you any kind of a dip. It's about to break $60 any second now. $59.99 is the current high. I thought it was about to give a dip by somewhere in here to 58. But if it's a 60 break, it's going to be a very quick in and out if it doesn't work. That's the kind of break that has to work right away, or you just jump out. Brendo?
A little pop there on Uber shares. Just saw a heavy call volume alert going off. As we go back to positive for Uber today.
Props up, yeah, wow, wee-wow right here, as we'll see if we can have some diamond hands. We are now almost $2 in the money right now. Spin it. Thank you for Tesla. Uh-oh, we don't hear that anymore in the...
I heard it.
Okay, good, we heard
Well,
it, okay, good.
I mean, barely.
All right, just making sure. 269, we actually got some out at 270 there. I put a 270 bid when we broke back above. I was thinking we were gonna get more 271s, and I was like, we'll just take $1 clean. You can see the price, we're short at 270.90 right now. As it's taking it down, this is going to join the club, and this, we can hit it officially now. I mean, Tesla's my #1 stock here today. After being a disaster yesterday, it's the #1 stock here today for me, as that's continuing its move lower here. And then honestly, man, I'm just taking pieces out now. I want to still be in this. My next offer is not till 50 right now on AMD. We have something else again at 33 if we can get that out. We're lucky that that didn't drop down too much anyways, right? And so let's take some advantage of that. We're out of half of our AMD trade already. If it does break lower, fine. But the most this is giving me is, like, we're long at 21. This best out right there is 33s or something. So not really the love that we would hope for. Oh my gosh, there it is right now. We have this every day. We seem to have Dollar Club members, and there it is again. Tesla today down to 268.50. This is the level, man. Tesla's back at the day's low right now. You know, we believed in the short. We extended our stop just a little bit more. We did get stopped at one time, got right back in, and then now here it comes back down to the downside. And again, you know, you could be wrong on your idea first, but just get back in if you believe in the story there. But this is a good level now possibly to get out. Let's see what happens with Tesla. I mean, it's weak today. It's red, market green. If the market ever turns around here to the downside, how much exactly will this continue to fall? Rhetorical question. I have no idea. But that 268 could be a key resistance level. So let's see. Yes, sir, Tesla. Wow. Good trade here today, man. It just keeps on going to the downside. We did look some gift horses in the mouth there yesterday on this name. But right now, we're now 250 in the money. Right now, we smoking on this one to the downside. And we're about to get smoked. Not smoked, but we are about to turn red on AMD if it does take out this 112. So we did the best to get some out of it, but like there it is. So there it goes to the downside. But hey, man, as that continues to bleed, we've now got $3 in the money right here for what is today's cash cow. There it is. Now it's super loud. On Tesla, what's up, B?
Still seeing 30 plus on the short side for this one. UPST on a bit of a move here, guys. 55 up to 60.5 now.
Yeah, it broke that 60. I did grab it. It's like, it doesn't go $1 right away, but it kind of worked right away. It gave you the initial push, it broke the quarters and gave 30s, pulled back in, and then held 60. That's kind of the key. So I have my stop. I don't want it reclaiming underneath that 60. I got great price at 7s. Usually you'll see some slippage above 10 on that one. I crossed all the way to like 20 cents, and it gave me a fill at 7s. So I want 61s. And the only reason you're not, like, you look at the wick high up here, 61.5, like above that, it's almost like another, it can be another trade. So I want to get another leg out here, hold on to a piece for above 61.50, and then look for a place to add, whether on a dip buy or on a retake of that top. So let's go for it. Let's see what happens with Upstart. It's a bit late to the move, but it was just 10%. Now it's 12.5% up. So follow the trend. The trend is your friend. NEO bounced off that 12.10. I got 18s. Would have been nice if I got 15s, but I didn't. I just got some at a 25. I want 30s. I want 35s. And then if it breaks higher, great. But this is a wick high breaking down. Do not need this breaking the support at 12.10 and then getting stubborn about it. Still in this CEI, which is, I mean, it's holding on to the dollar level. It actually just wicked the buck. I like 98. There was a big buyer at 98 in the pre-market. I mentioned you guys at 96 was also a bottom on this stock, worth watching. So Tesla, I got out of it. It ended up being the right call. We had the win all the way for $1.50, and then we took 25 cents on the trail out. Now it's trending to the downside. As I was looking long today, it's still trending to the downside. The best you can do if you're in the wrong direction in terms of what the trend is recognize that and get out in front of that hump, and don't turn that into a loser or like average in, and then end up red on the stock. It's a good way to have abject disaster. One more, we talked about this because they report earnings, but I guess neither one of us is actually trading it. Spotify's dumping. Now, there's no SSR bounce, at least there hasn't been one. 12.5%. It is about to break the low of the day. There's still at any point under over 10% down, it could make an SSR bounce. So maybe today's low could be something at 144. The other place would be like a round number of 140. At this point, I think I'm only looking for an SSR bounce because I'm not chasing this one to the downside. Spotify is getting rugged.
Another one.
Uh-oh, it's too
Another
loud.
Now it's too loud.
And?
Another one.
Now it's
I
too
mean,
loud.
there it is right there, man. Coinbase, $1.50 now in the money on that short. Reloaded it another time. Nice little move there to the downside for Coinbase. We just took it out at 101.60 here. We're short at 102.14. So again, a decent spread, that is for sure on this name. So just be careful if you are trading Coinbase right now. Could have some nice slippage. I'm not bidding anything till down here, $100, basically flat. So let's see if that can happen and come through for us there on Coinbase. Hopefully some nice downside moves right there. Alibaba, we've already lost on that one, so we'll watch out for that. Amazon not doing much, so we got to sort of stay away from that. And then there it is right now. Let's go again, man. What was diamond hands right there? We just took $3 on Tesla, so we just took $268. So I had to take it, came in, took it. It's right here right now again. I've just seen it so many times, guys. Not blow up or anything like that, but we've had some great winners. We had one yesterday. We were talking about this with Prad on the midday show. And so right now, let's just take it out. We'll hold our last 25% of this trade and see where it goes from here. So huge move for Tesla. I told you the number one name for me here today is Tesla, followed by Coinbase as well. So two big names, and we only had Coinbase written on here. But what else we wrote down was Amazon. That was an L today, and Alibaba. Alibaba's an L, but it's not, it's at a level now where I'm thinking about buying some. So let's just do that.
Neil's not running. Check out Baba.
Yeah.
Is it running now?
No, Baba's not really going. Well, it's trying to go. It's off the bottom, but I mean, going is just a matter of like what you're, how far you think these names can actually
Well, volume
go.
just picked it. It's
Yeah,
10:20.
it's
I think
about
it was
the
like
volume.
10 to
What is that,
10:30 when
90s?
these started running yesterday, and then this just went off the bottom. So we're gonna ring the register, go power up there. Just got 12:35, got 12:25 there. Someone had asked where my L was on Upstart. I think I mentioned it. If I didn't say it loud enough, apologies. A breakout at 60. My stop was once I get that one push, I don't want it retaking that 60 level. On a breakout where I've chased it 10% to the upside, I don't want any part of this getting back underneath. Is it a tight stop? Sure. But if I have to risk 15, 20 cents, and that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. Everything in trading is about risk to reward there. So when I'm chasing that move, I don't need it pulling back $2 on me. Yes, it's still strong and still going, and congratulations if you still have it. It's a big difference being long at 56 and being long at 60 at 10.20. So I gave it up, end up staying green because you take profit for a win and take a small hit on the stock. It usually gives you a dip buy if it's going to continue to trend, and then look over to like this high in the daily. It's a bit of a wick top, 61.50. That's another reason to be cautious buying at highs like this on that type of name. So we're still in NIO, or back into it, I should say, because it's a second trade. Dip buy looking good so far, but 12.50 to 12.60 was rejected this morning. I think if it gets back into 12.50, you want to be taking some profit in front of that. Just given the way that this was selling off when it got up there the first time, going to make some sense to grab some profit. But I like the breakout long, at least until if it can get back to 12.30.
Yeah, I mean, that's, hey, risk to reward. That's exactly what you're talking about. If you can basically have small losers, small winners on names and hold for the bigger moves, that's what we're trying to do here every single day. And that's the one thing that I've added, hopefully, into my trading. You guys have noticed some of that I'm hoping for as well. It's just kind of like this Coinbase trade. We can now take $1 on this. We've been taking it out, but let's just hold. If we do break a little bit below, it's strong today, which would be the only sort of caveat here about Coinbase, is the fact that it's not making those moves today. Downside, it's had some good moves, but it's been bought up, right? This $100.50 area, I'm well aware that could be another buy zone there. So we're going to put some bids down there at $100.50 and see if it can catch that as we watch. Good out for me on Tesla as that's trying to battle back. And then look at Alibaba right now. We just got this trade back in. So good trade for us here on Alibaba. I was waiting for 96.80. That might be All right, well, we can get, okay, well, 50 is kind of the bottom there. So here's a good trade for us on Alibaba, man. Thanks to the chat. They kind of mentioned maybe looking back at some of these Chinese names. So your boy did it, and then this happened as a direct result. So there's a, yes, sir. Alibaba. Good trade there on Alibaba. But we got to go over to Brendan right now for small cap recap. Of course, I remembered.
Of course.
Typical for an earnings season, guys. We're dealing with kind of a quiet market so far today as far as small caps are concerned. Couple to make note of, though. ELBM, we talked about in the pre-market here this morning, a Toronto-based company. Battery maker trying to get going here once again. Nice tight consolidation back above 240, 250 for ELBM. They extended the terms of the agreement that they already had in place with LG this morning. So a nice look for ELBM. It's actually traded both here in Toronto on the Venture Exchange and in New York. So nice look for them. BFRG, Bullfrog AI. Nice note for them on a cancer treatment as well. On the way back down here, but did get all the way up to 550. We're back to 450 for BFRG. Shout out to our friends at Benzinga. Super easy to search for all the news you want in their platform. BFRG, Bullfrog. You pull it up. Great little drop-down feature. If you click on the main news story on their platform, it shows you everything you need to know on each. Guys, back to you.
Yes, sir. And speaking of small caps, I'll go over one other one that we're in here because I kind of really quickly before we opened up, I was sort of mentioning what CI did yesterday, and it's kind of calming down here, so good point. Good time to do it. 96 was a double bottom. It had the breakout off $1 a couple of sessions ago. There it is. I did have a 110 break that was pretty clean, but the $1 level was pretty messy. Like over under $1, it kept getting to 96 and then getting to 05 and rejecting. So it's a double bottom yesterday. Big bidder at 98, so I'm long into that 98 level. I have my price is actually half, like I have half at the at O's and then kind of like some 1s and 2s. So yeah, you could round it up or down, doesn't really make a difference. But I want to give that into this 98 level. If it bounces there, maybe I go more long in front of 96, just looking for a bit of a dead cat bounce here. Affirm's on the run, but NEO's starting to run out of steam, at least on the short term here. It just got to 1240. I always hit enter too fast, and it's like NM every single time. So it's running out of steam a little bit at VWAP. So what I'm going to do is Y offer randomly at 45. If it breaks out here to the upside, good chance it sees the 50s. If it breaks down, I want to cover some underneath this 1235 level. That'd be the way to get out. So what I'm going to do here is just move a trail and then trail out a quarter underneath 1235 or probably 1233 here. So just adjusting my stop there. Looks like I should have stayed with that ATVI. I don't know. I don't want to bog you guys down with that one, but there's some size sellers on that buyout. So if you see me pop into it, it's probably shorts to 93.
Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. So Tesla, I mean, there we go. Good out, it looks like. I mean, we'll just keep saying that because I don't, it was a good out, and now we'll wait to see if we can get a reload on this. So I'm actually now going to cancel. I was triggering to get out there at 271. We don't need to do that no more. Let's just play off VWAP here. That's 270.50. So if it can come back up to 270 there, we'll take a little bit more short and then play off 270.50 right here. So that's something that I'm looking to do right now on Tesla. We've gotten some out of Alibaba, Coinbase. We're still waiting for that fill to come through as well. It came close to filling us. I'm actually in the 60s. It came to 75 there. We'll see if that can come a little bit lower. But just on that talk of, was it Alibaba? No, it's Tesla. Sorry. Let's get some orders lined up for that. Maybe we can look at Rivian and things like that. I mean, there are more shares.
It's not really.
There are more things to trade here.
The thing about Rivian.
Yeah. What's it at?
I keep wanting 27. That's, you guys know the 27 level is what I'm looking for, and it just gives you every other price. It bounced close to 25. It rejected a 26 half break. If you took the half penny fail, that's been fantastic, and now it's just chilling, diddling in the middle. I don't really see if you guys see a setup here, you guys let me know. I don't really see anything that's setting up for me on Rivian. Lucid was the one that was at least interesting if it could have broken out the top, but that's when you're looking for a break. It needs to get above like 730, and I thought there was room if it could break 730. High is 728. This isn't done yet. I think Lucid on a I mean, whether you want to take the high that they break at 28.29 or take it at 30, distinction without a difference, but I'm taking it if it breaks 730. I just need to see that happen. No point just diddling when it's doing nothing. When it breaks the top, people get nervous, and I want to join that long. As we're going back to the desk with Brendo.
A couple of low float alerts here. JNVR, a $5.5 million notional value IPO today, just opened. 1.4 million shares already halted. There's AURC, which is a SPAC. As far as what I can tell on this one, there's 450,000 shares in the float for AURC.
I mean, me and Neil just kind of like went,
yeah,
what? Like,
you're going to roll your eyes a little bit when something comes to market that illiquid, you know pretty much what's going to happen. Easy to soak up the float. So be very, very cautious if you're trading this. Like, goes without saying, it's on 70,000 shares and then instantly halted. It's probably, I don't know, over-under on 7 halts on this thing. I'm going to set it at 6.5. So the over-under on halts for JNVR is 6.5. I would probably take the over. I'm just making that up as I go. No one ever went broke taking profits. Any stop that you think is good,
that's a good idea.
Probably going to run it. It's probably going to run stops all day long. Oh, I knew there was a small cap I forgot to mention. Mullen got off the...
just got filled. Coinbase.
Got off the bottom a little bit here. 13 cents has actually been pretty decent on this stock. So there's a double bottom off 13. This could be an interesting break if it can kind of consolidate up here and then retake a high. I think you could see a 10% move up on Mullen after the wipeout bottom eight. But it has to hold this high, then break out the top to get interesting. Kind of what I'm looking for with a CI as well. And then AURC, spreading. This is exactly what I want to hear for when you're trading a $20 stock, the spread will open up to 50, 60 cents on this thing. So just be very, very careful with liquidity. This is moving dollars, not cents. You got to take dollar wins. $20 stock, but you got to take dollar wins because you're going to be losing 50 cents, I think, on any kind of a move.
50.
No, that's just, these are crazy. If I don't see a tight spread, I almost don't want to trade it because liquidity is not going to be there for you.
We just saw a big buyer there on Amazon at about 129.13. I don't know what the heck that was about, but it was there. And so, yeah, not a great short here, but we just did get the reload into the short up at 30, and I took a piece out at 17. I was actually bidding 10s, which is why I saw that guy at 13. So when it started to ramp upside a little bit, I took a 17 fill. So that's not a great sign for anybody holding the short here on Amazon like me. But with that being said, we will not average in. Just because there's a buyer down here doesn't mean that it can't get up and then the buyer drops, or we just get a better price up here near 129.50. So that's what we want to do. I actually want to play against that high of the day. We want to be right with this market falling down here, obviously. So if we can be, that would be nice. And then just wait to see where the fill comes from here, right? So for right now, shout out to Phil again. If we can get a nice play up here to 129.50, let me just put that bid in right now and take that out. So if that comes through, that would be a good little level for me there on Amazon. 129.40 to take a little piece. And then the reason why we want to go upside here is that we have these levels that broke, but it didn't break too crazily with a lot of volume. So 129.40 is right there. Let's just see if it really wants to take out that high of the day at 129.60. Might be the wrong name here. Market coming down and Amazon trying to hold up. So, you know, not in love with this trade, but if we get better prices, then it'll be harder to complain. And by the way, we're about to go to our crypto segment, but we have to do this for crypto first. Coinbase, the number 2 name here, as we've been short and it's been good. We just talked about getting a fill in this range, and that's exactly what we got. So now we don't have any more bids, as hopefully this market can come crashing in. And there's Amazon. Oh yeah, that level does not hold. Oh yeah. Is that the Kool-Aid guy? Yeah, so there it is right now. Let's go to the downside. I haven't had Kool-Aid in a minute, man. Kool-Aid is, oh yeah, the Macho Man. Well, we're dropping elbows on this market, but let's go back over to Brendan at the big desk with that said crypto update.
You, the crypto update as well. Scan that QR code, 50% off for life for Benzinga Pro, so take advantage of that. Here we go. Bitcoin across the board. I mean, all cryptocurrencies back to the upside today. We're not yet back above 30,000. I'll show you the chart in a second here, but all eyes on what is to come tomorrow from Fed Chair Powell and crypto land as well. This note, a little bit more hawkish, saying, yeah, they might keep the door open for more rate hikes even beyond July. Market's still pricing in just the one to come on Wednesday this week. That is how the board is looking right now. 0.5% to the upside for BTC 29,232 coming into play. Ethereum down here still positive on the day. Pretty choppy though across the board for Bitcoin, as we mentioned yesterday, back below that 30,000 key level for BTC, guys.
Tesla is getting real right now. Quattro in the money right now as we continue to go some downside right now. Monster here. We'll hold Tesla. We'll see how far this one can go down. The market's breaking. We're net short everything. We have Alibaba long, but we just cashed them out right there again. I don't know why this is holding up, and if it's going to hold up, then we could just chill out with it and wait. So that's what we're doing right now with Alibaba, but what a good trade this is turning out to be here on Tesla. And on Coinbase actually as well, as we just talked a little bit about crypto. The problem with Coinbase is as the market's falling, it's still up that 2%. So if you're gonna try to play this name, you know, I feel good about it. It's just, it's not making the move down. So this is going to be that patient game. Yeah, I mean, Brendan just talked about it. I mean, the market is, I mean, this is what Bitcoin's doing right now. I mean, it is heading to the, whoopsies, it is heading to the downside, 29.2, but this is just hundreds of dollars. It's not moving anything much. So we'll have to wait for that as I'm still, look, trust me, man, I'm watching everything as I sit here and trade. So we'll continue to do that. Just to give you an update there, we you know, now it's $3 in the money. So Tesla just bounced off, look, 267 right there. So yeah. Probably put a bid, see if this can get going, especially if the market wants to bounce a little bit. But if you're looking at the grand scheme of things, we already talked about shorting in and around here, 15.7, what was it? It was this level, 15.7, but we are bouncing off the 200 period. We are still above, right? So 15.6. If we can get below that, then this market should see one more leg, a couple more legs lower here. So I'm still excited for the short, but let's see if it prints out.
Yeah, I just got the higher low I was looking for in AMC. It holds on to 525, so it doesn't give you $5 today, but it did bounce off 515 early, now 525. So I'm long in front of that, looking for the move to 40. If it happens to break out the high, I want to get something out on that high break. There is still a big, what I think is a big level at 625 or at $6 as well. There's a couple of other big names, big cap tech names worth watching here. I see in the chat there, Ray Washington mentioning Meta, trying to hold the line here. Yeah, 292.5. We haven't really talked about Meta at all this morning. The wipeout bottom yesterday, higher low 290. So those could be support levels. But if it's putting in a higher low here, that would be forming a wedge into this. Like, wow, this 298 area. So if it gets back up there, I think it's an obvious, we take a shot at the short if it gets 298, but it's got to get there first. If the market holds on to the breakout price, this is the NASDAQ, pulls back in. If it holds down to this little break area, you could be looking at a good dip by spot. Also, given the time of day, it's a 10:30. A lot of times you can see a bit of a reversal in the recent move, and the last, let's say, 45 minutes has been into the downside. So I'd be looking for a couple of plays that can bounce off the bottoms. Meta does look pretty solid. Neo might be a reload here. It's starting to give up VWAP. Remember I said if Neo cannot hold on to VWAP, I'd trail some out. Can't really see that arrow. There you go. We trailed some out when it broke under 30. Now it's going to retest the low. This is how you have to try to manage risk. Look weak up at VWAP instead of just, you know, getting out right here up at the top. I had a 44, but if that didn't fill, I'm like, I'll just take some out under here. Look for a reload off the said bottom. I mentioned to you guys, and I will be in this from time to time, I'm shorting ATVI. Somebody has decided that they want to throw 150,000 sell orders on this stock every 10 cents. So I was short it the first time they did it, it broke. I shorted the second time, it's working. So if you see me in and out of that stock, there's a very good chance I am literally just playing off of some big size order that I keep seeing show up on this. So it's a tight R&R for every single trade. Unless you have direct market access, it's not necessarily for everybody. In CEI, it's one thing to hold a dollar, but bouncing off a dollar would be nice too as well. I've been sitting in it since the open. It hasn't really threatened me, but there has not been that run that I'm looking for off that dollar level either. Upstart, yeah, the Upstart, we had the in and out on that one off the 60 break. It's back above, but no break at the top just yet. So the dip buy that I wanted never came into VWAP. Maybe the 59, if we get a flag, then we can look for a long, maybe bouncing off that 59 area. I was looking 58 on a dip buy. Turns out, not that much of a dip for Upstart, 12.5% to the upside. This might not care what the market's doing because it's a squeeze play.
Yeah, that's for sure. We are still in this Tesla short as it is making that move down again. So yeah, good trade here for Tesla, like we mentioned. But it is now $4 and still trying to go in the money. We do have a new trade though that I want to talk a little bit about, and that of course is going to be Microsoft just coming in right now. This is going to be a little bit of a scary spot here, as I'm just not sure if we want to be short this name into earnings, but we are short, so we'll wait to see what does happen with this. We're playing off VWAP 347 a little bit here, so if it does come down, we do have our targets for and out. Amazon is absolutely cratering to the downside right now. This was an absolute monster trade there. Hopefully you guys have some of this. All Neil and I can do is really show you the trades that we're in, and you guys please take them if you like the setups or not, or learn a little bit about what we are doing here live, trading for you every single day. So there's Amazon. I mean, a nice 50-cent move to the downside, and I just put on this Microsoft trade, and that's now 30 cents downside. So hopefully we can continue with some of this good movement here in the market today. And Microsoft is the one name, this is why I'm trying to talk about it. I feel like this one, we're just hoping that it can turn around. Remember, they report tonight. That's sort of a dangerous little thing there. You don't know what side people think this report's going to come on. So it's up today. So I could see buying. If there is going to be any strength in this market, I could see myself returning to Microsoft. And as you can see, we're trying to bounce off a little bit right here off VWAP on the bottom. So this trade could eventually come out of our account here. I wouldn't be surprised if we wind up taking an L on this. But we do have some bids at 346.50. Just to try to get a 1-to-1. This is just one that we're just gonna try it out, man. It's $4 in the money here on Tesla, and let's just hope that we can get some kind of profit take here on Microsoft, as Coinbase is still down and Amazon's 40 cents in the money. And we have Alibaba watching out for this 95.50 break.
Baba's on that. I was about to say, Baba's on the dip buy support from the afternoon. Didn't really have any. I had no levels on Alibaba. 100 would have been nice if we could just go up there and break it, but just look for when it does this. There's no winning levels I like, so I like this bouncing off previous support. If you can find that, it looks like it's trying to do it. That's 95.60-ish. So like Sean said, you can probably round that to the 50s a little bit. Looking for any sign of strength down here to catch a little bit of a dip buy. See, it's starting to go, but it's not really that crazy. Neo's also dipping down. It makes sense. Baba testing that bottom. Neo trying to put in a higher low. So if it puts in a higher low and Baba bounces, I think this is fantastic. But Baba might be the better risk to reward entry at this particular point. Already in Neo. Okay, show me a little bit of strength. That's a little bit enough. Maybe that's enough. Okay, that's going to be enough. Going to get into Baba for me. I didn't have any levels. You're now double bottoming at what was support in yesterday's wild move. I think you can get to VWAP here, risk 25 to try and get almost $1. And this was about the time, maybe a little bit later when they started it got completely out of hand at this time. Yeah, it was about 10:30, 10:40 when it made that ridiculous second move. So if any buyers come into it here, I don't mind it at all. Let's go to Brennan at the desk. It's already 10:40.
Oh my gosh.
Sector watch. What's up everywhere else outside of tech and EVs?
To let you know if here as we head into the S&P 500 on a little bit of a deeper dive. GE, first of all, we talked about it in the pre-market earnings outs before the bell this morning. Great look from Benzinga again. Great little drop-down feature here, so you can search. In this case, I put NVIDIA, Philip Morris, and GE. Great little drop-down feature. Gives you all the details that you need for each of them. If it's just a headline, you'll see just a headline. But here's the details for NVIDIA. More positive analyst talk for this one, up 2.6 today on the AI front. NVIDIA leading as far as the actual chip makers are concerned. Broadcom, 2 days in a row here, AVGO to the upside. AMD, Texas Instruments, QCOM, to name a few, all providing some lift, along with Microsoft, 0.6 higher earnings after the close, along with Alphabet tonight, Meta coming up as well. Tesla, negative now, was positive to start. There's Philip Morris, wanted to mention as well. Negative note from an analyst this morning on PM, down 1.5. Pretty mixed board, though, today, guys.
Yeah, one of the names that's up and super strong in the market is battling back here. GE did come right back in, but what are you going to do? I play the attempted bounce off the pre-market high break and stop out. If I try holding that, it actually breaks the pre-market low. So even if you're taking the top break to the pre-market low break, well, it runs that stop anyway. So if you go tight stop, you just save yourself money. If you went big stop, you probably get wicked out at the bottom. But if you do play the big stop, wick out at the bottom, that's a re-entry point. Like there was no re-entry off my level, but there was a definite re-entry off the 114. False bottom break. Now I think it sets up again for an attempt to hold a pre-market breakout high. Instead of trying to jump in on the backside, let's see if it can't bounce off 16, look to rejoin the trend. That's a pretty bullish move for it to wick the pre-market low and then run all green into a pullback in the market, holding the highs. I do like that setup for G. You just have to be very patient. Maybe it's also a 118 break. We'll cross that bridge sort of when you get to it. Yes, that JNVR is still doing some crazy things. So it's only, you know what, actually, I could be wrong about how many times it's going to halt. So I thought it would halt way more than this. Opens back up and, kind of maybe a little bit calm, but I don't think that's going to last. There's no liquidity here. Spread's pretty decent. If it takes out the top, I'm not trading it. I have no idea where it can go. It's just a ridiculously small float, and it's only done 500,000 shares. I'm going to stop looking at it because it's just not tradable. I'm going to get FOMO if it goes to like $10 and probably start paying for shorts or something like that. BABA trying to long off that bounce, double bottom, but also yesterday's support level. So if it holds on to this, I think you can get VWAP. If it does not, it's an easy out right underneath that 95.50. NVIDIA not really looking at that. CEI starting to go, but it's not really all that crazy just yet off that dollar level. I want to see it getting to 5 and then breaking 10s.
Fail on that. It's not fruit salad time.
It's probably not fruit salad time.
It's Microsoft
It could be fruit salad time.
It's Microsoft time. It could be fruit salad time. Right there. So we got out. I mean, we had to get an out on Tesla. I was going to talk about it. Just didn't want to interrupt. 267.50. We took that. Let's see if that 267 is a bottom. I mean, we just sort of zoomed this out and saw 267 over here. 266, 266.50 back into here, and we just got that whole move down. So let's take it out. We're out now. But the thing is, it's all about this one. Spin it. We just gave this one to everybody out there. So what's up to everybody in Twitterverse? What's up to everybody out there watching us on YouTube? But there it goes, Microsoft, 70 cents now into the downside as, yeah, man, this name just keeps on trucking. Nice downside move. And by the way, we sniffed out that BABA too, obviously. As the market comes down, we don't want to be in this. We took a piece out at 75 before now dropping back down in what's been a rough day, for some names here. I feel like the short is still probably okay, but again, we just hit that Microsoft down to 346. I don't know. My bid was 355. I think like that's probably getting a little bit greedy. Let's put a 346. If we can get something around 346, we probably just take it. We just saw a refresh down there. So we've already doubled bottomed right there just right now. So let's go a little bit lower than this. See if we take out that bottom and then able to get a fill on that one. Yeah, man, so far so good here today. Really the only name that we're down on, is Alibaba. We tried it a couple times and there it comes now to the downside. But yeah, that sucks. That's too bad. Now it's starting to bounce up a little bit. We did get out at 95.50 break. It did go down as low as 95.30
That's
something.
like a wick out.
Yeah, that's okay. It probably is a wick out there. Again, probably too many shares, so unfortunately we did have to get out of that. But hey, that's a share problem that I'll have to deal with. But Alibaba, we did get hit out. Yeah, it could be a wick bottom, but the futures are just figuring itself out. We may do nothing. I mean, we had a big move up, now down, and now hovering. So 15,600 I still think needs to break before the market actually does anything. Thank you so much, SAT and everybody that's talking there. Yeah, we're trying to put on the best, we are putting on the best show possible here. And thank you once again for watching. Some big trades on the board here today for me. So I hope a lot of you guys have those.
Yeah, I just got back into Alibaba. I've really only played this one level. So if it's going to be a one in, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I always like wick entries and exits if you can take them. If you get stopped out, it's easier to be in it because it means you're watching the stock. But when it completely rejects that level immediately, like the second it runs the stops underneath that support level, the first thing it does is get right back to it. And you know it because I have level 2 up. It's like, okay, the bid's just instantly jumping right back above 95.50. Let's see if it can hold it. Then sometimes you can get this fill, like literally 50, 55. I get it right back in where we had it before. I'll take some out 96, 96 quarter into VWAP. all of those look pretty decent if it can get back up there. So a lot of times it's if you play your key level, if it presents that trade again, and just take that trade again. Risk reward favors it. What I don't like to do in this situation is give it right into the low. To me, if it takes out 95.50 again, it's going to get to the bottom. So I'm just not going to give up that extra 15 to 20 cents. Stop it out underneath the 50, which is the exact same risk that we had on the previous trade, and go rinse and repeat. Just make sure the R&R does favor the trade. You always said 95 is dangerous level. Why are you playing it? The thing about a key price level is it should run away from a price in either direction. Being stubborn and fighting it at a level like that gets you into a lot of trouble. But look at what happens at that 95. Run away from the price, so the short ends up being good. If you hold this and average, it probably destroys you if you break away from it. 95, last time it was over this, it did test underneath and then ran up to 97. So it has generally been a good price. When it broke 95, you thought it was too high. I was shorted off around here underneath the previous high, and it just ran. Didn't average in, got in and out really quickly. That's why I like to play it. Then it ran up to 97. So I think the upside is there. Why am I not taking something out at 90? So I get some out at 90 there. It's all about risk to reward. I just got that 1-to-1. If I can get 96.25 and then 96.50, maybe we can hold back in for that 97 level that we saw yesterday in Alibaba. I decided this instead of reloading something like NEO. NEO ends up, temporarily bouncing off our original entry point. I just think the risk to reward is a little bit better on BOBA off those lows than NEO, which has been holding the highs. Like for everything that BOBA has been sort of trending to the downside, NEO's actually holding its breakout, which is a very good sign, at least temporarily speaking. I want to get back over to what was, I don't want to call it the big runner of the day, but it kind of is. Like upside's now, it's still 13% to the upside. It's kind of a lame pun, but 61.5, this is it here. There's still a chance it can take out a fresh high, last week's top, and continue to run. We've seen this go even more than this, so I don't want to write it off. I was in and out on a 60 break pretty quick. I got some out at like 38, and then it kind of fell back in underneath 60 bucks. I'm looking for a re-entry, whether it's 59 on a dip, maybe the 60 again can start to consolidate, or it just takes out the top again, and I go for another quick in and out on the top break.
All right. We just had Microsoft pull back into another 70-cent winner and stopped again right there at 346. So, yeah, this name is one of those iffy names here coming through right now for Microsoft. I'm still bidding down here, but I'm not bidding until a little bit lower than this tick near that 346. So hopefully we get one more flush in right now. And, of course, the NASDAQ has to wind up doing something, or else we don't have any movement. We are going to go to happening now, but we did talk about crypto, and not much is happening. But, again, P&L wise, we have Coinbase and Tesla, Microsoft, for me, all nicely upside here. Microsoft is position pending. We're only out of a third of this as it's coming back down to the downside. But again, you can definitely, see where some of these profits are coming in today. And we've traded Coinbase really well over the last couple of days. So I feel like we'll just probably stick on this name. It's why I added it to today's sticky note. And if you're going to, sort of learn off of us, that's the one thing that I can always say is that if you have success one day, go back to that same name the next day, have a quick look at it. We had a $6 or $7 winner off Coinbase not too long ago, so definitely we'll try to support anything that we have in and around those spots. So, for right now, we'll try to take some more out here. Oh, there it is. So we did get a piece out at 15 there on Coinbase. As there it is, man. This is, again, not a dollar club winner. This is a $2 winner right now on Coinbase. So again, like I said, looks like Tesla will be the #1 name, followed by Coinbase right now. And then, of course, position pending on Microsoft, which is right here right now. Do we just take 70 cents? I think probably yes. Let's see if we do get that fill right now on Microsoft. So there it is, man. You guys looking for the big winners. I hope this is big enough for you on Microsoft. It's nicely done from 347. Obviously, we can't control how much these stocks actually move, but we can control where we get in and where we get out. So right now, we'll just take this true range right now of about 70 cents. There hasn't been too many big moves, and it's just down here right now. I'd hate to miss this again. There it is. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Okay, we got the fill anyways. Nice fill there at 20. We actually got 21s, so I don't know really why we're trying to cancel that. Good fill there for Microsoft, giving you another 70-cent winner, so all good. Are you chomping at the bit, or you're okay?
No, actually,
we
you
gotta go to
said,
Brendo.
you said true range, and I was like, the average true range on Microsoft, I just looked it up for you know what's in
$5?
giggles. It's $9.
Yeah. What?
Exactly. I looked it up. I was like, I would have
No.
thought the same thing as you, 5 or 6, but I have ATR of $9 on Microsoft.
That's incorrect.
That feels like it's a little bit high. I'm trusting what it says on the platform, but I just quickly, the second you said it, I'm like, I wonder what that is. And immediately that feels like that is ridiculously
Maybe.
high. We are going to Brendan. It is time for Money Talks. Isn't it?
Yep.
No?
It is.
Oh.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a quiet day as far as the US dollar is concerned. So far this morning, the focus obviously on what is to come tomorrow as far as analysts are concerned from the Fed. The DXY trading at its 15-month low this morning, even though a slight 0.5% tick to the upside here ahead of the Fed coming up tomorrow. Again, they do kick off their 2-day meeting this morning that'll wrap up tomorrow afternoon with that quarter-point hike. 10-year back to 3.8%, back to the upside as well. I wanted to show you this latest look here. CME Fed Funds Tool 99 basically percent that we will get that quarter-point hike. Go out to the next one then, and then we're sitting around 80% now for a hold going out to the next meeting. That's the way the chart is looking. Got back above 101.5 for the dollar this morning. We're pulling it a little bit, but starting to look a little toppy here as we get into some chop on the daily chart for the dollar, guys.
There goes Softy.
Someone asked what NVIDIA levels, 450. 455 is more, it hasn't meant too much today for support. It was resistance early. Sometimes support turns into resistance, but I think you're looking 54 to 55 for today. 450 is sort of obvious. Yesterday's high, you closed kind of beneath that price, and then you had support off the open. So 450 stands out for me. That's the level I'd be looking at. Oh, I forgot to go over AMC. We got 5 minutes to go, then we throw you guys to the midday. It is still holding. It's SSR. It's down 10%. I'm just looking for the SSR bounce today, play today. Once it put in a higher low, I entered the trade. It just did it again. If it breaks VWAP, I'll probably look for places to add. Looking for that one to squeeze. It feels like Upstart's upstaging this name, even though Upstart's not really breaking any higher. I suppose, pun intended there. What happened to the positions? Okay, we gotta take a fill.
We're liquidated.
Not really.
What have we
It must have been
done?
reset. I'll get a fill in ATVI, and then it'll pop back in.
Yeah, I'll probably take some fills here, but we're waiting for Microsoft to come to the downside. We've got Amazon for 50 cents in the money right now. Okay, here they come. They're coming right back up. So thanks, Fabian, or AJ, or Ramin, or nobody. Maybe they just miraculously appeared. Thanks to Ramin. She switched over my battery. Is it sounding any better over there? Okay, great. So we did have, I don't know, maybe we have to check out this charger because it was charging all night there, but we'll see. Okay, so not much else to talk about. We did get out of our Tesla. Obviously, hindsight right now, it's at 266. We got out at 267, but we got to ring registers at some point, so we'll do that again. And also, make sure that you do this.
Hola.
What the
Like
heck?
and subscribe today.
What?
Bronny had a heart attack?
LeBron James's kid, Bronny, had a heart attack? Was it an actual heart attack or?
No, it says he had a cardiac arrest during a practice, UFC practice, rushed to the hospital.
UFC?
No, USC, like
Oh, yeah, USC.
Southern Cal, yeah, USC.
Yeah, isn't that where he committed
He's
to?
stable and no longer in the ICU, apparently. I think he's committed. He's committed to.
See, that's the thing, man. You know what? I say this all the time. It's like money buys a lot of shit.
Your
but
health?
like, you know, like people will be like, I would love to be LeBron James' kid. You're going to get drafted. Apparently number 17th overall is where they're rumored right now. But again, health. So we say prayers up for anybody that has had, I mean, heart issues and heart problems have affected pretty
that
much
young,
every
too.
single family worldwide, I would say.
Everybody knows
Someone knows somebody. So shout out to LBJ, man, and hopefully his family, as Neil just breaking news on that one. So, yeah, I mean, I
saw
get
it in the
emotional
chat.
about stupid things. So.
There's a lot of people have been having, you know, I'm not going to get into it. You're seeing
Yeah, that
a
has
lot
nothing to do
more
with
of
any. I mean, these guys train hard and work hard, man.
Yeah.
You had that fluke thing happen to Hamlin there.
I'll never.
Buffalo Bills.
That was scary.
You know,
I
like,
will never
that
forget
was-
Reggie Lewis on the
Yes,
Celtics.
yes.
That
Right
was-
on center court.
Like if you were, I don't know, if you were into basketball back then, it was one of the scariest things you could see live. And then it was a football player it happened to.
Even that football one, man. I was watching that on Monday night, and it's just like, I was like, okay, honestly, I mean, this is just all tongue in cheek, but everyone thought that was pretty much the end of it for him. And thank God they were able to resuscitate, bring him back to life. I mean, the good thing about all of this stuff, as this is a trading show, but
I know.
is that with technology, with the future looking hopefully bright in that aspect, more medical devices, more things like that helping everybody worldwide. The next thing we need to get is universal health care. So.
Well, we have it. Just a couple of things here. I don't know, the position more went again, but BABA, I'm not giving it to low. Before we gave it to that local bottom, 95.50 from yesterday. I re-enter the trade, able to get some out in front of 96, but my stop is not to the low. I want to give it to that original 95.50. So it looks like it's trying to make a higher low here. If it does, I don't have an offer. I should have one, a 96, like kind of right around here, just up in this range. So if it makes a higher low, great. We get a 96.20. We just re-entered the trade from before. NEO is well kind of pulling back in here. They're bucking the trend right now. But it bounced one time off 18. I elected to get into BABA instead of NIO, but I need to see this back up at VWAP as well. We're going to go to the earnings board because we didn't do this yesterday. I don't know, like there's a couple of names in there that might be of interest.
I've never really
just
heard
in
of
case
any
you're,
names,
like if you like big tech, like you might want to be looking at Alphabet and Microsoft. We shouldn't sleep on Snapchat. And Boeing, yeah, I mean, Boeing needs to break out at 225. Teladoc. That's one, if you're not paying attention to Teladoc, I'll double check so I can get an accurate number. It is 15.5% short float with what is a juicy price range on the daily chart. I really don't, it almost doesn't matter where it breaks. If it breaks down, that's pretty spicy on a flat bottom break for Teladoc. I'm not hoping the stock goes down, but I mean, if it gets underneath 22, that's pretty dicey for this name. And it has to really, really move for it to be a long break, or maybe at 26. Teladoc going to be worth a watch. There's no chance you're not looking at a squeeze play. You give me a squeeze play in earnings, and that's going to be on the radar. And I don't care what direction. 22 break down, 26 break up. We'll just play whichever one it happens to hit.
Apparently that Brawny stuff happened yesterday, so I just saw it there on, on Insta. But yeah, it was not reported because, you know,
well, you want to give the privacy.
Exactly. So private little thing there. So shout out again to that family. It looks like they're all home and safe and everything. So
that's what you want to hear.
Let's just hope that that is what it is. But I mean, now maybe the career. I don't know. Let's just see. We're not going to speculate on any of that. All right. So yeah, we're pretty happy. Thanks so much for watching here again today, as it's been, you know, a big day for trade. We do have, you know, a lot of names moving around here. I feel like it's going to be a really interesting midday show. We're getting ready to kick it off with Max and Sharif. But for right now, if we're ready, Fabian, we do have another segment, and it's happening now at 11 o'clock with Brendo. Hey, Kat. What's up?
Hey guys, yeah, as we head to 11 o'clock, still dealing with a positive look here. Still a mixed market across the board. The Dow trying to make it quite impressive, 12 in a row. We'll see if that plays out later on today. But NASDAQ still higher. It was all about GM, GE, among others, with earnings in the pre-market this morning. This note over here, however, just finished reading that. Outside of this ongoing and constant, it seems, AI hype, not much in the way of bullish reasons for the market to continue to the upside, according to that analyst anyways. As far as individual movers, if you're with us in the pre-market, yeah, we were wondering if that AMC move was going to continue today. Apple and NVIDIA back on watch as well. Here comes Apple, 0.25%. Still in positive territory, holding on to levels from yesterday. There was a negative note I saw from the European Union coming through again. I think it was the French antitrust board filing a suit against Apple once again. Not much reaction from the overall stock. Here comes Sharif and Max.
What's up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's the Mad One, Max. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Don't wait until December to save big. Take advantage of Search Trader's limited time Christmas in July event. Yes. We're offering 30% off all Search Trader auditions site-wide. Trade with our money. Simple trading rules, no minimum trading days. The offer ends July 31st at midnight Eastern time. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader and their Christmas in July. Not bad. All right, guys. Let's get to my trades before we get to Max's. Couple of trades today. One on Tesla and one on a small cap capper. Yes, they're back, baby. ELBM. Shout out to Canada. Took this one long. Let's start with this one. Yeah, you know, I punched in a little high. It was early. It was before the bell. No, it was after the bell. This was a few minutes after the bell. I got everything out at the top. This was a large share here. That's why we're talking, 15 pennies. It's not giving you much room. It's giving you 60 pennies total range. I took 15 out of them. Hey, great. We'll call it a day. We'll move on. ELBM, good trade, up 68%. The other one was Tesla. So Tesla, I look back at Max because, he's been trading Tesla like an animal these days. And I said to him, did you take 269 bounce? And that wasn't just a random question because 269 was yesterday's close and Tesla has a habit of bouncing off previous areas of support. So here's what I did. As soon as the bell rung, waited for that 269 to come in, and that is bottom wick if I've ever seen one, and that's almost top wick. These are dark pool wicks. Those are not actually actual price action. So got out here, and then it's been stair-stepping down. You saw the Katina man on this one taking it south, and that probably was the better trade, but for the scalp, I think the 269 hold was clutch. It came in today, and that's it. It was 2 for 2 for me, and I haven't done anything else today. The mad one. How you been, brother?
I've been good. Yeah, you had one trade on Tesla. I've had about 1 million. You could call them trades. I don't know what they were. We were getting into positions a lot today. Not really doing a whole lot of trading. I did have that 269 as well, but then I'm adding high, and I don't know, just losing on stuff that I shouldn't be. So whatever is what it is. And then I'm like too antsy when I got the bottom down here at 266.5. Don't hold it for the real move. Is what it is. That's what happens sometimes. BFRG though, I had this one, the recent IPO to the moon setup. I was long pre-market, thinking that this thing could really go, and adding all the way up, watching the spike, watching it come down. Holding this, what was that? Yeah, 25, kind of 30 level. There was like all these bids around 30. So I'm thinking based on this tape, it's all fugazi. They're like gearing this thing up to go to $10. The all-time high is 990 or something. If we can find it, yeah, 950 there. So I'm thinking if we take that out and we IPO'd this year in February, $40. $40.
What does the company do again?
I don't know. Who cares?
No, right? Trade the price action.
Bullfrog AI.
Bullfrog. Oh,
Bullfrog
AI. Okay.
AI.
So
Yeah,
we got a catalyst.
And it was 1.2 million float. I think it could still go today. I tried it back over $5, but I got stopped out on that one. Wasn't willing to hold for a quad duke. That's the problem on these. Sometimes there's an offering. Sometimes there's an algo exiting, and then you're kind of screwed. So I wasn't going to hold for that. But yeah, this one it had the juice. If we take out $6 today, even this 575, I think we could still go.
Yeah, AI, man. I saw GFAI on the scanner today. There was a bunch of AI names. SOUN had an offering as well. So
of course
they were to the south side, but nonetheless they were active. Guys, small cap cappers, they're in play today. We have one halted at the moment. AURC, Aurora Acquisition Corp, halted at 2181. It's up 110%. All right, let's give the deets on this one. What are the deets? The float. Yes, get ready for this. 410,098 shares. That's according to IBKR. Let's check Trade Ideas, the more trusty of the sources. AURC. Oops. What do they got? Trade Ideas does not have a float for it. Okay, so we're going to have to just go on what they have here. So 400,000 share float. Be very careful. Let's look. Pardon me? Yeah. Let's look at the actual tape on this bad boy. Let's take off Tesla here. AURC, I think it is a NASDAQ stock. Yes, it is. Like I said, we're halted at 2181. I want to see what the spread is once we open up. I mean, it's kind of, this is not accurate at the moment, but once this opens back up, we'll have a better understanding. It's done 2.1 million shares today. In the last 5 minutes, because it's been halted, it's only done, a few thousand shares. So we're going to have to be careful with the liquidity on this one, no question. Average volume is an absolute joke. It's 2,300 shares a day. This company does what? Aurora Acquisition. Okay, it's a SPAC. Is a blank check company. The company was formed for the purpose of effecting a merger. Yeah, because this is a SPAC. I didn't look at the daily chart. I probably would have been able to glean that quite quickly from the daily. And yes, we have a long consolidation area here at $10. You can see that in the spike. So this actually popped yesterday. This should have been on my radar from yesterday. Broke that 10, was around 1050, closed out the day just shy of 13, 1286, and then this morning the pre-market, it just got going and has not looked back. 2181 halted to the high side max.
Yeah, wild on that one. Not something that I'm likely to touch there. These SPACs that keep halting up, kind of a weird thing that's going on in the market at the moment. People are talking about AI in the chat. I didn't even notice this one today. I don't really want to trade AI, I think, until it's breaking 45 again. It's just like been so choppy trying to take these kind of daily breakout setups. So 43 was that high a few days ago. I just want to see this breaking 45. I think 45 is a clean, even level, and see if you can take that break into 50 bucks. But good move today, up 3%. Maybe, I mean, the range is kind of established at this point. You know, you're buying kind of mid 30s and you're looking for low 40s. At some point, do we break this range and then finally get into like the 50s and 60s? I mean, we've come from very, very high on this name previously. I think the high was like 180 bucks or something. Yeah, there it is, 190. So I don't think we get there necessarily, but I think we can get into the 60s, 70s if this AI hype keeps going. And Tesla looks like it's put in a bottom for now. I kind of missed this, sadly. I did want to see this below 266 again and see what happened. But it's kind of gone now. So now testing the 50 period, it's been kind of held down by the 21-ish. It'll like get above there for a minute and then go back down for some time. Now looking at the 50, if we get that 268 re-break, that probably sees VWAP, but I'm not going to pay up all the way at 268 when the bottom was 265.5 here. So we would have to pull down. Like I don't really know actually how I could get long this one again. Maybe if it tries to triple bottom. That's pretty much the only way. I'm not going to pay too high for Tesla on another down day, fighting the trend once again. The trend, Sharif, is your friend.
It's supposed to be, but sometimes it like slaps you in the face and does all sorts of unfriendly things.
I've been fighting the trend for the past 3 days on this name, and it hasn't been going well. I can tell you that.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll see. Maybe we can get on the right side of the trend one day here.
All right.
On one of these. And Upstart is at 61.60.
Yeah, I know. Upstart, I wanted to talk about that one. I've got a bunch on the side here, but I just want to talk quickly about this meta position that I got into. Buy smiley faces, Michael Moss says. Michael Moss says it, then, you know. Well, I'm kidding, of course. But here we go. We're curling on meta. This is what I'm looking at on my 5-minute chart. Here is yesterday's close, 29.60. We hold above that all day, even though we were really, you know, dipping towards that level. That 292 level held quite well. And in case you didn't watch this morning, Meta was on the receiving end of another upgrade. So it's relatively strong. I would say 0.75. It's curling up here. I'm long 71. We're at 82s. Let's see if we can continue. Maybe get into that VWAP area around 294.50-ish. We'll probably be looking to take some profit. I'll be looking to take profit in and around there. There we go. There comes 24. 30 pennies in the money that quick on Meta. Buy smiley faces, says Michael Nas, baby. So let's take this one possibly to VWAP. We'll wait. Don't think I should be taking anything out in front of that level, that 294.40, 294.50. That's where I'll be looking. There's also an interesting area of resistance here that we developed in the pre-market. You can see, right after the bell. You see we have that big spike up. Again, this is on the receiving end of an upgrade, so it was quite strong at the opening bell, but we dip. We dip right back into that 295 area. And then we pop back up. 295 holds. It holds for a bit. And then the breakdown, the flat bottom break comes in. So perhaps VWAP and 295, two good areas for targets here. Maybe scalp a little bit at the $0.50 and then possibly wait for the whole dollar. There goes Meta up into the 294.10. About 40 pennies in the money now. Let's see if we can get continuation. As I say that, AURC has now opened, and yes, you guessed it, it opened north. Only 150% now to the high side, 26.73. The look on that, what's the spread? The spread is eye-watering, bro.
I wonder.
Yeah, because it's terrifying. I got to tell you the truth. It's $1 at times. It gets as tight as 30, and it opens up to $1 at times. So I don't know if Neil was talking about this one earlier. Was he talking about this one, Sean? This AURC, the one that he said was untradeable? Okay. Okay, so I'm not sure if Neil was mentioning that. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. And we'll keep an eye, obviously, on Meta as we curl up here on the future as well. The NASDAQ curling up above VWAP. And yeah, the ES lagging behind. It was kind of the opposite story yesterday. It was the NASDAQ lagging and the ES leading. Today, they've kind of switched a little bit of their roles there today, Max.
Yeah, interesting there for sure. As it feels like some of these large NASDAQ names are kind of down today. So kind of surprising that NASDAQ would be leading. But yeah, I'm still looking at this upstart. The previous high was 61.50. There is size there on the offer, and that's where we top out today, just below it. So wondering if that's a good breakout price. I feel like this time of day is not the best for the breakout, but I mean, I don't know. Squeeze name, what's the unreported short float on Trade Ideas? That doesn't make sense. We had it before. Anyway, it's like 35, 38% shorted, something like that. And squeezing once again up 13%. Totally missed this name, and like this 55 level is so good to you. You risk 40 cents on the 55, and it gives you, $6 here. Also, this 56.5 kind of breakout price, pretty easy to structure that trade, and it just keeps going. So I want to see this consolidate for a bit, maybe do a failed breakdown of 60, and then blast through that 61.5. But yeah, I don't think I want to just take a breakout. The straight breakouts haven't worked for me on this one, but I've been kind of taking breakouts on Upstart when it's kind of in like these days instead of when it's in these days. So maybe we got more in it, but like 15% is kind of a lot. I don't know. I don't know if this has 20 in it. Maybe it does.
The spread on Meta have you? I don't know if you've been trading Meta lately, but
No, I have
I've
not.
been noticing the spread is like as wide as 10 pennies at times on Meta, and I'm assuming, just an assumption, that it has something to do with the lower summer volume.
Yeah,
Because
Meta's kind
I
of
don't remember
fallen out
Meta.
of favor recently, right?
Well,
Like
not
they're-
really, bro. It just hit 310 and retraced.
Yeah,
everything.
but like the last week or so after we bounced off that 310 price, it's just been kind of.
Yeah, but everything's been retracing. Right?
Also, like volume on Meta is overall just very, very light. So
It
it's
is.
kind of
It
hard.
is, yeah.
It's very, very hard to trade, I find.
it
You have
steady.
to have it at the price, or else you're kind of, you're asking for it. You got to risk $1 or $2 easily. So I've kind of stepped away from trading Meta, so I'm not totally sure. When it's making those new highs, though,
It's quite robust in its move, but
Yeah.
what I find is, and even when I was invested in it and I'd be watching it, obviously, I still found it spready. Just not as spready as it is right now. Now it's 4 pennies, right? Like currently, so that's not the biggest deal. But anyway,
Alibaba's at $95 as well.
oh my goodness, I just fat fingered.
What was there
Adding-
news on the Chinese stocks today? I
Yeah,
didn't
so there's a lot of Chinese stimulus coming in.
Yeah.
It didn't grow nearly as robustly as they wanted. It grew 6.3% GDP growth for the quarter
Oh,
versus
so they reported
7.3.
GDP today?
Well, either
Okay.
today or a couple of days ago. The point is that they're lagging, and they don't really know what to do. And so I think that there's a lot of money coming in. They're going to be looking to stimulate some of their tech companies, which they feel are best positioned to
Yeah.
kind of lead them out. So we'll see. We'll see.
But like interesting flush this morning because we had such a strong day yesterday. I don't know. I just wonder if we hold 95 right now,
see any
and
news.
then kind of get back up. I was gonna take a 97 long, but it just didn't come in, and I didn't see what I wanted to see. But now we're below
Right.
this. Like, I don't know. I feel like 94 is the price. Maybe 94.50. Yeah, maybe 94.50 has to hold on Baba, not 95. Like, I don't know. Prad's saying 92.50. He must be short. Yeah, maybe I like the idea of like a 95 fail break, but we're kind of in this pretty aggressive downtrend. Like maybe you get
Yeah.
the bounce up to 95.60-ish, but yeah, I don't know. What else are people trading? I got really nothing on board at the moment. That Tesla double bottom kind of sucks for me. Should be long that at the moment. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking to see why exactly the Chinese stocks are retracing today. So, this shout out to Benzinga here for this little article, kind of giving us a summary of what BOVESPA has been up to the past little while, talking about, its decision not to enter into the Ant IPO. Where is this? Where is it? Ant Group deciding not to participate in a share buyback plan, excuse me. And then, looking to expand its cloud. We heard a little bit about the strength of cloud coming back. BABA obviously involved in cloud as well. So we'll see how they fare. It doesn't really say much here with respect to the macroeconomic picture in China. So maybe I'll look for a different article there. But anyway, Meta hanging out at that 294, not really continuing here, but not really giving me a reason to sell either. Apple looks strong as well. Is it strong at the moment? Let me see. What's Apple on the day? Yeah, it's up 0.5%. It's off highs, but 30, 50 pennies off the high here. 194.20. It's at 193.75. So Apple doing its thing. Bit of a double bottom here, brewing off the 200 period moving average. I wonder if this is an interesting double bottom here on Apple. I don't know. I'm not. I haven't been watching it, so I don't want to just jump into the trade, but it's interesting here. 193 level holding quite well. You had that initial wick down right at 930, gets bought up immediately, and then this 193.30 or 193.25 seems to be acting as a level of support for whatever reason. Again, up 0.5% on the day is Apple. Not involved in that one, but we'll continue to watch and see what happens. Let's see what AURC is up to. That's the other small cap capper we were watching, and yes, it is continuing to go, still holding 170% now, hanging out above $28, just reclaimed it. Looks like it's just going to make a new high a day now, maybe knocking on the door at 29. The volume, what's the volume on this? Still 2.71 million. Still not that much, guys. It had trouble staying open, which is probably why the liquidity is low, but now it's been open for a while, and here we go, 180% now. Blows through 29, looking to take 30. So strength in spades for AURC, but for how long?
Yeah, forget that one for me. Not gonna be entering any positions on something like that. That's pretty insane. I assume this is all-time high because it's a SPAC. So
Got to be, yeah.
Yeah, cool. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what to do with that. APLD making a new high. Upstart's still going. Where?
Almost knock on the door, 62, baby. 61.79 top now.
Oh shoot! I should be long that at that. I wasn't gonna take that breakout anyway, but like, I mean, that's a shot that you can take. You risk 10 cents or whatever it is, 30 cents, and you're trying to get like $3 out of it. But I mean, I'm kind of expecting this breakout to fail. This is a strong level, obviously, being the high of this recent move. But, and like this kind of breakout strategy was working on Carvana for a while there on its move up. So maybe this works, but currently kind of failing. You want this to rebid above 61.50 pretty quickly here, or else it's probably going to go test like 61, 60.50. Something like that. I think if we kind of fail break below that 60, like I was saying before, and then bid back up, then we can kind of get long there. But yeah, I don't really like, I don't know. I don't really like it up here. It's too high, especially for the time of day. And then that APLD, which reported
yesterday too.
Yeah, reported earnings yesterday. I wanted to potentially get long at $10, but I kind of forgot about this one. $10 breakout. Let's check it out. Not really, not particularly clean. So kind of. Bamboozles you, but what was yesterday's high? 990. So if you took the 990 breakout, I think you could have held that back down to 980, and then now you're up to, made it all the way to 1070. So congrats to the longs on this one. I know people in the chat are talking about it. As far as like a trade right now, I think up 20%, that's pretty great. I don't know that a stock like this is going to go much further. I'll check the short float, but I think it's like 50. Why are all of my short floats not working right now? I don't know. Something weird is happening on my. Yeah, none of my
Yeah,
short
it's
flows are
probably
working.
a glitch on their system.
Yeah, just some kind of little glitch. But I don't think this one's like crazy high. Maybe 20%. But you know, good little move here. Maybe $11 today. I could see that breakout potentially working, maybe up to 12. But you know, this is a pretty big move the last couple days, and we've been consolidating in this. Although we have been consolidating in this range for a while, so you take out that kind of range high. I don't know if this wick was real. Maybe we can find it on the 30-minute. But you take out that $11. I think a lot of people are probably stopping out on this move. So maybe that's a good spot to try to take along in the afternoon. If it happened right now, I don't think I would want it. But yeah, at like 1:30, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock even, maybe you get that end of day kind of stop out run. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see on that one.
All right.
Here goes Upstart back down as well.
Someone's saying AI is moving. I mean, it's up 3.8%. It's below $40. I mean, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's not. We'll keep an eye on it. You know, this one does tend to trend. So when AI stocks are moving, and today my scanner was filled with AI stocks, we may get a good move in this one. It seemed to hold support quite well, and by support I'm talking about yesterday's close. I'll get to that in a second. Let me just add the ticker here, AI. There we go. So yesterday's close is at that 38.17, and look how many times it bounced off that nice double bottom off that support. So if you took that, good on you, and then it gave you a few opportunities actually here at VWAP, taking you up almost into that 39 3/4, just shy of that 39.70, the high a day. Yeah, so an interesting look here. You might want to take another shot at this should it make its way down to VWAP, but yeah, I don't know. 3.8%. This one can do a lot more. So what's the volume on this too, by the way? 6.7 million shares. Not too bad. Not too bad. It's done more. All right, Meta coming back down. 293.50, holding the $0.50. The $0.50 was kind of the resistance area that we couldn't break through in this consolidation area here. Does former resistance act as support this time? Fat fingered and ruined my best my cost basis at 61, and now it's at 74. So that puts me in a little bit of a different position than I was earlier. We'll have to wait and see what this does. I think, yeah, I'm gonna have to give this one at least to 293 if I want this trade to work out properly, which is obviously 70 cents of risk, right? So, all right, what is the chat up to today? Will the Q double top today? G-Man asked. The Qs. Okay, well, let's have a look at the Qs. Are you talking about on the daily, or are you talking about intra? Let's have a look at what the Qs are looking like.
We are kind of at key resistance on both markets at the moment. Like that 15,660 kind of feels like a spot that the market wants to resist at, and then obviously 4,600, pretty obvious. So I could totally see a double top. But
the ES moving 49.51 finally. Sorry, 45.91. Man, I'm dyslexic today. 45.90. Yeah, I'm running on 3 hours of sleep.
Oh.
Yeah. So
What
the
did
time
you,
zone difference has just absolutely.
You're not doing like the
messed up my
light therapy
system.
or whatever?
I don't know what that is, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Light?
don't know either. Yeah, you use like bright lights.
Really?
Yeah, there's this thing. I think you can attach these goggles to your phone or something, and there's an app, and then it just shines super bright light into your eyes at 6 o'clock in the morning or whatever when you got to wake up.
I was awake at 4, sitting in my bed till about 6. Slept from 1 to 3. So
Yeah.
it's been a tough day, but we're gonna do it.
As long as you don't nap, you should be good to sleep tonight, right?
No, I'm definitely not gonna nap. I'm gonna make it
Yeah.
a point to stay up
Yeah.
so that I could get that, full sleep. All right, Meta curling back up into the 80s. Let's see if this one's gonna hold. I'm gonna have to give this one to 293, otherwise the trade won't be structured correctly. Max alluding to the fact that we were approaching resistance on both futures contracts and indexes for that matter. And yeah, we are. So we'll have to keep an eye and see if this 4,600 is gonna cause a problem for us here on the ES. Yesterday, oil, banks, and airlines all helped buoy the ES above the NQ. Today, it looks like, the likes of these tech names, which are mostly green, for the exception of Google and Tesla, all of them are green, are helping the NASDAQ move ahead of the ES today. All right,
Apple's kind of picking up as well.
It is.
And I missed the dip on
Double
Tesla.
bottom.
I did want to get that Tesla at 267. I didn't want to pay over 267, so I wanted to kind of fail break and then go back through, but it didn't even do that. I think this looks headed for VWAP, and then Apple is kind of heating up at the moment. Apple, I figured today if we could get a 195 break, it might be good, but we're $1 away from that right now, so like I don't know if we get that today, it's all that good, but if we do get that later on this week, i.e. tomorrow, hopefully, that 195 level seems pretty key. We kind of double topped there. I wonder if we can get from 195 into a 196 break, and then we're talking about 196.50. I think if it happens today, it's a little sketchier, but maybe you can take it in the afternoon. I don't think that's something that I'll be doing, but yeah, kind of rejecting that 194 for now.
Talking about rejecting something with 94, we're rejecting 294 on Meta, and yeah, we're 70 pennies removed from that top, 80 pennies, almost $1 now. Here comes my stop. 293 incoming. I'm going to have to actually cut this at 293 if it breaks. Yeah, it's not a hard and fast area with these big cappers, but for me, I'm just going to have to cut it because I got to draw the line somewhere, and there it is. The bid drops below. We'll see if we hold up here, and I can get back in if I want. If I like 293 as an area of support, I'll just punch right back in. But that, I just took an L on that one, so it's okay. Go 2 for 3. Let's see how Meta acts at this area. If it comes down into that 292, I may like it again. I mean, that area has been an absolute area of support today. Look at all the dips off 292 here. So, take a loss, but it's okay. NQ curling back down a little bit. Might be a little bit of noise on the future. We'll see how this pans out. So, what else is the chat up to? Aurora Alpha, Sharif in Google at 105. What are your thoughts on earnings? Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. We've heard the cloud is picking up again. That was, a big moneymaker. It is a big moneymaker for Google, and it's been hurting the past year or so as companies cut back and tried, to reduce expenses in the face of, shrinking earnings. And now we're hearing that cloud's picking back up again. That's not even to mention the AI stuff. But this is all going to have to turn into dollars and cents somehow, because this is an earnings report. It's not a catalyst, not a news release. So we're going to have to see how Google does on its earnings. And digital ad sales have also been hurt lately with consumer spending in goods dwindling. We've seen the shift in consumer spending from goods to services, but products they account for most of that. So we'll have to see how that pans out aftermarket.
Yeah, I don't know about that Google. What do they? I don't really know. I have no read on that one. But if you can execute after hours, just put a stop in somewhere, and yeah, or a profit taker if you wanted to take the after hours profit. But I mean, where are we on the Google chart right now? I mean, I think we're kind of at a spot where we could break out from if Google does report good earnings. We all saw what NVIDIA and Meta have done on great earnings report, even though they were kind of beat down names. Not that Google's particularly beat down. I wish this didn't look like this. But we take a 130, next stop, I don't know, like 140, 150 potentially on Google. So, being in at 105, you're at a great spot, I think. I think that's kind of where we're going to if we miss earnings, probably. Maybe we're going to 110, 115 if we miss earnings. But, yeah, you could probably set a stop on that position at the low of this consolidation, 115 breaking. Then you're just out of that Google swing, and you take the $10 and you're kind of locked in there. But I don't know, interesting position there. And I was looking back at Alibaba 95. So it is holding here. It's holding below 95 though. So if we kind of do a fail breakdown of this 94.85 kind of level that we just bottomed out at, so that would have to happen right now and get right back above 95. I would take this potentially long for a double bottom, kind of failure to follow through scenario, back above 95, and then try to get it into like 95.50, 95.60. But it looks like this does want to just sell down. Next stop like 94.50, 93. I don't know. Carvana just heated up as well. I already took the. It's gonna bid up. It doesn't look like it. It's not fast enough, I don't think. But Carvana just heated up. I tried the 48 break. I'll try the 50 break if it comes today. BOVESPA seems like it is catching a bit of a bid here. I wonder if I should go long above 95. I may just do that. We'll see what the tape looks like. It is pretty slow today. You know, it doesn't have the same kind of explosiveness as yesterday had, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see here. And Tesla did just wick off 268 once again.
Look, I mean, you know, I get why it reacts positively. Oh, the government's going to give money, balance sheets get, you know, they get fixed, money comes in, it's artificial stimulus. But
Yeah.
what does that say for the actual economic climate in which these companies are operating? No good.
Yeah.
So longer term picture makes me scared. I mean, yeah, you get the initial pop, but I don't know. AURC.
I mean, I'm long right now, so hopefully.
Like I'm
hopefully
not talking about a day trade, brother.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about a long-term.
Yeah, I don't.
fundamentals of
I
a
mean, I don't know what
company.
it means.
Yeah.
If the economy needs stimulus at a time when economies shouldn't really be stimulated, that's not the best thing ever. But
I think it does stimulus, but it doesn't say good things about
exactly,
the
it says
economy.
bad things about the economy, especially at a time when, like, you know, we have inflation still. We probably shouldn't be doing these measures. But it looks like some volumes coming in here on BABA, so I am long at O2s here, looking for this 17 to break and then see if we can get into 50s. We'll stop out below like 90 probably, not going to hold this, you know, all the way down. Could be a little bamboozlement as we speak, but you know, the bid is still there. I think people are covering shorts, so we'll see what happens here.
AURC rejecting near that 30 area, so didn't quite make it up there. I think 29.5 is as good as it could do, and then 24 was where it bounced. So, you know, $4.5, $5.5, excuse me. 4.5. Jeez. Trying to hold above 25 right now, trying to get into 26. I'm stay away from this. I'm back in Meta. I like the 23 hold. You know, I don't really like my entry at it. I would have liked to actually have 23. I looked away for a second and, you know, it shot up. So let's see if 23 can hold here, because the future, it be heading up. Apple, Microsoft, they're all strong right now. How's NVIDIA and AMD? Well, NVIDIA's up 2.71%, so it's already strong as it is, bouncing off VWAP up above 458 at the moment, but that's not the one we're involved in. We're involved, looks like, in the wrong name, because Microsoft and Apple, and by it I mean NVIDIA, are all bouncing to the high side now, while Meta looks like a dud, to be quite honest with you. So I may, if this breaks below 293, that'll be the last trade I have on this one, but I should probably start, you know, looking at the stronger names and get into both. So let's pop up Microsoft, which we know is reporting after the bell. Same thing with Microsoft here. I like how Microsoft and Google are both reporting on the same day. So much overlap between these companies, whether it's cloud, whether it's AI, even digital ad sales Microsoft's trying to get into now. So a lot of overlap, a lot of competition between these two companies. So let's have a look and see what Microsoft is doing. 348.32. That's the high a day that was made in the opening range. We're at 348.22 now. So just 20 pennies off the day high. 348.50 was the pre-market resistance level. Having a look at where we trade in the pre-market, that's as good as we could do, 348.50. Let's go to the 15-minute chart here and have a better, wider view. I don't want to say better, but more expansive view here at Microsoft. This is the 15. Where are our levels? Well, Friday, the best we could do was that 350. We wicked up into 350.58, but all the closing prints on the 15 come south of 350. So 350 likely to be a resistance level. Sure, we did trade above it, but look at that. It was on that initial spike July 18th, and then it stair-stepped down. So I like 350 as a possible resistance. Obviously, with the kind of movement that we get after the bell, if it was to go to the north side, we break that 350 easily. Yeah, so that's the look there, 348.44 now, new high of day on Microsoft, very strong. The other strong name, Max alluded to this one, Apple, 194.20. We're just at 194 right now, and that was a quick wake up. So this is a more sustained move. Apple looks strong, Microsoft looks strong, Max.
Yeah, I bailed out of that BOBA as soon as it failed that breakout at 95.20. Got out basically flat. I think I lost 14 cents in fees. So, you know, flat trade there, obviously. Yeah, looking like BOBA is just ultra weak, wants to give up that 95. Should have tried buying the dip in something better, such as maybe, I don't know, TSLA going for VWAP right now. Ooh. Or maybe Upstart. What is it? NASDAQ? It is NASDAQ.
Yeah.
We guessed it. I got to put that other symbol finisher on there. But yeah, Upstart just goes straight to the 50 period, triple bottom there, 60.80. And now we're trading above 62. So great breakout there. Could have just taken the high of day, I guess, once again. And you know, you get 30 cents or whatever. You're not really looking for 30 cents on Upstart. You're looking for a short squeeze. So I mean, what's the next price on the daily? I haven't had a real look. I think the next price on the daily is $70, right? 71.50 is the next price. There's nothing between 55 and 70. So, I mean, I'm not saying we're going there today, but Upstart's going to have to be on watch tomorrow. The fact that I missed this one today is tough for sure. Absolutely crazy move once again out of this one.
Daniel Gardinen saying Upstart is going upstairs.
Upstairs, yes, indeed. And there's a long way to go on this one.
I don't know about that, D. Tomei. Trading
all-time high on
SPY.
Upstart is $400.
Oh, yeah. Don't you remember the buy now, pay never craze? That was this.
That was this?
Mm-hmm.
Upstart?
Yeah, and Affirm. They're both in that buy now, like the fintech companies and stuff like that. What do they do?
Yeah, consumer demand for loans. Yeah,
exactly.
I thought Upstart was the one that was a competitor to like Fiverr.
Oh, no.
What
Fiverr
is
is
that
like
one?
that. You hire people or whatever, right?
Yeah. There's another one that starts with a U that's a competitor to Fiverr.
Oh.
I don't remember what that is. Someone in the chat will let us know.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Don't worry.
Tesla at VWAP, that would be a couple dollars in the money if we bought that dip at 267, but, you know, can't cry about it. I mean, do I see Tesla actually breaking VWAP and making another move today? Honestly, yeah. Yeah, I can see that happening. We've kind of tested a little bit lower, and we are technically still in an uptrend, still holding some of these levels from previously. So, you know, we can't even kind of get below the, we can't get below the 265, right? Yeah, we couldn't even get to 265 today. I figure a lot of people are short in these last 2 days right here, where the high was basically 260, 270. So we get back above 270 today. People probably covering shorts, I would think, on that not so great earnings report, unless they're short from day one, where I believe like if we take out 274.50, I think that's like a full-on stop out on Tesla, because that was like kind of the intraday, middle of day high, where we didn't print a lot of prices above there, and we did a whole lot of volume on day one earnings. So I think we get above there in the next couple of days. That could be a banger trade to the long side, and then we're seeing, you know, 280 and 300 before long. We see some of these stocks do these dips on earnings, and then they buy up the dip, and then suddenly we're at all-time high again, or whatever. Like Amazon, I think, dipped down to 110, and then the next week we're at 130 again.
Yeah,
so yeah, we'll see what happens on this. I think it probably depends on other companies' earnings this week as well. You know, if we get a good earnings season.
That's the thing, right?
Which right now it's kind of, I mean, today looked pretty sketchy, but.
Don't you remember last time when it was like 80% of the S&P 500 companies that reported beat?
Yeah.
Right, and we were expecting widespread misses,
Yeah, we were talking about how everyone's going to miss. We were talking about how NVIDIA's overvalued at $300. Whoops. Whoops.
I know, right? So yeah, Meta's doing nothing, man. I think I'm gonna have to bail out of this one. It's breaky. It's not giving me a reason to get out of the trade, but it's also not motivating me to stay in the trade. So I'm just gonna put a stop below 293 by a bit so I don't get wicked out like last time, and I'm gonna focus on the movers here. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna put it right at 292, and we'll put it there, 292, and then we'll put it there, and then it's for that amount. Okay, so let's leave that one be and let it do its thing. Let's focus on what's moving, Microsoft. So I like the 350 level on Microsoft here. I think that there is a good shot.
Upwork is the Fiverr competitor.
And you said it started with a U.
Yeah.
So you were right.
Upwork, very similar ticker, UPST, UPWK.
Yep.
That one probably pretty beat down. I wonder what Upwork is up to. Yeah, $10. I'm pretty sure this thing has a high of like 300 as well. Wild. And Fiverr went to like $400 or something crazy too.
Man, we hired someone from Fiverr to do the new animations before we got the sick new production team.
Yeah.
And they were, right?
Well, you gotta pay for the pro ones or whatever on there. One of my friends used to be a
the
Fiverr
airplane
pro.
one. Sean, do the airplane ones. Here's an example. Okay, so Sean, can you play the old airplane one? That's the new one, guys. And here's the old one. Yeah, this is way.
Wait, this is the new one?
This is that was a new one. This is this is the new one. Sorry, no. The crashing airplane was the old one. We should put a poll. What is Fiverr company? Not Fiverr, Fiverr with a V, shellacked. It is a company where you can go hire people. You can hire accountants. You can hire, whatever, web designers, anything you need, and usually you can get a pretty good price on it because usually they're in a foreign country and therefore earning in different currencies. So that's the look there. SPY moving, says KL, absolutely. 45.97 and a quarter, 4,600 question mark.
All right, no double top, I guess. I mean, 4,600 could very easily be the high today if we reject that, go like a little bit over and then come back down. But it looks like the buying has come in, Monday morning. Monday morning, we kind of found a base on the market, as tends to happen. Where's Monday? But yeah, back here, we find a base, bid up, gap up, feels like an up day. I really just picked the wrong stock to go long today because it was an up day. And we find the base very early on in the morning, right at the open, basically. And then, we're just flying on the NQ.
Higher highs, higher lows. That's what you want to see.
Yeah. It looks like a good week. I mean, we'll see what happens. We got earnings tonight. Who do we have tonight?
Sir.
We have Microsoft and
let's pull up
Microsoft and Google tonight.
Yeah, we'll get to it again.
And then we got Meta
Brendo
tomorrow.
We have Boeing tomorrow. We have a couple of things tomorrow. So here it is. Let's load that up. Here is earnings, guys. Let's go to the screen. Oh, there we go. Let's load. Don't you just love Google Slides and the amount of time that it takes? Okay, let's exit that. Microsoft, Alphabet, Snap, Visa, and Teladoc, the big names after the bell. There's plenty more, but we have AT&T, Coca-Cola, and Boeing tomorrow. Boeing's the one that's interesting for me. I know Coke, last time they reported, they said that they did very well in Latin America, yada, yada, yada. They expanded and they didn't have margin contraction like a lot of other companies, but to me, it's not a day tradable stock. Boeing tomorrow, maybe. And we know that there's a lot of stuff, a lot of issues with Boeing, man. So I really want to see what they're going to say about that.
Boeing is just all issues.
All issues,
all
man.
issues.
They can't get out of their own way.
Labor, can't make any deliveries, planes crash. Upstart making a new high right now at 62.50.
The regulator.
Yeah.
Their 737 Max, they got grounded for years and years. I mean,
but they still get bought up every time they dip. Yeah, that's a big problem.
Let me tell you, I just came back on that 737 Max. It sucks, man. It's 3 and 3, and the bathrooms are as small as can be. And like going in there, you're like this and stuff like that. It didn't impress me. I gotta tell you the truth.
There's one that has impressed me recently, but I don't remember what it was. It was a Boeing.
Yeah, well,
It was a brand new one.
Dreamliner, the
Yeah, the
787.
Yeah,
Oh,
those
that's
ones
a
are
dream,
awesome,
bro.
They're beautiful,
Absolute-
open cockpit.
Do you see the windows? You tint them.
Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
open and shut them. You do like tints, levels of. I loved it. I think the Dreamliner is awesome, but the 737 Max sucks. All right, AURC is moving. New high day max $30, above 30. Now 30.50. This one's really going. Maybe 31 incoming. Almost 200% to the high side now. Very
You
dangerous
think
stock,
maybe
though, guys.
31 might be incoming on this one? You know, who knows?
Yeah,
Maybe
who knows?
37
Who knows?
incoming. Like I don't know on this. Won't be touching it. That's for sure. Volume's still only 3 million, and it's up like 200%. Yeah. No, thank you. Upstart though just keeps making new highs. Probably should be in this one somewhere. Should have found a way in. I don't know. I don't know what to do on something like this though. Like, it's so hard to just buy a random moving average. I don't find that to be an effective strategy. Maybe could have had it like taking out, or maybe when it was holding the high of day here, kind of just give it to 50s. But kind of tough when something's up 16% and it's up like what 200% from the bottom. Where were we at? We were at $11. This is up. Upstart is up 500% in the last couple months. That's insane.
What?
The bottom was
Really are? Wow. I didn't
like
even
$12. We're at 62. That's crazy. I didn't even realize that. I thought we were trading at like 20 before. So pretty crazy on Upstart. I guess just got to get it on the morning. When it fails these breakdowns is how I've found that it is quite effective, but I haven't actually gotten into one yet. So should probably pay a little more attention off the open to a stock that has been probably the strongest in the market the last few weeks.
Almost $1 here now on Meta in the money, 15 cents shy of the dollar mark as this one breaks through 294 and is at VWAP. So this is the area where we said we would take profit. And then the next level for me, the key area of resistance on the daily, at least in the pre-market, was that 295 level. I'll be taking there too. So let's see if we can get that continuity. This is the second trade that I have. I'm finally positive on it. I was negative. And I didn't even get the price I wanted, not gonna lie. 32s, wanted definitely around that 293 area. Here we go into the 30s. This is a good trade. All right, we'll get some more out here. Let this one go possibly again into 295, but very cognizant of the fact that it could reject off here, seeing that, you know, we are below VWAP, VWAP being a key resistance level, at least for my trading style intraday. And yeah, so need to be quick. I don't really want to give up much of the profit, so we'll have to see how this one reacts. What's chat up to? Val says bounce off shop. Okay, Quantran, coin short. Val, good time to get in here for a long. All right. Alves, upwork is the competition. So basically echoing what you were saying. Yeah, so.
That coin short idea, I mean, I don't hate it. You just got to be really careful with this name because, you know, we were trading below $100 yesterday, was it? Yeah, yesterday the short off 100 was good. Today we're trading above 100, so now people who may have been trying to short that 100 to get back down to 90, who are swinging it, could be a little bit offside. And where are they stopping out? Probably with you at high of day 102.50 or whatever. I assume if you're short here, you're going to stop out at high of day or maybe 103. So you just got to be careful of that. But yeah, I mean, I like the 102 area on coin. On this crazy day up, we really broke out from 102. We've held it a few times. So I think 102 could be a solid spot to get short. Just pretty light volume today. I missed the 100 short yesterday, and that was an absolute banger off the open. It goes up like 40 cents. So you're risking 40 cents on the 100, and you get $4. That's 10 to 1. That would have made my day yesterday for sure, but we missed it. And oh my God, APLD going for it. So that $11 is coming in on APLD pretty hot.
Hot to trot.
The volume's so light though.
And someone was just asking about it.
Up.
Wes was asking you, what do you think about APLD? So perfect segue there.
I like the idea of like an 11 over under. So if you're long and it fails the 11 break, you can just bail there. And you can probably add there too. You know, you're long, you add on the 11 break, and then if that doesn't work, we bail. I'm just gonna look up the short float on Float Checker here because the trade idea is one needs to be restarted probably, and I don't have time to do that. But all right, what is it? APLD. Yeah, like 15, 16% short float. Not bad. That could squeeze. It's possible. I think over 11 is how you'd want to play that one. I'm not going to do it though, because buying high of day in the middle of the day usually doesn't work out for me. What else is going on here? That Upstart's still kind of cruising at the highs. Tesla turned around off the same price as it did previously, so let's bring that one up. That 269.50 being a problem for Tesla today. Makes sense to do a short there. I think that exact same trade worked yesterday or 2 days ago, where we made the bottom and then just kind of top out at the exact same spot. So look for this to break, I think, later on in the day, 269.50 break, looking for that 270 break, and then you're potentially looking for 273. But if we just turn around here, probably, game over for Tesla today. If we can't hold like 268, I think is where you'd want to hold. I think a 267 breakdown probably makes sense to get back into that 265 level. If we do hold 268 properly, I think I could potentially try to ease into the long on this one.
I bet.
And Carvana just breaking down. Why is Carvana so boring these days, man? Like,
I actually looked at Vana when I was away. What is this? It was ridiculously high, right?
That was a crazy day.
Yeah,
crazy
okay.
day,
So it was
yeah.
just one day then, okay.
I got long pre-market,
Attaboy.
made a lot, and then I gave it all back.
No.
Yeah. That was a tough.
You gotta go home at that point.
tough
You gotta
day.
Shut it down at 9:30.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Right? Took a little bit more profit here through the break of the $0.25 on Meta. I have a couple of resting orders here, as you can see the red lines on the screen, so we'll see if we get continuity. But this is the area, again, that I am concerned we may find resistance. What I do like, though, is this higher low that we put in. And here's the look on the 5-minute. It's a little bit more apparent on the 5 than on the 1. And here it is. This is, I would say, the lower end of this range, and here's the lower end of this range. Here's the higher end, here's the higher high. Meta's going, baby. This is a good trade. Let's take it to the north side.
Let's go.
Yeah, I got filled again there. There's a resting order. It's gone. So now we're looking towards that, I would say, 295. So let's go ahead and sit in the 60s. We'll sit at 61 because what's life without whimsy? And we'll see what kind of prints we get. But Meta a bit secular here as the NQ kind of pulling back. Microsoft is still going. Apple pulling back just a bit. Amazon retracing. Likewise with Tesla. Google doing bupkis. It's been doing pretty much nothing the entire morning, I guess, waiting for earnings, hanging out at that 121.50 area. We'll see if we get continuity there, but this Meta trade is what I'm focused on at the moment. And, just waiting to see what kind of price action here. I really like how the chart is forming. The higher high and the higher low are really grabbing my attention. I think we really do have a shot at 295 here, and I'm going to really try to exercise patience. Tony Price saying SoFi, new high a day. I actually had SoFi on my radar today as it was on the receiving end of a coverage initiation. And I believe it was neutral. Let me just give me a sec. It might be neutral, it might be something else. Give me 1 second here to look at my analyst actions. So SoFi, yes, it was initiate coverage by Stevens, and they rated at equal weight with a $7 price target. So obviously, it's at 972. 7's not what you want to see, but okay. I don't think there's an actual catalyst on SoFi today. Let's see quickly here. Stevens initiated SoFi, so it's just basically repeating what I'm saying. No, there's no independent catalyst other than the Stevens initiate coverage. So that's a look there. Nothing really for me to say other than it's at high of day. I'm not going to trade it if it doesn't have a catalyst. All right, so I don't know.
I'm watching this Tesla at 268 and wondering if I should try the long here. It's holding a little bit below, but I think if we get a bid above that 268, it makes some sense to try the long here for the move back into VWAP again. So there we go. We'll see if we can sustain this. I want to see some size somewhere above the 268 level. So there's a bid there at 268, just gets taken. So I don't know. This is looking a little bit weaker than I expected it to at this price, and possibly gonna have to look lower to that 267. So thankfully didn't punch into that one, and because I would be sitting in a 30-cent loss at the moment. I just don't know. I feel like the bottom's kind of in here at this 265. I'm just not sure where to catch the dip. Maybe 267 failing. This 266.70 was kind of the breakout level off of this bottom. Maybe that makes sense. Later on in the day, I think Upstart makes sense somewhere. I'm just going to have to figure out how to get into that ultra strong stock. I have not yet figured it out. I haven't figured it out any day, actually. I have never made money on Upstart.
You know why I think, look, I have nothing to support this, but I'm going to research it later. I know that credit card debt now is at an all-time, well, I don't want to say all-time high, that's incorrect.
Yeah, I think
but it's very high relative to where it was before. Guys, come to the two-shot.
I would expect it to be all-time high.
I don't know. Guys, come to the two-shot. All right, so I know that these companies and companies like SoFi, they do refiing for high-interest loans, whether it's student, credit card debt. You can take a low-interest loan, well, low interest relative to what interest rates are. Yeah. Obviously, they're not 1% and 2% anymore, 5, 6, 7, right? And you can refi your debt at a much lower interest rate rather than having just to keep paying the interest on the credit cards and never actually removing any of the principal. So I wonder if these companies are involved in that kind of stuff, because if credit card debt's going to go high, you know that people are going to be refiing their debt with these kind of companies. So I want to look more into that. I think that's actually interesting. Katina Man likes it as well.
I don't know. I feel like the fact that this Upstart move has been sustained for so long and like it's gotten so high, usually these short squeezes, they kind of just end after like a week or two. This one is not ending at all, and it has not really pulled back.
No, bro.
I mean, it pulled back off of 40 down to 30, but other than that, I mean, there's no real pullback, just straight to the north side. So I don't know. It seems like a pretty sustained move off the bottom there.
All right, Max, it looks like UPS has reached a deal. Neil putting it in the chat that they've reached a deal with their collective, or with their union, for a new collective bargaining agreement. Good. UPS popping nicely on the news. It was dormant essentially all morning, and there's the volume bang as soon as the news drops. What was that, like 10 minutes to 12 or whatever it was? I know that they were pushing hard for a good new contract. I think that there is like 250,000, maybe even more. I know that they're getting air conditioning in those trucks now. Did you know that they didn't have air conditioning in those trucks?
Really?
Yeah, and some of them work in the south, man. Can you imagine? And they gotta wear that whole uniform brutal. And stuff. Anyway, so they got some new stuff there, and I hope that's good for the employees, but I also hope it's good for the company, because you need to balance both. So UPS moving, rejecting off that 193, 192.98 is the high. And now it's coming back down into that 190. So almost $3 removed off the high as it tries to hold that whole dollar of 190. We'll see how that does. But UPS moving nicely. Katina Man is short. You're oh my goodness. The Katina Man is short, so I'm gonna have to get out of the position. Well, I took a lot of profit. Oh wow, Meta coming down hard here. So I'm not gonna let any part of this trade go against me. My long is at 32s. We're at 80s, so unless we get back up and fill my resting order here, I'm going to adjust my stop, which I believe is right below that 293. That is no longer valid for me, so let's go ahead and take that off. And I'm going to adjust my stop to break even, which is 293, 31, I believe. There we go. 293, and we'll give it to 25 in case it goes wonky. What's my shareage here, Max? Got to find out what that is. There we go.
Trader Pratt is waiting on the sidelines here, so I will sign off. No, it's all you, buddy. You got to teach them how to actually trade around here, instead of me just sitting here and doing nothing except going along BABA. But yeah, good luck, guys, for the rest of the day. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, man. All right, guys. We'll give Bradley some time to set up here, and we'll just talk a little bit about the overall market. We talked about 4,600 being the possible resistance level here on the ES, and so far that's proving to be true. 45.97 and a quarter is the high a day, up just over 0.2%. Here we go. Let's just look at the 4-hour real quick to kind of gauge where we are. Okay, so except for July 19th, this is as high as we have been in a very, very long time. On the 19th, we got up to that 46.10, but it was immediately met with you know, a decline, coming back down into that 45.50-ish area. So 45.97 and a quarter, and we are close to highs on the day. So let's keep an eye on that 4,600. An equivalent level, you know, to me, it's not as important, but that 15, let's go to the 4-hour here quickly. Actually, let's go to the 15-minute quick. Okay, so 15.7 obviously seems to be a level, and that goes back to the 21st. That's after we made, obviously, I believe it is 52-week highs, but 15.7 coming in possibly here as resistance level. You know, we got up to 15.686, so quite close to that 15.7 number. That's the look at the overall market. Oil, let's talk a little bit about oil, because oil was very strong yesterday, and today it started off a little weak, but it's picked up 1 1/3 now, man. The September CL contract looking good, 79.82. It's at day's highs currently. And how are the oil names faring? Let's check Oxy real quick. Oxy up 1.43%. So maybe Uncle Warren's hitting the buy button again. What else do we have moving well on the day? Let's see how XOM is doing. XOM is flat. CVX up 1/3%. Not much in the way there. So it looks like Oxy and the actual contract itself, the bigger names on the day. Dan Emmons, CL closed over the 200-day for the first time in forever yesterday. Let's have a look, Dan, at that. Let's go to the daily. So my 200, as you guys know, is the blue. Let's load. Yes, Dan, you are right. So the blue, and there we close above it. You know, it's been a tough trade for oil lately. I mean, look to June 2022. Look at this. I mean, that's been the look. It's been lower highs and lower lows all for over a year, right? So we need to break this pattern. Now, how do we get a higher high? We got to break above that 83.74. We need to make a new peak. So about, you know, $85, that would be a higher high. We've made higher lows by not coming back down into that $65 area. You'll recall, we talked about this a lot, especially before I left. $67 was an absolute buying area. And me and Max, you know, we theorized that the Biden administration was hitting the buy button to refill the strategic petroleum reserves that they had been exhausting for months and months, trying to alleviate, you know, the price of the rising cost of energy. So from a daily perspective, it does look like, you know, it may be poised to break out, but I think it would have to hit that $85 first in order for us to, you know, really sing its praise. All right, Meta moving back into 294.40. It's like I told you. All right, so what I'm going to do, again, same plan, looking for that 295. I think that that's a good resistance level to off which to work. It proved itself in the pre-market, and we'll leave that one to kind of, you know, do its thing. Here comes the break of 60, and there's a little bit of an out. Money. So let that one go. And, you know, we're only 30 pennies off that 295. Make that 25 pennies as we come into the $0.75, baby. Oh, baby, we're moving here, Bradley. How's it look on your end?
Looking good, Sharif, looking good. I'm just watching UPST at the moment, 18% up on the day, and that 55 level coming back into play. It was very sad that every single day I keep talking about this 55 level. and not being part of that 55 long. And here we go, 63 now the stock. I mean, that gap close that we were talking about not too long ago up to 76 just looks even better now. That 51, 52 area holding after breaking the 55 area. We actually had the 55 break long on day one. Day two, we had the 55 short. No, sorry, we wanted the 55 short. We didn't get that one. And here's the next day over here. That 55 level coming into play almost every single day for all of this week and a little bit of last week too. So, sadly, I don't think this level will be in play tomorrow, but if it does, we'll take advantage of it. Today, we're getting that breakout of that last Friday's high, last Wednesday's high, sorry, coming in at 61.50, breakout of 61.50, taking the stock up to 63.50 overall, and a little bit of a pullback off that 63.50 area. And if I remember correctly, UPSC still has a pretty decent short flow. Don't actually see the numbers of short float over here on Trade Ideas, but we can go over to Float Checker. Where is the logo for Float Checker? It should be, that's Finviz.
Let's call you Tab Man.
Flow checker right there. Tab Man, I like it. What was I going to check the flow for? UPST. UPST overall 30 to 40% still expected short on this one. So still a lot of squeeze moves over here for like your friends Carvana and UPST. I was actually listening to something that Sharif was mentioning about UPS. If you guys remember UPS, when that news was announced, on that day of that news was announced where they were saying, possible strikes and so on, I was trying to short the stock and it wasn't really getting bullied by me at all or by anyone else trying to short it. And the next day I told you, hey, it looks like somebody knows something because they kept buying the stock up even after having that possible strike catalyst. And here's that somebody knows something idea because it looks like they've already resolved it. It didn't take that long to resolve this issue. And obviously UPS using that catalyst to climb right back up to the north side. Another stock that recently had a pretty bad catalyst, Apple. Apple had that catalyst of possible shortages of screens.
Yes.
And that wasn't that long ago. That was 2-3 days ago. And I said, hey, this is not that big of a deal. Apple will resolve this issue pretty quickly. This is a go long situation. And look what happens. 3 days after, Apple comes out and says, hey, we kind of solved it already. So shout out to anyone who did buy that dip. Apple's been holding that wonderful trend on the daily chart. You can quickly go look at this one over here. Look at that wonderful trend holding on the bottom and the upper channel and continuously riding towards that wonderful marker of 200, which we have yet to hit. 198.23 high, all-time high on Apple.
All right, guys, Microsoft is the real deal today because here comes 350. 349.95. I'm very upset with myself for not having gotten in this, especially, seeing that 350 was a very good level on this name. But you can't take them all. 350, I would say incoming up 1 1/3% now on Microsoft. The chart's looking the best right now on Microsoft. Okay, I mean, NVIDIA technically is. Oh no, what the hell? How come I don't have NVIDIA over here? What's going on? Blasphemy. There we go. Now NVIDIA looks good. 2.86% to the high side for NVIDIA, but the chart on Microsoft. Nice bounce off that 346, $4 move right up into 350, and it's going for more. Is it? It's at highs. It's at highs. Yeah, it's trying, Katina Man says. So we'll have a look and see if we can break that 350 level back to Meta, retracing below 295 now in the 294.5. So we were able to get some out in the 70s. Next profit taker here in the 80s, but here it comes again to the downside, back into the 40s. So we'll have to wait and see if VWAP can act as a support level for it on this occasion. Kind of looks like it switched roles, especially here on the 5-minute. This is very micro, so take it with a grain of salt, but the closes all at VWAP over here, and then it reclaims as in the closes are above VWAP. We'll have to, very intraday, very micro. Don't take it with too much emphasis here, but trying to make some key observations. Jay Lee, UVXY is up 50 or 60 cents in the last couple of hours. Anyone expecting a Huadunk? Let's have a look at our friend UVXY, the ETF Pro Shares Ultra Short. Let's have a look here. Futures, let's pull up the chart. Go to the 1 minute, up 0.54% on the day. There's a look off that 16.15, now high of day 16.74. Interesting area, Jay, because this is as high as we got in the pre-market, so on much less volume, it has to be noted, but an interesting level nonetheless. So shout out to you for noticing that. We'll keep an eye on that one. I'll put it on my side chart. What else we got here? AURC still in the game, hovering below that $30 area. Let's have a look at that one real quick. This one is a small cap capper with a 31.98 high, essentially $32, holding a good level of support. This was the peak, and now look where we're holding. I like that. So let's see if we can get that continuity. I won't be trading this. It's just far too volatile. And I should probably remind you guys, the float on this one says here on my platform 410,000. So we weren't able to confirm that with trade ideas because the float data point on trade ideas doesn't seem to be working at the moment. But this one is, and it says sub 500,000 shares on the day. Oh, I forgot to mention this one, Alaska Airlines Group. I believe they had an earnings miss. Was it this morning or yesterday? Anyway, they're down 12.25%. So let's have a look at them. Alaska, look at that, Huadunk. Yes. So it opens up, and we've been stair-stepping down all day. Let's have a look and see what they reported. Alaska Air slumps as revenue forecast comes in weaker than expected. On Tuesday morning, as forecast revenue, okay, sales for 2023 were expected to increase 8 to 10% compared to 2022. But analysts were looking for 11%, so that fell short, which is interesting because these airlines have been killing it lately. So I'm surprised Alaskan isn't doing well. I don't know. Anyway, so interesting look there with Alaskan. Microsoft to the south side, rejecting that 350. Oh, that was your play right there, man. That would have been all you rejecting, taking a short off a key level. That 350 on Microsoft, rejecting now 348.77, retracing quite aggressively. Likewise with Meta. Meta also coming back into that 294 area. I'll have to keep my eye on that, Brad.
Yeah, I wasn't watching Microsoft. Not really too interested in stocks that have earnings at the end of the day. Much rather trade them tomorrow. But I think that was a pretty good trade over there, as you mentioned. Yeah, that pullback off that 350. All-time high on Microsoft, I think somewhere in the 360s or so. Yeah, I want to point out this stock over here, 3M. We talked about 3M last night on the 4 o'clock show. We pointed out some of the levels that we would be interested in and how the setups would show up, and pretty much showed up exactly how we expected them to. So here we go, holding off that 107.09 area that we threw down yesterday. That was the options expected move on good earnings. Played out exactly perfectly for these highs and these lows. And now we wanted to move up to 112, 111. Did not really get that move just yet. We did get a move up to 110.85 on 3M. And your boy had that long on 3M today off that 108 breakout. So here's the chart. What the heck is going on over here? Let me just quickly do this. Apply for both sides. Bang, bang. So I had that break, pre-market high 108. The stock broke through 108, but then came right back through 108. My first trade on this was a loser, but then I got back right in as it showed me buying coming in below 108, and we got back through 108 for another round two breakthrough over here. Was a pretty clean long on the second time, not the first time, and did not have to worry about it too much. Was able to take profits on $1, $1.50, and even $2 per share at a point. Eventually, though, did not get the overall move that I wanted, which was above 111. It showed us barriers near 111 on this position, and it's also showing you constant holding of the 50-period EMA. I believe that is the 50-period EMA. I keep forgetting the colors that I have on this platform compared to, no, that's the VWAP right now, actually. The black line's the VWAP. It's grinding on VWAP at the moment, and it's holding. So that's what you want to see when stocks like, MMM or any other company that has earnings. I think Spotify is another stock that had earnings today. Spotify dropped pretty drastically in pre-market, continues to drop all day too, and grinding off that VWAP. 140 incoming now. The stock has triggered SSR a long time ago. I tried a couple longs at 144, which was pre-market lows, didn't work out, and now 140 is coming in. Maybe this is the area that you look for that SSR long if there is a possible bounce on our friend Spotify, who sadly apparently are not really doing too good. And that being said, their subscriber count went up, and they also are increasing their base subscription tier to $10 now instead of $9. So I just got that the update when I opened my
same.
Spotify last night. So all things considered, I didn't think Spotify would drop so drastically. I think if we look at their numbers real quick, their numbers were not too...
It's really interesting how they increased the price one day before earnings.
Right, yeah. They increased it right before earnings. Yeah, so here's the numbers
Should've known.
reported coming in with negative, estimated. That's a pretty big miss. But the revenue over there wasn't too much of a miss, but earnings per share was a drastic miss. I guess that's where all this down move comes in. But they are getting ready to also introduce high fidelity, is that what it called?
Yes.
Yeah, high fidelity service.
Yes, that's what I was talking about this
higher
morning.
premium service. So we'll see how that one works out for these guys.
Would you pay for that?
I mean, I am an audiophile. I do like music a lot, and I do like to listen to music on a higher quality. That being said, I also like convenience, right? So I never installed Tidal, which I know Tidal gives it to you for cheaper or free almost. I know Apple Music does it for free. So in that case, my stingy tendencies might come in and maybe switch over Spotify. But I'm just so used to Spotify. I might just continue sticking with it. Your question was, would I pay for it? Most likely. Most likely.
My music sounds fine the way it is right
Yeah.
now.
I mean, it just depends.
It's just fine. I mean, you're not gonna. I don't know, man. I just feel it's a little on the nose. They were gonna do this before. They had issues raising more money, or making more money. So they're like, okay, we're gonna drop a new tier. Apple got wind of it, and like, okay, we're gonna front run you, and we're gonna give it away for free because Apple can handle it, right? And then they're gonna come back with the same plan that didn't work before, and they're gonna drop it on us a year later. I just feel taken, right? So I'm not paying for nothing. That's just the way I feel. But anyway, I digress.
Sure, if you make enough money here to pay them another $5 a month, come on.
No, it's not about making money. It's about the principle. Here we go, cash cow, baby. All right, what are we doing here? We're still hanging out at above the 294 level on Meta. Not really much to report. Haven't made a newer high in a little bit, so we'll just continue to hold this trade. There's no reason for me to get out of it yet. I don't see a reason on the futures. I don't see a reason on the actual Meta chart, so just hanging out here. Day trader cut. I am with Sharif. I feel you, man. I mean, it's the way it is. Pandora Radio better than Spotify, way better. But I have Spotify Premium, right? So I download any music I want. Pandora, is Pandora streaming or is it radio?
I have no clue what Pandora is.
Oh, it's like a music app. I know. It's
Okay.
American. It's American, though. Let's see what we got here. NVIDIA testing 460. Here comes 460 on NVIDIA, 3%. This one's a monster. This one's an absolute monster. On the day, it's leading the big tech. Yes, it is. Is it leading? Is it the leading big tech name? Yes, it is by far. Is AMD there? Where's AMD? 1.82. No. So 461.04 is the high that was made in the opening. Was made at 10 o'clock. We're stair-stepping right back there, but expect 460 definitely to be an interesting area of resistance because look, we didn't close above 460. All the closing prints are lower than that level. Yeah, sure, we wicked up, but not a close above there. So keep an eye out on this name, very strong, and it continues to be strong. I mean, what more can you say about NVIDIA? What's new about NVIDIA that came out lately? Anything? I was gone for a couple of weeks. So.
Not really. Not anything new since you've last been here, I believe so.
Well, the NASDAQ, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, all these big tech names, yeah, obviously they're all interrelated typically, and the index is the fundamental one. RGTI, This one just showed up on my scanner, up 26%. 7.25 million shares done on the day. You know, bit of a illiquid one, considering that it is a $2 stock. 7.25 million shares is not that much. So 219 the high, it's at 219 at the moment, having started the day off at 172. So interesting one here. I don't have any idea what this does, and I don't see a catalyst either. What is this company? I don't have any information on this company. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave that. Let's see what the chat is up to here. YouTube file downloads are free. Okay, interesting. So if you want to download them, I guess you can just do that. What do we else here in the chat? RGTI is riding the quantum wave, says Darwin. Oh, Rigetti computing. Okay, so we know that it's been very strong, this quantum computing thing. I sound so illiterate, this quantum computing thing. All right, Rigetti Computing is a full-stack quantum computing company. The company has operated quantum computers and servers and serves global enterprise, government, and research clients through its Rigetti Quantum Cloud Service Platform. Oh, okay, so it's a quantum computing and cloud service platform. Interesting. Okay, I don't have any information about that sector or anything related, so regurgitate it back to you guys. What do you got over there, Bradley?
Just looking at other earnings plays, seeing how they're moving around at the moment. We were also looking at FFIV yesterday. A lot of people in the chat pointed out that, you know, they use FFIV products or F5 products at their workplaces, and they actually like them and so on. Gave me a lot of confidence in that stock for possibly looking for it in the future. But no trades on it today as the volume was pretty light on it. Did give back most of its gains, sadly, throughout the day. Here's the after-hour move up to 162. That's what we saw it up to. It actually went much higher today in pre-market, all the way up to 167, but the whole move has been give it back, give it back, give it back, and get back below that line over there that we put in yesterday. Where does that line come from? It comes from this high over here of Wednesday 14th. So if you pull back to the 5-minute chart, you'll see how that move high was pretty close to that line that we put in. So I like seeing that. This is part of the reason why I call myself Prastradamus, right? It's just a joke out there, but obviously we like to see our lines come into play and our levels show you that they are working, gives you more confidence next time the stock comes to that level or somewhere closer to it. You know, you study the tape around that level, situate yourself around a trade or so on. Tomorrow, if we see a breakout of 160 to the north side, that could be something to take a look at, even for a long-term, you know, swing trade or something. Let it settle down right now below 160, somewhere between these ranges at the moment. Let it settle out. And then let it break back above 160 for that possible long for swing trade or day trade. Sadly, the stock doesn't do too much volume. Talking about stocks that don't do too much volume, here's another one. But I did wanted to trade this one, and because of the lack of volume off the open, was not able to push any size on it, was not able to even push 10 shares. I mean, I know that sounds stupid, right? I could have at least taken 10 shares. The stock traded 2 million shares on the day. I was just being a little wussy about it. So overall, what happened? It popped up 13% on the day. It's my friend Logitech. We were also talking about Logitech yesterday in the after hours. I don't think the earnings came out by the time that we actually ended the show, so we didn't know how it played out. But pre-market, nice little bump up, moved to the north side. I was looking for that 68 breakout in the pre-market. Had no volume, like I said, so sadly missed out on this position. And here's this position now going to the high of almost $72 on the day. Logitech mouse. I have one at home. I have one here. There's one more at the desk right now that's not even mine. Which one you got? Logitech. What do I got to say, chat? There you go.
There you go. Well, I have that mouse too.
You have the game mouse, eh?
Yep.
I got a newer one, which is a little bit lighter weight, and it's better. It's called the G Pro Wireless. It's way more lightweight. This one I can put weights in it, which obviously when I used to be a heavy gamer,
too,
you put weights inside?
Yeah, of course.
Nice.
They all come like that. It was like $100, man. It's not cheap.
No, this one was like 180 or something. These are stupid expensive, bro. And you could break it with your hand, especially you. If you just squeeze it tight enough, this breaks.
I've been tempted to throw it many times, especially trading at home, let me tell you. But I want to ask you, when you disconnect, when you bring your setup over there, so do you disconnect the Bluetooth from that computer and then bring it over here, right?
This one holds up to 3 profiles, so I could connect it to my home one, work one, and my work second one.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. All right, Meta just did a big boy Huadunk, right down into 293.74-ish. Retracing back now into 294. I was able to take another piece out right here. I don't have much left, to be honest with you, so I'm looking at, winding down this trade as we now have broken down below VWAP, and yeah, we'll see. I mean, it hasn't made a newer low yet. A newer low comes vis-a-vis a 293 break, not even a 292.75 break, and I'm not waiting all the way down there. So yeah, I'm keeping my eye on this one with the intention of cutting it if it comes into that 293.50. So I'm long 293.33. I think 293.50 is an appropriate area to cut this trade, especially how it's acting at the moment. Now, bounces back up, makes a new high. You know what the plan was. The plan was to remove everything at 295. I still have a resting order here in the 80s. And I probably have 2 more outs on this one. So we'll see how this one goes. Neo, says Vanch. Let's have a look at Neo. I mean, we knew it was strong yesterday. It was strong this morning as well. It's giving back a little bit. High a day, 1283. We're currently trading at 12 1/4. Still up 4 1/3, but we were a lot higher up. What's the 15 look like? Well, there you go. Represents yesterday's day. Neo looking quite strong. I got to tell you, from a fundamentals perspective, I don't like this company. I don't like the changing battery concept. That's number one. Number two, they focus way too much on sedans as opposed to SUVs. And, everybody knows that SUVs are the ones selling. Here's a little tidbit for you guys. I was mentioning this to Brendo yesterday. I can hear him. More Model Ys were sold in California, either, I'm pretty sure, in the whatever we've had for all of 2023, than what Ford has sold in the entire state. So Ford has sold a total of less cars in California than Tesla has sold Model Ys in California. So what I'm trying to say there is focus on the SUVs. And I don't think Neo does a good job of that. So I'm definitely not interested in this company for anything long term. But intraday, solid move yesterday. Another decent one today, taking advantage of the stimulus coming in from the Chinese government. In case you're wondering why ADRs have been moving, the Politburo, the Chinese Politburo, is scheduled to meet later this week, and the topic of discussions will be economic stimulus. So Chinese ADRs obviously have been running on news that they're going to be receiving money from the Chinese government. So we'll keep an eye on that. And while I keep an eye on that, I can keep an eye on this Meta back above 294 and looking poised to take back that 294.50. So this trade not quite done yet. We'll keep an eye and see how this one pans out. Proudly hoping for that 295 to come in.
295. Currently, I'm getting railroaded over here on Spotify. They're still selling coming in at the bottom of the day. They're still taking out the levels. I'm giving it $1 risk. I really don't want to based on the size I have, so I'm a little scared over here, but I have to give it that room to wiggle for the stock to move around. Wiggle like you're trying to move some bids off. So let's see if the stock can move for us over here, but this does not look that good. So I will urge caution to people who are trying to get in. I just got in on the re-entry of 140. Sadly, that's getting hurt. Hey, some buying coming in though, helping our cause over here. Let's see if that will work out. Also, chat over there playing some games with me. Yeah, Euthanasia saying I gifted myself a billion points. No, I did not. Don't say that. Why you snitching? Snitches get stitches, bro. Stop. And I like that Bears vs. Bull has 777 hours watch time on the show ever since Streamlabs was introduced to the chat. So you might have more, but ever since Streamlabs was introduced, you have currently logged in 777 hours. Might be an indication for you to go buy a lottery ticket, my friend. Coming back to the market over here, however, we are looking for a nice little move back up through to the north side. On Spotify, at least I am looking for that SSR mechanic to trigger in and not have any more sellers. I think all the sellers for today have pretty much sold off. We're looking for intraday buyers to come in, some short coverings to come in too, shorts to take their profits and giving that pop to the north side that we're looking for. We did give it $1 risk and we saw it go down above 50 cents against us. So let's see if it wants to do that one more time. And if it does break 139, sadly, we have to walk away from this trade and come back at it another day. Keep putting in stocks in the chat that you guys want us to take a look at, and we will for sure attack it for you. Let's go take a look at NIO. I know people in the chat were looking at NIO. We were talking about it yesterday in the after hour show. Baba, NIO, Pinduoduo, Baidu, how we had to look at all these stocks for a possible trade. NIO today looked like it wanted to go towards that 13, but sadly pulled back after taking out a decent level and coming back to the pre-market lows, breaking pre-market lows, testing that 12 and bouncing off that 12. So it looks like this 12 area is going to keep on coming to be in play for a little bit longer. We might just have to be a little patient and just wait for the stock to pull closer to that area so we can take some trades off of that. Sharif, what's your opinion about this $1.1 billion deal for 1 year for Kylian Mbappe?
All right, I'll ask you, Bradley. You got some cash. The Saudis, we know, have cash in spades, all right? You just going to go spend your money willy-nilly like that?
That's crazy.
Okay, here's the thing. The going consensus is that he's reached a deal with Real Madrid. So once his contract is up with Paris Saint-Germain, he gets to leave free to go to Real Madrid, and Real Madrid don't have to pay Paris Saint-Germain anything for him because he's a free agent, right? Now, Paris Saint-Germain somehow found out about this. And when he didn't sign a new contract with them this year, they told him, you either sign a contract or you're gone, because they don't want him to walk away for free. They paid tons of money for him, right, to Monaco.
They want to make money
They need to make money. So they're going to deal him, right? Now, looking at Al Hilal's perspective, right, you're going to pay 300-something million euros and pay this dude like a 1-year deal of I don't know how many million euros, hundreds of millions of euros, all for him to walk away in July and go to Real Madrid. He doesn't want to play in Saudi Arabia, bro. He wants to play at the storied club, Real Madrid. He wants to make his name there. He doesn't even want to play in Paris.
Go play for a year, make a bill, and walk away.
That's the thing. But I'm talking from his perspective, it makes absolute sense.
Go play for a year, make a bill, and walk away.
I mean, the Saudis are just throwing around way too much money here. Anyway, that's just...
I think they're ruining they're inflating the prices for sports players by doing this.
And they have been doing it for a long time.
They're ruining the game.
They've been doing that a long time, Bradley. All right, Meta is coming to that area where I'm going to have to cut it. 293.50, that's the out. So let's go ahead and put that right there. 293.49. There we go. Oops. Oh, that's my mistake. Can you take over for a sec while I just enter this stop in?
Yeah, just watching Spotify while it went down to almost 70 cents against us, and now it's trying to bop back up a little bit. So just holding this patiently, but people in the chat talking about someone with the name Doge Moon is saying Doge is pumping.
Yeah.
What are the chances that it actually is? Let's go see if it is. It almost could be. What's that?
Because Elon took off Bitcoin from a payment method for paying for Teslas, but left Doge.
Right.
It's like, okay.
I mean, it makes sense. He wants Doge to be the primary coin, right? And it's actually making a pump right now in this 5-minute candle. If you look, let's go to the 1-minute candle. A monster pump coming in for Dogecoin. This coin is the only coin that I'm doing good on. So let's go Dogecoin, Shiba coin, Shiba Inu coin, I guess is what it is. No, that's a whole different coin, I think, right? But overall, congratulations to all cryptocurrency lovers. Let's see what Bitcoin's doing. Bitcoin's still under 30K, sadly, even though Coinbase has been making a move back to the north side today. Coinbase, playing around with that 100 level a little bit, giving you the head and shoulders right now on the 3-minute, possibly a head and shoulders on the 5-minute. Not on the 15-minute, you're getting a little double top over here at the 102 area, but don't really see the head and shoulders on the 15. But on the 3-minute, you're getting a little bit of a head and shoulder here. So most likely a decline coming and a break of 100 could give you some shorts off of that, but no real move incoming just yet for that one. Putting Spotify on my second screen because looks like we are re-entering that 140 at the moment, and possible SSR bounce incoming for that bad boy. So we'll watch out for that one. 8 is a juicy level on Doge, says Justin. So keep that one on watch, obviously. If Doge starts taking off, maybe coin doesn't really have that down move that we're talking about, but most likely most of the time, Coinbase tracks the move off of Bitcoin, so you want to be careful with that one. Here comes Spotify move to the north side, ladies and gentlemen. We've been wanting this move for all day now. I've been waiting very patiently for where the SSR bounce could come in, and thankfully this 140 area could be the one. We are watching the stock after giving it $1's risk, almost push us $1 out of the money, but now marching back above 140 slightly. No, hold 140 on the bid, Spotify. It walked up to 140.20, but it walked right back down, sadly. So just a little bit of a, what's it called? A rinse level, I guess. You get absolute rinsed at this level. All the longs, all the bulls, and then eventually we'll decide who the winners are.
All right, Meta's flying here proudly. I don't know what in the, what is going on, but here we go. 294.80. We're about to finish this trade. I mean, if it comes up into that 295-ish area, that's it. I'm done with this trade. I'm not gonna hold a piece for the dream. I'm just gonna end it. So let's see, we're back in the 60s. We're $1.30 in the money, but I'm definitely looking for that $1.70 in the money. Let's see if we can get that I'm sitting here at 294.88. And we're quite close. We're at 75, 76. So let's see if we get that print. I'm also in Microsoft, much smaller position. I like this kind of curl off this 348.5 to test 350. Again, Neil would call this getting it on the backside, so to speak. So here we go, Microsoft curling up. This isn't going to be a big trade for me because it is a smaller position, but it's just about getting the reps in. Here we go. Up into the 80s, back to Meta on this one. Looks like we wicked up into 85, so I almost got filled there at 88. If we can get that 88 print, you'd better know that I'm going to be spending the money on this one. So hopefully sooner rather than later. My entry on Microsoft, by the way, sorry to keep jumping between the two, but I'm trading both, 348.89. So we're like 25 pennies, 30 pennies in the money on that one, but definitely looking for that 350 touch. 349.96 is the high today on that one. Here we go. Let's get that. Let's get that. There it is, baby. Okay, so there it is on Meta to the north side. And I have very little left. One more out. We'll save that one for the break of 295. Meta now up over 1% on the day, 294.90. Here we go, baby. What was the high there? What did we get to on Meta? Let's just look quickly. 93s or so. So quite close into that 95. Let's see what we get.
Looking at Meta's earnings, possible move to tomorrow after hours. Tomorrow after hours?
Want me to look?
I think it's tomorrow after hours. I know Microsoft's tonight after hours.
Yes,
it's right
Microsoft
here.
and Google.
One day. So date is 26 July. What is it? Pre or after, bro? Come on, yeah.
Oh, it's always after.
Aftermarket.
Yeah.
There we go. So aftermarket Wednesday tomorrow. Tomorrow's also FOMC day. So lots of fun happening tomorrow on the stock market. Where did my thing go? There we go. So earnings expected move for our friend Meta so far is 8.1. But Microsoft and I believe Google is tonight. We're gonna have a lot of fun with those stocks coming out at 4 o'clock or so. And talk about them in the after hours show. So make sure you tune into that one. When Tesla was moving around, we were going pretty crazy with that. Tesla, Netflix, and they moved to the downside. And remember what I said, usually these stocks, Tesla and Netflix dictate the overall move for the market. Hopefully that's not to the downside for Microsoft, Google, and Meta, which is tomorrow. Microsoft and Google tonight. So Microsoft's expected with the 4.6%. Google expected with I'd say somewhere around 4% also. Let's see where it is. Yeah, 4.8% for Google platforms coming out. Is it Google platforms? Alphabet Inc. Sorry, Alphabet Inc. People in the chat talking about AMC. Yeah, I mean,
What happened?
what a nasty pullback on yesterday after hour itself. We were talking about it yesterday in the after hour show, and all of a sudden the stock just sells off 11% yesterday, and we were like, oh no, it's just now it's going to open in the SSR mode, and that's exactly what happened. Now the question is though, does this 5 level, which we're used to seeing in the past, does it hold up? Does it show support of this 5 area? Continued support of this 5 area would mean a good thing in the future, obviously. But if 5 breaks, then the whole story again repeats that we had to go through during the whole squeeze story squeeze season, let's call it, right? The squeeze season. So at the moment, AMC did sell off, triggering SSR. Tomorrow will be on SSR day 2. But I think if we are anywhere close to this 510, 520 tomorrow, possible longs could be built off of this area to the north side. Have some fun with that on AMC. AURC, lottery winners.
Look at it, Bradley.
Go for it.
225%. For me, it's not tradable. I mean, I don't like this kind of
We
stock.
can't trade it anyways.
Oh,
It's blocked.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't take a trade, so I have no idea. But 450,000 share float. You know, you go make of that what you will. Obviously, there's guys on this floor, probably including yourself, that wipe out most of those levels. So, you know, a bit scary. Back to Meta, looking for that 295 break, looking for that 295.11. I'm sitting there with a resting order through there. Microsoft as well, looking for this one to touch 350. Looks like there it is. We just made a new local high. Looking for that 349.50 break. Ultimately, we want that 350 and that continuation. I won't be taking too many outs here because the size on this one is small. So, you know, it's just kind of not worth it to take anything out here. What else is going on other than AUC? Yeah, this one's making a move into 35, 230%. Unbelievable. How come this one's blocked, Bradley?
It could
Is it
either
one of
be for tax purposes, or it could be like because this does not do normal volume on a regular basis, and today is the day where it randomly decided to do volume.
Yeah.
So we just have to submit a ticket like, hey, the stock's now doing volume, and we would like to trade it, and they'll unblock it. It's just compliance reasons, chat, for anyone wondering. Yeah, for anyone in the chat wondering why would a certain stock would be blocked or something. You know, we're a day trading platform. We're a prop firm. We provide tons of money to people, especially for some of these traders on the floor like us. We don't pay to be here, right? But other offices out there, they have an office. So they got to think about the risk management and so on, and they block the stocks that are on the riskier end, which basically don't do too much volume to begin with. But today, decent volume on this stock. This stock is going absolutely crazy. I think Sharif was just pointing out that we're going to $36, and there we go. Now it's about to knock on the door at 36 for this position. AURC. Absolute monster, 245%.
Yeah,
I mean, is there actual news? Are they acquisitioning any positioning, or I know?
Yeah, like look.
Yeah, but did they actually acquisition anything, or is this a SPAC being SPAC?
I don't have anything here, Bradley, and my blotter, news blotter, has been working quite well lately. So I'm not seeing anything here. If the chat knows, great. Let me know. All the news tickers are all just like paused due to volatility, circuit breaker, but nothing actually substantive with respect to a news catalyst. So if you guys know what it is, let me know. UPS apparently is moving again, Bradley. Let's have a look at there quickly. UPS, someone say, no, okay, so it's down again, looking to break even here. Looking to go flat, excuse me. 188.35 is where it closed out today, and that's where it's trading right now. Look at that big move up. In case you're just joining us, this moved up on news that they had reached a deal with the union for a new collective bargaining agreement. We were really worried about a strike looming here. It was basically, analysts
And now
were saying,
it's back again?
can you believe we were going to lose the economy was going to lose $1 billion a day, which is not significant amount for the United States.
They're
and
going
make a
on
lot more.
strike again now? I thought the deal was happening.
The deal is happening, but it's just to sell the news event. You know what I mean? Anyway, we were slated, if this company actually, if their workers went on strike, productivity would halt to the tune of $1 billion a day. So it's good that this was averted. Back to Meta, because Meta is just the gift that keeps on giving today. And there is another out proudly as we break through 295 and go into that $2 in the money now on Meta. It's only up a 1.25%. So I'm very happy with the bottom that I got on this one. Michael Moss says buy smiley faces, and I did that today. And I was rewarded $295.35. Here we go, $295.50 incoming, question mark? Let's see what that one does. Microsoft also well in the money. Where are we on Microsoft? We're about 60 or 70 pennies in the money on Microsoft, but we're waiting for that 350, 349.96 HOD up 1.25%, much like Meta. What else is moving? I see, interesting look here on the ES. Look at this flat top brewing here proudly in front of 4,600 on the ES. Look at all these tops with higher lows, but with an interesting top there. So the ES looking bull flaggy? I don't know. This is an interesting look, though. I don't see, usually you don't see this type of pattern here on the ES. We'll have to wait and see what that materializes into, but an interesting look nonetheless. Where are we at with some of these other stocks? Yeah, everything's still going good. Nothing much to report. What's the chat up to here? Kareem Anwar wants me to look at Amazon moving, guys. I don't know, man, dude. I don't really see it moving. Very tight range, 129.09, you know. It's been, okay. It had a low of day of 128.53. Now it's above 129. I guess you could say it's moving, but that's not really the biggest name on the block right now. Keeping, again, I won't keep repeating myself, but looking at Microsoft, looking at Meta. Meta is just pumping up here, guys. Let's take another baby out. Do we get that fill? Not quite. As it retraces back down, we'll have to do that dance. The liquidity, an interesting look here on Meta. There we go. We get the fill. Now it's up 295.60. Meta's going. Meta is for real going now. So we were talking about 295 being the level. We are now past that by 70 pennies. Wow, 75 pennies. There we go. 295.75. Meta continues to go. No Meta news. Ilesold, or I'm not even trying to say your name. I apologize. I don't even want to butcher it, but it did catch an upgrade today, and that came vis-a-vis New Street. New Street upgrading Meta from neutral to buy with a price target of $350. So seeing, well, right now, a $55 upside as here comes 296, guys. 295.95. Oh, baby. Gonna get, no, we don't get that out. So I'm gonna cancel that and wait for the break of 296. Let's sit on the other side of 296 on that one. UPS is flushing, says Mr. Blue. Shorting UPS, says Mo Genius. Good on you guys. We were just looking at that. And it looks like it's materializing into a sell the news event. Do we have second update? Here we go. Let's look at this. Dow Jones, Teamsters reach agreement with new contract, second update. So what's the ad on the second update? They have 330,000 package delivery drivers that they reached an agreement with. The labor union says the contract was worth about $30 billion overall. It has to be ratified still by the employees, so it's not final apparently. It's the Teamsters union, by the way. Teamsters Union always reminds me of the movie Casino. Have you watched the movie Casino with Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, Sharon Stone? So Teamsters is one of the guys that they use as their front man, the clean guy. He's the union leader, and the mob uses him to kind of get what they want with labor and stuff like that. And so anytime I hear Teamsters, that's what comes to my mind, Casino. Jimmy Hoffa Teamsters. Yes, everybody knows the story about Jimmy Hoffa. God rest his soul. He still hasn't been found. Like, they're still looking for him after all these years. Yeah, he's, well, whatever. I'll talk about everybody nicely, you know. But yeah, Hoffa, everybody's saying. Who hasn't watched Casino? Classic up there with Goodfellas. Yes, absolutely. Definitely agree with that. Classic movies. What about Dish? Dish, for real? You guys, people still trading Dish? Dish got taken off the S&P not that long ago, and I think it's because it's a dead technology with satellites. Dish is not doing anything today, guys. Up 0.2%, and you know, sub $8. I don't have anything to say on Dish, to be honest. So, yeah, that's basically it. Waiting for that 296 touch on Meta. We're sitting there, you know, sub 296 in the low 90s, waiting for that fill. Not much in the way of shareage to continue to scalp out, but yeah. Hoffa is with Elvis and Tupac, says Darwin. The Hayes record says, I am Jimmy. All right. Great movie, says Barb. Yeah, they're awesome movies. Desi Dog says, swimming with the fish. No. What about GFAI, says Tank Gains. Yeah, we can look at GFAI. This was moving today. It was, you know, AI catalyst. Kind of made the move earlier. What's this up? I hate when it doesn't show me what percentage it's up. Why are you not showing me what percentage it's up? Anyway, GFAI had a bit of a head and shoulders pattern there, and then look at that. Quadunk. You like this head and shoulders pattern? Look at that.
I don't like it that it's on the 1 minute, but it works.
It's true. It's the 1 minute makes it less important. But the book says these patterns are fractal. So take of that what you will. What do you got over there, Pradley?
Yeah, just looking at the SPY over here, SPY 52-week high, not that far away from where we are currently. 456.43, 455.61 is where we are. 456.43 is the 52-week high. So, you know, the SPY might not have that much room left in it to the north side currently, as we are in the FOMC week. It might have to wait for tomorrow for a bigger move direction in the market. But here's QQQ, which is a little bit further away from its 52-week high at the moment. So this one maybe, you know, could move around a little bit more drastically. And it has been today for the most part up 0.8% compared to your S&P 500 market, which is up only 0.2%. Also, question from Stop Console Wars, my buddy Stop Console Wars. Every time I see your name, I always think about GitLab. I mean, look at this stock, right? Gotta love GitLab. You and I, shout out to both of us. As far as I know, you're the only one who you know, took this call out with me, or at least tracked this call out with me. I'm actually in it though, but we are loving this position over here. But you are asking me about 3M. Your question is, take a look at the move on 3M. Do you think it could be a possible 2-day runner? Watch for tomorrow for a good earnings beat today. So I was talking about 3M earlier. I actually had that 108 breakout long on my day today. But what do I think about this stock for the, you know, the trade in the future? That's for the future to honestly tell us. There's some possible setups over here that I'm interested in looking at. You know, if 107 holds, then I'm interested for that move up to 112, 111, or even much higher. Not too long ago, 3M did struggle with the whole court rulings that they had to go through. I think it was something about the earplug court ruling that they had, and then another court ruling.
A chemical thing, didn't they? They put like the everlasting chemicals got in the water.
Yeah, I think that was another one.
That was a big one for them. Like
yeah,
almost $1 billion they had to pay out there.
The thing is, 3M does a lot, so it's really easy for them to you know, make mistakes. I'm not trying to give them a pass over here for making mistakes, because people's lives are at the cost here. But it's really easy for a company as big as 3M, who makes anything and everything, to you know, get into mistakes. So that's something that always lingers around in the background. If you look at the long-term chart, I mean, here's a long-term chart, right? Pretty steep pullback, 259 all the way back down to 100, which are the levels that the stock was at in 2011. This is the same kind of thing that happened to another stock that had earnings today, Verizon, VZ. VZ, right before earnings came out, pulls down to this you know, 2011 area, and we say, we're not buying it, go long, right? We gave you that beautiful long call out on AT&T, on Verizon, to buy these 2011 dip areas. And now look what happens to Verizon on the day of earnings. They actually come out with decent earnings report, pump up to the north side, come back down, test those areas again, and pump back up to the north side. So that previous 52-week low, which broke down and made a new 52-week low, this area was a 2011 low. Today we pop back up, well, not today, we pop back up a couple days in a row, and today we test that exact same low, picture perfect trade over here for you to get that dip buy long on Verizon, especially after that sell-off. So things like that, always a good idea to watch out for.
All right, $3 in the money on Meta, and almost $1.50 in the money here on Microsoft. We were a little bit higher. Not much left on the Microsoft position. We had a small position on that one, right? So made that very clear. The Katina man is looking short here. Was short. Okay, so I like the short here. I'm not gonna lie, 350. I'm gonna get out of this position quite soon. You know, it's interesting though because we are almost at 15.7 on the NQ and we're almost at 4,600 on the ES. To me, that spells a possible area of resistance that I may not want any part of. So I may be ending my trade on Meta, depending on what we do here. I'm going to keep a close eye on the future. 45.99, the HOD on the ES, and 15.693.50, the HOD on the NQ. So all very close to those key resistance levels that we were talking about earlier. Meta was able to, you know, just break that $0.25 momentarily, and I had a resting order that was able to get filled there, but Meta still heading north. Microsoft coming back down into that 350 area. I want to really see how it trades at 350. Does 350, does it act as a level of support here and get respected, or is it just going to be one of those ones where we break and then flush back down and it presents itself as a key area of resistance again? So we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out, but solid trades on Meta and Microsoft as we continue to head higher here on the NQ, pardon me. A new high day, 15.695. It continues to head high, baby. The Katina man hitting the green. It's a green day today on the NQ, 0.86% to the green side, and the ES up 1/3% as well. So let these ones run, but you know, we don't have much left on board. What else is moving? We talked about AURC, the monster. Jeez Louise, it just made a new high of day, 37.54. Someone in the chat wrote something, and it perfectly describes how I feel about this stock. This stock is a lot of fun to watch, but not to trade, right? I can watch it, observe it, say ooh and ah, and you know, wish and that you punch along, but at the end of the day, if you're really trying to follow the rules here, this one might not be the safe trade. Anyway, looks like the bid is holding out at 36, so there seems to be an iceberg bidder at 36. It's not printing any lower. That's an interesting look there. There's probably a bidder moving up at that 36, 36.15. We'll see what this one does. But yeah, guys, dangerous stock. Half a million, lower than 500,000 share float. So make of that what you will. Let's see what else is moving today. We've been talking about everything green. We haven't talked about many red stocks. Nikola down 8.19%. What's a look there on Nikola? It's done a fair share of volume too, 32.3 million shares. Is there a catalyst on this? What's going on with Nikola stock today? Are trading lower on Tuesday. The stock is down more than 10% over the last 5 sessions. Here's what's going on. One of its, oh yeah, that's right. It caught fire late last month and reignited Sunday afternoon. So I guess it's still reeling from that. In case you don't know, Nikola makes, I believe they're hydrogen. Are they hydrogen trucks? They are, yeah. So they don't use electric motors. They're using hydrogen. And yeah, in case if you don't know anything about hydrogen, it's quite flammable. So that was always...
Wasn't there like a balloon that will run on hydrogen? I wonder what happened to that.
I know. It's called the Zeppelin?
No.
No? What was it called?
Hindenburg?
The Hindenburg. There was one called the Zeppelin, no?
The Zeppelin is it's called the Zeppelin,
Okay,
but
that's
it's
the
called the
name.
Hindenburg was what it was
gotcha.
called.
Yeah.
And that's why they call it the
Hindenburg.
Hindenburg report, because they're
I
always
gotcha.
looking to burn things to the ground.
And another piece of the puzzle falls into place.
Did you know?
Yes.
Well, this could be absolute bullshit, bull crap theory, right? But apparently, you know those, Oppenheimer related. You know those atom bombs that go off. If you hold your thumb towards the bomb, and if your thumb covers the mushroom cloud,
You're gonna be okay.
you're safe.
No way.
You're safe. And that's where,
You wanna test
and
that?
that's where, I'm down. And that's where the whole rule of thumb idea comes
No
from.
way.
Have you ever now played Fallout game?
Are you kidding?
Have you ever played Fallout game?
No, I haven't. You know I don't
The
play
Fallout
games, bro.
character, the game in the character.
Fallout means nuclear fallout. I'm
Nuclear
assuming.
Fallout.
Yeah.
There's a
Okay.
game called Fallout.
Okay.
Right? If you ever seen the character in that game, the screen right here, right?
Okay.
Oh, did you just do it? Yeah, right there. So that screen over there, he's the main character, or at least he's the character. Now, see how he's like?
yeah.
Actually, that's the wrong one. Go to this one instead. Go to this one. See how he's like winking and he has his thumb up?
Oh, because one eye.
Because he
you
closes
gotta
one
cover
eye and he's looking at it,
Oh.
right? It's the whole theory over here that
You're
he's
kidding me,
bringing
bro.
people into the shelter and he's looking at the thing, and this is where the rule of thumb apparently comes from. And this is obviously an absolute BS theory probably that Instagram's got me into. And Instagram has been giving me more and more crazy theories about Pokemon. Apparently, the main character in Pokemon isn't even real. He's a clone.
You're kidding.
He's a clone of the real Pokemon master. And that's why the Pokemon character that you play in game doesn't have a father, and his father is actually the clone master himself, the Dr. Oak. I was like, yo, what's going on?
What is all this? Oh my goodness.
Instagram's putting me into these like tin hat loopholes. That's like reeling me in. I gotta stop with this, social media stuff. And this is why I say, man, none of it's real.
All right, Bradley, I got to interrupt. 15.7 right now on the NQ. 46.01 and a quarter right now on the ES. Microsoft pumping up 350.61 the high. Microsoft continuing to go. In case you're just joining us, earnings after the bell. Make sure to join the closing show, the after party with Bradley. He's going to be all over that. Google after the bell. Microsoft after the bell. Lots of stuff after the bell today, guys. Snap as well. So keep it tuned to Trader TV. After the closing show with the Big Kahunas, Bradley will be covering those earnings releases as well. Now, I really want to see how we trade here, Bradley. I think this 15.7 and the 4600 are important levels of resistance to keep an eye on. So I'm going to be watching quite closely here how big tech trades. Google is moving. Google wasn't moving all day. Google hadn't done anything. Now in the last 15 minutes or so, Google's starting to get going here. Up almost a percentage point. 122.59 the high. We broke the opening range high, which was at 122.37. That goes to about 10 o'clock or so. This one looking to move. What's the price action from yesterday? The high that we got yesterday was exactly 123. It was, you guessed it, on the opening range, 930. We touch 123 and then we sell off all day. We open up a little bit higher in the pre-market 4 a.m., but make our way negative below yesterday's close for the majority of the day. And here we go. Google now catching the bid. So whoever is making last-minute adjustments before earnings waited till the midday to do it. Interesting. Microsoft continuing to go. We're almost $2 in the money on this, but we almost have no shares left, to be quite frank with you on this. So we're just holding it and letting it go. Meta continuing to go to the high side. We are $3 in the money on Meta, 296.40. Let's see if this one can hit 297, Bradley.
Let's go. Yeah, market clearly taking off over here. S&P 500 new high a day, and the NASDAQ new high a day. Looks like the SPY wants to march towards that almost a 42-week high. 52-week high incoming very soon on the S&P 500 market. So let's just wait and see what happens for those stocks over there. Once we do hit that 52-week high on the S&P 500 market. Looking at my position, still flat. It's above 140. It's not really going below 140, which is good. But as long as it stays above 140, we are happy with that position. Apple going towards 194 also. So we're waiting to see if Apple can make a new high day past 194. A quick short scalp available in the next 5-minute candle. Trader Prad. What stock would that be in? Not sure what stock you're talking about. But if it's within my setup, then yeah, I'll take it. But if it's not within my setup, most likely not worth me taking the trade, even if it's a quick 5-minute scalp or not. Apple, lots of calls, says T Daddy. Lots of calls, like option calls, I'm guessing, being poured into Apple at the moment. So let's go take a look at Apple over here. I mean, market's giving you a little bit of a sell-off already, as Apple did kind of triple top over here near 194. If you look at the intraday move on the 3-minute chart, triple topping around 193, 194, giving you a little bit of a resistance most likely. But as Neil always says, you know, how many times does the stock really go up to that level before it rejects it? So we're looking for that possible rejection, possible burst through of that area, while the overall market's already doing it, right? NASDAQ giving you a new high, about to be a whole % on the day. S&P 500 up 1.3. Ooh, a little bit of sell-off right there. But the Apple's still holding in the 90s, so Apple wants to be above 194.
All right. Yeah, 15.7, clearly resistance level here, at least for the time being, on the NQ. Likewise with 4,600 for now. Let's see how we do. You know, I don't really want to guess anything here. I'm just going to let it go and see how we end up faring. AURC, this is the small cap capper that was moving aggressively, 210%. It was up more, broke 37 by a couple of shekels, now trading below 33 in a bit of a range. Let's see if it can hold that 32. Seems to be the level holding at the moment. There it goes, 32 breaks, 31 incoming. As quickly as I said 32, I saw a 31 print. Here's a 30 print coming now. So just like that, it moved $2. Yeah, that's how dangerous this stock is. It's quite dangerous. Here comes 30, 30.63. Okay, 30.40. So this one, just like that, down 40% from where it was, now down below 200%, 197. Keep an eye on that one. Again, fun to watch, but not really to trade. All right, there is a person in the chat by the name of Kajun LA, who is quite disappointed that I have been not looking at AMD, thinking that maybe I have some sort of aversion against AMD, which I don't. I think it's a great company, and I love Lisa Su. So let's have a look here. 113.02.
And that blue jacket.
And the blue jacket. That goes without saying. That blue jacket, electric blue, bro. I mean, come on. Who could?
You loved it so much that you bought a blue jacket and you put it as your Instagram picture, eh?
That was actually from before. You know that. You know that was from before. That's how much I love the blue jackets, though. That's why. So it got my attention about it right away. Yeah. Shout out to Lisa Su and Jensen Huang with his Brock leather jacket. All of them, they've got their own like little look there. But anyway, all seriousness, AMD up 1.79%, 113.02, the high a day. It held VWAP quite nicely the majority of the day, save and except for this little 20-minute period here between 11 to 11:20. Reclaims it quite quickly and holding above VWAP since that time. Let's look at the longer-term time frame to see if this 113 is any sort of important resistance level. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it is a little bit here. We have some interesting price action back on the 17th where 117 acted as a level of support. Does support become resistance here? Because we're right back at that 113 level. Let's zoom out a little bit more. This is the 30-minute chart on AMD. Let's go to the hourly. And yeah, it's a bit, to be quite honest with you, it's been consolidating since late June. So we've been at a bit of a month of consolidation there, within 107 to about 120 to the top. So a $13 range for the last month or so. Interesting look on AMD, obviously. With the emergence of AI, you have to wonder, does NVIDIA, do they take the whole pie for themselves, or are Intel, AMD, and other chip makers going to step up and start taking parts of the pie? And so, that's why, everybody's looking to AMD to see what kind of response they can have to the A800 chip that's being used widely now by anybody looking to build on their AI, build on their data using AI, using large language models and such. So we'll see how that transpires. Looking at the action here on the future, 15.7 still below it, 4,600 still below it. So those levels of resistance showing themselves to be, respected for the moment. So we'll see that. Will Evans, me and Sharif looking at Softy for a strong pop. I think after lunch it runs on news before market close, says Will Evans. Shout out Will. Ryan Dowd, NVIDIA sold out already. Are you talking about the A800 chip? Is that what you mean? The fact that they're sold out of the A800 chip? We know that Taiwan Semiconductor makes that, and it's a bit of an interesting look there. I'm just reading some of the chats. Did you know that Taiwan Semi is creating a foundry in Arizona?
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that.
Yeah.
I
That was
knew
not like they announced that not too long ago. I remember that.
Which I think is important because if they open up in America, it changes things completely, right? You don't have to import chips from Taiwan, and with all the geopolitical security issues that comes with. So I didn't actually know that they were building that there. Kind of flew above or below my radar. What else is the chat up to here? No UPS strike, says righty tighty. Means inflation, he posits. The sexy Kiwi. Apple convinced them to build in Arizona. I see. Okay. That's, why convince them? I guess America is a huge market for chips anyways. Hey guys, caution, look at EDTX. It's T12 and AURC fits the criteria to get the T12 halt. Let's have a look at EDTX. We haven't been on that one today. What do we got on this one here? EDTX halted at 63.24. What's the look on this chart? Let's have a look. Okay, so this has been halted for a long time. When was the last trading day? This last traded July 14th. This hasn't traded since July 14th. What's the look here? This is obviously a SPAC as well, because it traded at $10 for a long time, and that usually is a telltale sign of a SPAC, and then it makes its way up to $80, and we haven't heard of it since the 14th. So I don't have any information on this company because I wasn't here on the 14th. I was away. David M. AURC may get a T12 halt as well. We'll see. Usually those ones are reserved for those real movers like 400%, 500%, 600%, but we'll see. AURC retracing down now below 200%, Bradley.
Damn it, I typed the whole message and I put an emoji along with that message, but it only showed the emoji. Thank you, YouTube.
EDTX.
Thank you, YouTube. That's awesome. So now all you see is the crying emoji, and all you guys are asking me a question too. So that just ruins everything. But okay, anyways, coming back to UPST over here. You guys are talking about a possible short attempt on UPST. Yeah, I kind of just slapped on a trend line over here to see what happens around this trend line area. Looks like we are still trying to bounce off that trend line. The stock did, it hasn't properly closed below the trend line yet. A proper close below that trend line might maybe give me an indication to short this position. And honestly, even if you do short it, I'm not expecting a bigger move than 61.50 to the downside. So there might be a little bit of a move there, but 61.50 area might show you some support. So you might want to be a little bit careful for your shorts on Upstart. Look, trend is your friend, right? There's actually a nice little poem over here that Euthanasia put in. Let me try to scroll up and find that poem real quick. Where did it go? The trend, thy faithful comrade. Thou must see in its embrace, thy fortunes shall dance with glee. So shout out to Euthanasia over there for that fun little poem over there. So look, the trend is your friend. Just trade it or stay away from it. Don't try to fight it. Don't try to be proud because you might get beat up very easily by the market. I am in a long against the trend on Spotify, but that's because we're trading a market mechanic over here, which technically should not allow Spotify to push much further unless there's actual authentic selling coming in. And by authentic, I mean only people who are longs can punch the bids, pushing Spotify to the lower side. But if new sellers are trying to come into the game over here, they have to wait for the stock to tick higher for them to get filled short. So trying to lean on that mechanic, trying to also lean on a nice even dollar level near 140 to see if we can play along. But I am playing counter trend, so don't play counter trend. The trend is thy friend, and just follow it, my friends. It's not much harder than that.
Proudly, Microsoft held 350 here, a bunch of wicks down into 350, but it keeps getting bought up on my 5-minute chart. 350.73 is the high. I don't know, I just have a feeling this one's going to print a little bit higher. We may run into the close, but also Google cannot be ignored now. It is moving up and moving up nicely. 122.78 high of day. It's now up 1%, and all of that came in, quite recently. When did this move really start? 12:45, 12:50. So it's been going on for 25 minutes or so. Good move up by Google. Broke high a day by a fair bit. 122.80 again is the current price action. Where are we at here with Meta? Meta's the other trade that we have on. We don't have much left. It's still dancing below that 296, 295, 80-ish, 295, 70-ish. We'll keep an eye on that. We don't have too much at stake anymore. The one that I really want to see hit 351 is Mr. Softy. Here we go. Back into high a day. Did we get a new print? Not yet. 73 doesn't get broken. So we'll have to see if Microsoft can continue to march up and how much strength it's got left prior to earnings. Microsoft, baby. What is the chat up to here? Sharif, that call out on UPS was something else, man. The wrong way. It happens. It's okay. What call out, man? What are you talking about? I didn't take any trades on UPS today. Maybe that I was talking about it? Let's have a look. All right, where are we at here with UPS? Let's go to the 1 minute. Oh boy. Sell the news event. If ever, going red on the day, 188.33 was where we closed. And look at that move down, baby. Oh, 182.14. I'm not sure what call out you're talking about, but yeah, it's not a good look for UPS. It's a tough trade. Tough trade. These sell the news events are always a little tricky. You try to take them long, thinking, everything's been fixed in the company. It's going to go up now, and then there it goes. So sorry about that. Hope you don't lose any money. You don't lose too much. Microsoft continuing to hang out at high of days. It just printed a new high of day, 350.80. Now breaking that 350.73, so still stair-stepping up on its way. Who knows, maybe to 351, maybe to more. We'll keep an eye on that. Apple as well, also coming near a local high. Technically, the high of day is 194.20, but we're right at that 194 level. So interesting level. 193.99 is where we're currently trading with a series here of higher lows. Not so much higher highs, but this is what the wedge pattern is all about. So let's see if we can print higher. I have a feeling 15.7 is going to hold today on the NQ. We're right back at 15.7, 15.704.75. Maybe I shouldn't say that anymore. Maybe that's what the person was talking about, that I had a feeling, and then maybe maybe I won't say that anymore. But yeah, it looks like we're going to hang out at this 15.7, at least for now. 4,600 as well, holding here proudly.
Looking at Activision. Monster move again. Another day, another 50-cent pop. Well, almost 50-cent pop on this stock. Like I was telling you, right? The stock moves in beautiful 50-cent ranges every day, especially when it has that news catalyst allowing you to just provide liquidity and make tons of positive cash flow if you are interested in it. So shout out to Activision. Here's another stock that had earnings today. You know what? I have to find this video. I was debating if I wanted to show this video today to you guys or not, but I have to show this video. But I have to vet this video first to see if there's anything,
Yeah, that's the right move.
So I have to vet that video first before I can do that. But it's talking about RTX. It's Raytheon Technologies. This advertisement that I saw from Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin advertisements are absolutely insane. It's like this little kid. She goes invisible, and they're trying to talk about how the stealth bomber is their plane that they're trying to sell. It's
okay. No, I need to see this.
Absolutely insane advertisements.
They make the F-35, don't they?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
This guy that I game with, he actually is he works on the Navy. He recently came back from deployment, and he works on repairing the F jets and so on. I was like, oh, that's pretty sick.
Pretty sick.
I can't find this video because YouTube, sorry, not YouTube, Instagram on the web sucks at the moment.
yeah, it's horrible.
But Raytheon Technology, ladies and gentlemen, another stock down 10% or more, triggering that SSR mechanic and actually giving you a good SSR bounce off that 81 area, so giving you a pretty decent bounce back to 85. But what are the levels that we can maybe look out for the stock for the future? I'm looking at more around these areas, around 2021 lows or so. Here are the 2020 lows. 2020 lows are all the way down here near 40, 50 bucks. Holy smokes. That's quite a bit of a way to the downside. Not sure if we see that just yet. But we got some room to the downside over here on Raytheon Technologies. And obviously, if Raytheon dropped down, there's a good chance that LMT, Lockheed Martin, also dropped down along with them. Their earnings is in 91 days. That's because their earnings probably came out not too long ago. Yeah. To 18th of July. Missed out on that one. But, oh, no, actually, no, we did talk about it. But we don't really trade Lockheed Martin because of stupid expensive stock with not too much volume on a regular basis.
Here's the thing, though, with these military stocks. You know what's interesting, Bradley? You know that America's been donating a lot of weapons to Ukraine, giving, I don't know if it's donating or loaning or whatever it is. The fact of the matter is they're giving a lot of their stockpiles of bombs, missiles, you name it. And so all those stockpiles that they're giving are going to have to be replenished because, well, you need them. And so who's going to make money from that replenishment? So I don't know, man. You want to get into some of these names, but I just don't know enough about it. I just know the general move, but it's interesting. Lockheed Martin, yeah, is the one that makes the F-35 Lightning II. By the way, you know what I saw in Hawaii?
That's Ford.
What? What?
The F-45 Lightning?
No, F-35 Lightning II, yeah. Do you know what I saw
thought you
in
meant
Hawaii?
like the F-45 Lightning truck
I
or
saw the
whatever.
F-22 above my head, very, very close, and it was pulling maneuvers over the airport. So the way the Honolulu airport is, half of it is like the commercial side, and then the other half is the military side. And when you're landing, you can see all the military planes, the cargo jets, the F-22s, which are all in hangars. But while we were taxiing, F-22s were doing stunts above my head. And you know I'm just obsessed with that kind of stuff. So that was very, very cool. I had never seen an F-22 in living color. And to see it pulling stunts was nice. It was a nice way to start the trip. Mark Cars, hey Sharif, Prad, any eyes on NIO today? Me old mates, I like that. We were talking about NIO a little bit earlier. I was going on my little spiel that I didn't like the company in general because it focused too much on sedans and also had that replacement battery technology, which I'm not a big fan of either. But I have to, give credit where credit is due. It seems that they're going to be a margin business because they are catering to like the more wealthy type client in China. It seems, when you go into the station to have your battery changed, there's a nice lounge waiting area where you can sit down, have a drink, have a cocktail, have a coffee, mingle with other wealthy people, network. That's the pitch that they wanted to kind of do, in addition, obviously, to the replaceable battery and stuff like that. So, but from a day trading perspective, it hasn't given us much, aside from the opening range between 9:30 and 9:45. Been very sideways since then. 12 held quite nicely, but it's below VWAP at the moment, and it looks like more consolidative than anything. So I don't have a move on NIO now, even though up 3 2/3% today. In addition to the, I think, 12-something% or 11-something% it was up yesterday. So yeah, that's those are two. That's my take on what's it called? NIO. Quickly here to look back to Microsoft, 350.80 still the high. We haven't come into that 351 yet, so I think I'm going to be taking profits right in front of that 351. We'll have to see. Meta now consolidating below 296. Is this the end of the move for Meta, or is there more? We'll have to wait and see as well. But obviously, a 295 break for me ends the trade. So 295 will be my out on this one unless we can continue to head up. Google, I can hear the Katina man mentioning this, up 1 1/4. Google continues to go. and it started late in the day. In case you're just joining us, Google's got earnings. Alphabet reports after the bell. 123.14, the high of day right now. And I have a trend line here. Okay, no, this is probably from something else. Okay, let me remove that. But yeah, 123.14, high of day on Google, Bradley. What else is a look over there? What else you got?
People in the chat want us to take a look at SoFi. Yeah, SoFi having a nice little bounce over here off of, it looks like the 50-period EMA on the 3-minute chart, making a move back to the high of day almost. We'll see if that one comes into play. Shout out to anyone who went long SoFi. Yeah, Google popping up, but this looks a lot like what happened with Tesla and Netflix, right? Weren't they going up on the earnings day, and then on the earnings move, just completely dumped down? And somebody on the floor who's also, you know, an amazing host on the show over here, called the moves over there on Tesla and Netflix. So shout out to that man. His name obviously is Maximilian himself, the demon, giving us the call out over there that both these stocks might sell off, and they did. So we'll see what happens with Google. We'll see what happens with Microsoft later on in the day. And we also have a couple other stocks on that list, like Teladoc, which is a pretty high short float stock. Let's go find a couple other positions that we might be interested in. I think I should have a picture. Nope. Okay, we'll just open it up right here. No worries. But actually, we'll go here instead, because this way we can see what time the stocks announce their earnings. So calendar, Microsoft at 4:05. Hello, what the heck? Go away, calendar. Microsoft at 4:05, Google at 4, but Google's Class B at 4:15, Snap 4:10, Visa 4:05, PACW, almost forgot about PACW at 4:20. Gotta love it, right? So obviously they're gonna be smoking at that time. 4:05 Teladoc. We got Texas Instruments. For anyone who remembers Texas Instruments from high school days, Texas Instruments calculators coming out. Waste Management. I bet you that's a short, because Canada at least has been replaced by GLF, right? Green for Life.
Yeah,
you don't see that many waste managements anymore in Canada as much as Green for Life. So we'll see how these numbers come out. Canadian National Railway, talking about Canada, CNI, CNR on Canadian stock market, I think, coming out with the earnings
It
over
trades
here.
in America as well.
Yeah, CNI in America, CNR in Canada. I believe that's how the tickers are. So these are some of the stocks that we'll take a look at. Renaissance Holdings. Ooh, Rentec? I don't know if that's Rentec. No, Rentec is private, right?
I have no idea.
Rentec?
I don't even know what that is.
You know what Rentec is?
No.
Rentec is the best hedge fund. I don't know if you would call them hedge fund, but the best fund out there in the world. It's run by, I almost said Ben Simmons, chat. It's run by some Simmons. It's run by some Simmons, and he's an absolute mathematician, crazy
Quant?
guy. Sorry?
Is he a quant?
Yeah, big math genius, Rentec.
Interesting. Okay. Well, there you go, guys.
Jim Simmons, thank you.
Jim Simmons. Okay, thank you for that. I didn't actually hear about their fund before.
Yeah, he's got like Nobel awards for his math, Nobel awards for his technology. He is absolutely revamped like many areas of math itself, and also revamped many areas of trading itself. Jim Simmons.
No, I was pulling something up, Jim. So yeah, I'm gonna definitely look into that, Krishner.
Ben's brother Jim. Yeah, exactly. Ben Simmons' brother Jim Simmons. All-time best trader Jimmy Simmons. I mean, you could kind of chalk it up to that, but a lot of people like to chalk it up to, Jesse Livermore or a couple other names over there. Or there's so many other names that you could chalk it up to best trader of lifetime or so on. But learn from them and apply it to yourself, and try to become the best yourself.
Man, I love being
Try to
on
become
the
the
show.
best
You
yourself.
learn something new every day. And I hadn't heard about this guy ever, and the chat seems to know quite a lot about him. A lot of comments here coming in about what he does and who he is, and very interesting, guys. Thanks for that, Bradley. Some homework for me to do tonight, definitely. 350.90 now, the high of day on Microsoft. Sitting here, where am I sitting? I'm sitting right in front of 351. I think I'm sitting at 97. So not quite up to my resting order yet, but, We'll see if we get continuity. With respect to Meta, 295 is going to be my out. It looks like it's stair-stepping down now after making, it wasn't the high of day because the high of day was made on the opening range 298.30, but it was definitely the local high into that 296.30-ish area. So I'm going to go ahead and put a stop here for below. I got to take this off for below 295. So we're going ahead and put 294, and then I won't say where I'm going to put it. And then we're going to end the trade 294, and then I'm not going to say where I put it. So there we go. Let's give that a few more shekels. So the stop is in, and I don't have to worry about this trade anymore. Now I got to re-enter the trade, the resting order here on Softy. There we go, and that one is back in place. We'll see what is going on. James is of the opinion that the rug pull is incoming. Shorts on, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. All right, James, we're going to hold you to that, brother. No, kidding, of course. But with respect to the futures, 15,708.75 on the NQ, 46.0250 on the ES. So both above key areas of resistance. We talked about 4,600 on the ES and 15.7 on the NQ. Being buoyed here, you got to assume by the big guns. The big guns are Apple, Microsoft, and Google right now, which are all heading to the high side. All the chart patterns are up and to the right for these three over here. 123.14 for Google, 315.90 for Microsoft. Those are all high days, and 194.24 as well for Apple. That's also high day. So lots of strength coming in on the big tech names. Looking at NVIDIA not doing anything, and Meta pulling back. So it looks like it's those three right now that are keeping us afloat, Bradley.
For example, their best fund called Medallion Fund from 1994 through mid-2014 averaged an annual return of 71.8%.
That's insane. Madoff's better, says Neil. You know, a lot of people never wanted to invest their money with him because they said that his returns were impossible. Nobody could do that. Yeah, exactly. Well, unbelievable. Yeah, I did watch. I'm like 2 episodes deep or 3 episodes deep in that. I still have to watch more of it, but it's definitely eye-opening. And especially how he structured everything. Like the upstairs part was like all like the class and the offices and the secretaries, and downstairs were all the chain smoking accountants, and nobody went down there, and it was all like papers, and it was disheveled, and it was everything you expect a Ponzi to be. You know what I mean? So, not that I have experience doing a Ponzi, but anyway, yeah, waiting on this Microsoft trigger here. Hopefully we get the pop up into 351. If so, we'll get that fill. What else we got here? Madoff is highly respected in prison amongst his peers, says Euthanasia. Madoff is no longer alive, my friend. So I don't know. He made off all right, says Peter. All right. Rekka says keen trader eye. All right. Yes, Eddie. Yes, he did die. What else we got here? Rentec and some other Euro company. I forgot. They are the best, and SIG is there too. Says Isildur? Isildur? Am I saying that right? Can you please tag me and tell me if I'm saying it right? Isildur?
Seldur.
Isildur?
Seldur. I think the I is silent.
Good call.
I'm just guessing.
Well, hopefully they'll tag me now.
I'm just guessing, but the I has an accent over it, like French letters.
You're right.
So maybe the I is not silent. Maybe you put a Isildur.
Shout out to Ponzi. Fonzie, no Lambo trade today, my friend. Just regular trades. What do we got here? Dumbledore. No, come on. Be nice, chat.
Elsudur. No, it's L. You? Okay, it's probably you. It's you.
Yeah, Ilsudur.
Ilsudur. Okay.
Awesome. Okay, some character out of LOT. Come on. It's the ghost of Madoff. All right, here we go. We got the fill on Microsoft, baby, because we have a 351.05 high. Microsoft, much like Meta, is the gift that keeps on giving, and I am now out of this trade. The Katina man hitting the spinner. I'm assuming he's long into that too. So shout out to him. But that's the end of my trade for Mr. Softy as we break through 351. What did I get into that price? What did I have on Softy? I had like, what did I get in? Got in right here. 348.89. So nice winner there on Softy. Multiple dollar winner. Pumped. Lambo Max. Max Lambo animation is so fun. Max has a Lambo animation? I didn't see it. I love it.
You should have. You should have listened to the Lambo before.
What was it better?
The Lambo with the noise before was picture perfect. It was
Why'd they
almost.
change it?
It almost sounded like the car was actually in the office.
So how come it got changed? It's too
I'm
loud?
trolling. It was a
okay.
clown horn. It was like beep beep.
Yeah,
Like what the heck is
Lambo ain't
this?
gonna have that kind of, yeah.
Like a road runner beep beep. Or like what the heck is this? Apparently Isildur or Elsildur is actually a Lord of the Rings character. Guys, come on. How am I supposed to know this? I know I nerd out sometimes, but I don't nerd out this big, okay? I'm not supposed to know every single character from Lord of the Rings. I know like the main characters, Gimli, you know, what's that little ring, the little Gollum? You know, I know the main characters here or there, but like I don't know every single character. I'm not supposed to know that. But no, shout out to the chat over there for using awesome characters names from awesome movies. SoFi, while I was watching or googling Isildur or Elsildur over there, SoFi tried to take out this 970 area, still not able to really properly push through 970. That's SoFi. We are also in a Spotify. I keep typing the wrong ticker. Spotify, still down 14% on the day, but trying to hold this 140. So we'll see if 140 can hold on for us. Who you calling a nerd? I'm not calling you a nerd. I'm calling myself a nerd. I'm saying, look, I know I nerd out most of the time, but I don't know every single character from Lord of the Rings. I doubt most of you guys do. Yeah, you know one, bro. What's the guy with the bow and archers? Okay, I wasn't asking you, bro. Come on. See? Oh, okay. Yeah, they know. Now they know them all. Now they know them more. Oh, okay. Boromir. Gandalf. Oh, shoot. Okay. Yeah. What color is Gandalf's hair? What color is Gandalf's hair? There's two of them, gray and white. Oh. Okay. There you go. Yeah. There's Gandalf the gray and Gandalf the white. Brad, have you played the new Diablo? No, I've never been a Diablo guy, but no, their games are cool. You know, World of Warcraft and Activision make pretty good games. I've just never been a World of Warcraft or Activision type of guy. However, that being said, I did get into Hearthstone not too long ago, so I guess I can't say that anymore. But you guys are more interested about the market. I know you guys get upset anytime I divert the topic away from the market, so let's bring that reel back. Let's reel right back into the stock market over here. I noticed AI is about to take out the high a day, and it did so successfully. 6% up on the day here. 40.50, 40.66, sorry, is the new high a day now on AI. Can't stop, won't stop. Surprising to me, though, that the stock is doing this because the relative volume on AI today is only 0.69. You want to see a relative volume of 2 or 3, usually for AI or even any of these squeeze stocks to be really in play. But here's AI squeezing, getting above 40, holding 40, and making a new day high at the moment. So shout out to all you bulls out there for the stock. Oh, thank you, brother. I'll take a smaller piece, man. Thank you.
Bro, you don't have to take the smaller piece.
I ate sushi right before I came on the show because I was hungry. So like right from 11:50 to 12 o'clock, I just like mugged, like what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 pieces of dynamite roll sushis. Yeah. Just mucked it real quick and then came on. So I'm pretty full right now. Okay. But these protein bars are amazing. While you were on vacation though, you know our lunch gives you those little their own version of those protein bars that have sunflower seeds in them.
Love those.
I was eating them and kind of remembering yours. No?
No, those are so good.
But
there's no protein.
Then what's the base in that? Do you know?
No.
I thought they were protein bars too.
No, I asked.
Oh, okay.
But they're really good.
But I was eating them and I was like, oh, Sharif's bars. Okay.
Those
Sharif's
are way
bars.
better than these ones because there's a lot more sugar in that. No question about it. Dude, I had so much sushi In Hawaii?
I
Do you
bet.
have any idea how many Japanese people live in Hawaii?
They fly fish straight from Japan.
They live there too. Like there's a big immigrant group of, I don't even know if they're immigrants, who knows? They're probably second, third generation, but a lot of Japanese people in Hawaii, and there was a lot of great Japanese food, man, I could not tell you. And it was my first.
This is amazing, Sharif. This is the best you've ever made.
Yeah?
This is the best you've ever made.
You like it? Okay, I'm very happy about that.
That sweetness flavor, it's not as sticky as it was like the last few times.
I put syrup in that one, that's why, yeah.
This is by far the best you've made. This is the batch that you should be selling at stores. This batch right here.
I like how you say that. Yeah, and I can do more with these, man. I can put cashews in them. I can put
I love
dark
cashews.
chocolate. You know what I mean?
love
You can
cashews.
freestyle as much as you want. But Bradley, we are moving back down here on Meta. And if you recall, we have a stop below that 295, a trailing stop. So if this one breaks that 295 level, that will be the end of the trade for me. I gave it a couple of pennies below the 295 so I didn't get wicked out, but this one looks like it's stair-stepping down. That 295 was a key level of resistance from earlier. Look, we rejected off it multiple times before it broke through, so we'll see if this one ends up holding or whether we're going to get triggered out on the trail. So we'll see. Day trader cut, Sharif Sushi ETF. No, that's not. That's funny. Let's see.
Well, chat really wants your recipe, Sharif.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I've always given the recipe. I always give it out. All right, guys.
No, they're
get a
saying
pen-
like post it on Instagram or something so they can copy it, save it or something.
Okay. I don't mind doing that.
I'm down for that too, because that way I can make it myself at home if you do post it on Instagram.
I'm no problem doing that. I'd love to share that kind of stuff. No, it's not trade secret or anything. All right, what else we got?
CLF, wow, look at this stock. CLF announced earnings today, and I was looking at the 1750. I actually took the breakout 1750 area for a possible extension to the north side, but I got stopped out, and this was the move that I got stopped out in earlier on in the day. But man, that's actually, no, that's not right. This was the move right here that I got stopped out at. This is around 10:50, 11 o'clock. But right here is where I got stopped out before the move actually happened, and then it went back to the downside. And here's the move later on. Now, if you're wondering why 1750, Prat, and why not earlier on in the day, did not come into my radar until it broke that 1750 area or walked up to that 1750 area. That was the best one, right? Yeah? I told you, these are amazing. Sharif snapped with these ones.
I snapped. I love that.
Snapped. CLF right here. This is the level that I was looking at on CLF. The recent high that we broke out, 1737, 1750 breakout. That was my trigger to get long for a possible move up to 18. Sadly, I got stopped out for a 5-cent loser. Was not willing to risk too much on that stock as I've never traded it before. Don't know how it moves. Don't know the spoofy mans on these stock exist or not, according to is Obi there. Not sure where he is, but yeah, he calls
the boogeyman, the spoofy man.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
Exactly.
Oh, we need a spoofy man animation. We need a spoofy man animation. That's as good as it gets.
Exactly.
Right there, man. The spoofy man. All right. The Quadukis. No, they're not the Quadukis. That's funny. Okay, we want the recipe, Sharif. Haven't got Insta. Says Peter Bryant. All right, get a pen and paper handy or rewind, whatever you want to do. Here we go. What?
Pen.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. I'm going to give you the size that I make, but you can do it in whatever proportions by dividing by 2. Okay? So, 4 cups of rolled oats. All right? 4 scoops of chocolate protein, or whatever protein you want to put. You want to put vanilla to get, creative, do whatever you want. But 4 scoops of protein. Then, you're going to take the oats, the rolled oats. Sorry, I skipped a step. You're going to take the rolled oats and you're going to grind them. You're going to make them into a powder. So 4 cups of rolled oats. Each of those cups has to be ground into a powder. You're going to throw that into a big bowl. I use stainless steel. And then I throw in the 4 scoops of protein powder with it. And then you're going to throw some cinnamon to your liking and some salt, a pinch of salt. And then you're going to add 1 cup of peanut butter and 1 cup I can hear them laughing back there. And 1 cup of whatever syrup, sugar you want. If it's going to be honey, it could be maple syrup, it could be agave syrup.
Slow down, bro. I can't.
It can be any of these, any syrups. 1 cup of syrup or honey. That's it.
I feel like I'm writing an exam.
I know, bro. Sorry. 1 cup of syrup or honey, and you mix that in all with your hands, and I take off my watch and my bracelet because it gets really, really messy. You mix that all up, and then I flatten it and I cut them into pieces, and I put it in the fridge. You have to put it in the fridge. You can't keep these outside the fridge. They fall apart. So that's the look there. And if you missed any of that, just go back and rewind, baby. That's the beautiful part about YouTube. Give me 1 sec here to catch up on...
Even chat recognized that I'm struggling. Wow.
Prad, life has changed. All right. Yeah, let's see what else we got. Anything related to the market? That sounds like I thought it was going to be like a hot pocket. No, man, come on. It's not going to be a hot pocket. All right. What are your thoughts on Tesla long term, says NBK. Let's have a look. Tesla long term. Oh. Look, man, it's a tough one because they have so much market share. It's just, you just feel like they're going to lose some of their market share. It's just a natural extension of the technology developing, that other market participants are going to come in, maybe duel them in technology or offer something better. Tesla's always been dog for the quality of their cars. Anyway, I like Tesla long term, but I really don't want to give you any financial advice. And also, I'm not involved. I'm not invested in it either. So let's look at the weekly for a second here. See how we've been doing on the weekly. So we got back down, wow, the $100 level. That seems like an absolute steal now, back early January. Anyway, I don't think I have anything to say about Tesla long term. I just don't know enough about it. The technicals are good. We're not at all-time highs, but if you are looking for, if a decision-making component for you was percentage of market share, you have to assume that that's going to dwindle, right? I don't know, but you get data points like the one that I mentioned earlier about the California one where they outsell Ford in every category just on the Model Y, not even including the Model 3. So you get data points like that, and then you just question whether anybody can hold a candle to them. But logic says they can. So. What's your look?
My look is, I'm thinking about how to sign you to a publishing label, and we launch some cooking recipes. I think this is how I make $1 million.
Tesla. I love it. Hey man, I'm down.
I think this is how I make $1 million.
Look,
if
as long as I get my
make it, I gotta use you somehow.
Oh, this guy is so funny. All right, guys, I'm at a Meta. Meta just broke 295, so the trailing stop gets triggered, and that's the end of it. I'm no longer in any trades. Done on the day. How much is there? There's 13 minutes left in the show, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna be taking any other trades. Sharif's mom's back in the chat. Where's that person been, man? New segment on the midday show.
Say hi to your mom, bro.
Trading recipes with Sharif. What's up, mama? Yeah, that's
hi,
not
Sharif's
actually
mom.
My mom. It's not actually my mom. You know that, right?
We love you, Sharif's mom.
There was an account called Yannick Shirt, Yannick Sweater. Excuse me.
A couple of days ago, we had female bacon, and I think I said female bacon by mistake. I'm pretty sure I said female bacon, and the chat probably heard female, but if I said female, then I said female, whatever.
Yeah.
But someone instantly goes there makes an account called female bacon, logs into the chat, starts trolling me with the female bacon stuff. So yeah, the chat's too quick with this.
Oh, the chat gets it immediately, and they're quick to troll.
Female bacon's still here apparently, so yeah, they're still hanging out in the chat at the moment.
Where is female bacon? I haven't seen that.
Apparently they're here somewhere.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Where are we at here? Okay, so 15.7 no longer the level we're trading at on the NQ. 15.709 and a quarter is where we got now, retracing down into 15.692. We'll see 15.7 comes back into play. Power hour coming up at 3. The big kahunas will be taking you through that. 4,600 also back in play here on the ES as we dip back into that level. And I'm seeing, everything curling down. Google's curling down. Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Apple, Tesla, most specifically, curling down. Tesla now negative on the day, down 0.2%. Even NVIDIA was up over 3%, now below VWAP at 456, now up 2.5% on the day. So maybe we're seeing a retracement here. Daryl Finch, Meta, possible VWAP pick long. Interesting look. I mean, VWAP was my target initially, you recall, on the move up for a profit taker. Could former area of resistance act as support? We danced with VWAP all during the midday here from 11 till about 12:35, an hour and a half. We were dancing with this VWAP level, above it for a bit, below it for a bit. So yeah, let's see for that 294.50, which is where VWAP is at on my chart, acts as a level of resistance. I'm going to have to say, if you're going to play it off VWAP, you're going to have to give it at least 50 pennies here. If not, you know, maybe 30, 40 pennies, 50 pennies. Because look at the range on these candles. You know, just the wicks. They're all pretty wide. They're all $1 plus. And I'm looking at the 5-minute chart here, by the way. So you may need to give this one room if you're going to play off VWAP. But good luck to you, man. I mean, Meta's up 1.1%. It's not a bad trade. You're going in the direction of the trend. So we'll have to see how that one pans out. Anything else showing up on my scanner? Looks like AURC pulling back just a bit. Nope. Still at that 34, 35-ish level. It's still definitely in play, I would say. No question about that. Well over VWAP. VWAP's at 25.5. It's trading at 34 and change. So good luck, Daryl. Daryl Finch says, agree on the wicks need room. Yeah, I got to agree with you as well. Nicola bought to flush, says Beat Fanatic. Nicola, we were talking about that one earlier with respect to its hydrogen trucks and how they caught fire last month and then recaught fire again on Sunday. And it's been south side for Nicola since then. Let's look at the 15 to encompass yesterday's price action. And that gives you the idea there. We danced with that 250 level on Friday, and then when we opened Monday morning, it went all the way down to 211. No, sorry, it went all the way down to 213. Now we made a new low of day, newer low today, 211. So lower highs, lower lows on the day for Nikola, down 10%. Obviously, this company's had its fair share of issues, not the least of which its divorce from GM and, you know, all the accusations that were made at the time about misrepresentation and such. So, you know, it's been tough going for this company. And I know that the CEO defended it vehemently, and he was out there, you know, doing the whole PR thing, but really hasn't helped the company recover much, I would say. What else we got in the chat here? First day trading with Trin. I feel like a dump it coming, says Aura Alpha. What's TRIN? I don't know.
I'm guessing it's a stock.
Okay, let's have a look. With Trin, not Trinity Capital. I don't know what that is. You're gonna have to let me fill me in. Hussein Asadi, AED. It's what is that?
Arab Emirate Dinar.
You're great, Brad.
Is that not right?
I don't know if
I think it is.
He's probably not going to be Arab Emirate Dinar.
Come on, man.
Hold on, we have to find out. If it is, I'm leaving.
Yeah, see? United Arab Emirates
I know,
dirhams.
but what does it stand for? Emirati dinars.
Yeah, I got it right. Okay, you're leaving.
Yeah, no.
Bye, Sharif.
No, you said Arab.
Okay, I was wrong by like the sequence of
No,
it.
but
Might
they're
have
not
said
going
the same thing.
Is NASDAQ rejecting a double top 16.7K on the 21st of July? So are you asking about the futures contract or the index? You're going to have to be more specific. So tag me again. I see your name, Hussein. Yeah, let me know if you're talking about the NQ or the NDX, and I'll answer your question there proudly.
People in the chat also talking about Rivian Sharif. Rivian 26 failing another time over here through the day, giving it up again and pushing towards the lower day. Let's see if this one holds up this trend over here. I mean, I would kind of maybe draw this trend. No, I don't even know how I would draw this trend, honestly. But the overall, this over here on the daily chart, you can kind of see this trend at the moment holding up for the current time being on Rivian. Let's see if that can continue being the play of the day for the stock at the moment. Someone also said, Brad, are you chasing Spotify still? I mean, that's probably the best way to put it. I'm not chasing it, but I am bagged. I am a bag holder, and I said I'm gonna give it $1, so I have to play my setup. There's been multiple times where I don't play my setup and I get beat up on it. For example, Triple M today, I should have just had my stop where I had my stop. I moved my stop to the re-entry of 110 when the stock starts to go above 110 right around this area, and then immediately when the stock comes back to the 110, I get stopped out and I'm not able to take advantage of the bigger move. There's way better things that I could have done on this stock. So always just trade your setup, trade your plan, and that's what I'm doing with Spotify at the moment. Yeah, sadly the plan might be bad, the plan might not be good, but it's $1 risk. It's trying to look for the SSR bounce in front of this 140. We got back on the break of 140 to the north side. The stock at worst drops down to 139.50 every single time and then pops back up. So looks like we have about 50, 60, maybe $1 worth of risk. $1 worth of risk for a possible move to the upside all the way back up to maybe VWAP's 145 or so. So looking for $1 risk for a $5 move.
Okay, a couple of things. TRIN is a trading index. The TRIN ratio, short for trading index, is a volatility indicator that compares advancing and declining stocks to their respective volumes. Okay, very interesting. I've heard about stuff like this. I know that there is advancing, declining charts that you can keep your eye on to kind of get a direction of where the market's going. Good to know about this one. With respect to the super chat and Hussein asking about the NDX 15.7. So here is the daily chart on the NDX. And I don't know if we're going to get a double top because we've only had one peak here so far. And I thought maybe you were talking about, a shorter time frame. But when I zoom in, I don't see any double top here possibly brewing on the NDX. I'll look even further. 15-minute chart. No, there's nothing of the like I don't see on the NDX, whether on the daily or whether on an intraday time frame. So not sure what you mean there. The NDX has been making higher highs. I mean, this is the trend line downward that everybody and their mother had drawn that we broke in late Jan when we had that big move up in January, and then we declined a little bit in February, held that line, and it's been up and to the right since then, making higher highs every time. Like we talked about 13.8, that was the peak in August. We broke that. We talked about 15.250. That was the peak in April. That was the war peak that we rallied from. We broke that. So I mean, I don't know what double top you're talking about here, unless you're talking about possibly that 16,750 top that we haven't even come close to yet. So not sure exactly what that's about, but yeah. AURC hit a new high a day, guys, $39. Hit $38.95 exactly, and then it huadunks right back down into $34. So dangerous as can be on this stock. Let's check how
Dangerous,
Softy.
that stock is so dangerous.
He's talking about the high 2 days ago, apparently. Okay, I can have a look at that in a second. But yeah, Microsoft curling back up here. It looks like it's trying to hold 350.
Upstart 65, you're joking, bro. Shut up. No way. What?
Go to proudly screen.
What is going on with this stock today? Neil, why couldn't you just be a little bit louder that Upstart was 2 in this at 55? That way I would have thrown my earphones out the window and traded the stock. Man, how many times have we complained about setting up alerts? Set up alerts, make your levels, be pointed out to you some way or the other. And we keep complaining about this every day, and we still don't do it. I'm not in the Upstart long either, so, I mean, hey, at least you talked about it and pointed it out. I mean, it was too late by the time I looked at it. This stock was monstrous. Now we're up 20% on Upstart, only $10-ish away from that gap close. So, hey, man, that is insane. I have no words for this stock at the moment. UPST trying to take out 65. Congratulations to anyone who has the long on this one, man. Jesus. Brad missed the trade, didn't set an alert. I missed it. Says, now it's my fault. Now it's my fault. I apologize. I apologize for not setting an alert for you so you could catch that trade and make more money than me, right? I apologize for that, chat.
We're here for the viewers, Proudly. Come on. No, we're not here to make any.
Yeah, I'm
money
here
or
to trade
anything.
for the viewers, man, not for
know, right?
myself.
Of
I don't want
course,
to
of
make
course.
money.
No, why would we do that?
I don't got kids to feed. I don't got bills to pay.
Seahorse pattern, $65 called it. Obviously, that's
Seahorse? I like that. I could see that. Yeah, seahorse. Here, I could draw a seahorse for you.
it does look like a seahorse. It's like big with like that shape, but I've never heard seahorse ever used before.
Oh, I think
The Fed
like
said
this, right?
price stability. I think that's out the window, says Jay. Not sure what you're referring to. At least you didn't call out UPS and take it like a chump like me, Sharif, says Sky Fairy. I really don't know what you're talking about. I didn't take UPS, and I don't. I'm being blamed for everything right now. The Katina man and Neil are getting on me as well. Let's see what else the chat is up to. I thank you, Chef Joe, for calling out Upstart Pre-Market, says Michelle. So shout out to Chef Joe for doing that. You called out UPS. Yeah, I call out a lot of stocks. I talk about a lot of stuff, guys. You know, we go through a lot of stocks. Where are we at here? Anything else moving? We have AURC. No, that's not doing much at the moment. It's Upstart. It's all about Upstart right now because it's at day's highs. 64.85. Really holding that 64 level quite
Hey,
well.
there you go.
64 was resistance earlier, Bradley. Looks like it's going to hold it for now.
The seahorse pattern.
I can't believe you actually drew a seahorse. Screenshot that.
The seahorse pattern.
That's going to go down in trading history.
All right, we're off clock now.
We are. Didn't notice. All right, guys. It has been a good day. Proudly and I, we had some good trades for you. We'll be back again. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. A couple hours left to go here on a positive afternoon right across the board for all.